हेलो गाइस, एक नए सेगमेंट में आपका स्वागत है। और सारे कास्टर्स और होस्ट की नौकरी खा चुका हूं मैं और अब मेरे को क्राफ्टन ने अपना होस्ट चुना है। तो अभी हम लोग कुछ ड्रिंक्स ट्राई करने वाले हैं कोरिया से और हम कुछ ड्रिंक्स ओसाल को ट्राई कराने वाले हैं इंडिया से। Hello Sal, I am Kyo from TrueRippers Esports. How are you?
Hello, I'm also in Dplus KIA.
Hello. How is India? How do you like it?
I'm not sure. I love it. I love that naan.
Okay.
Naan.
You like naan?
Yeah, naan.
Hey guys, पंजाबियों का खाना कोई तोड़ नहीं है। So बहुत मजा आने वाला है इसमें। I hope जहर ना मिलाया हो किसी ने, मतलब मैं नौकरी खा के ना लोगों की, but कोई बात नहीं, आपको पता है मैं फूडी तो हूँ ही, बाकी मजा आएगा खूब। देखते हैं कैसा रहता है। So Osal, you have brought my favorite snacks and I'll give it to you to try it. And you have bought, I think, you have bought your snacks.
Yes.
So I'll try it and we'll taste it off and give our reviews of the food, like how it is.
It is very famous in Korea. It's a drink, just drink. 아침 햇살.
Is it a sweet drink or it is a sour drink?
It is sweet.
Okay.
It is sweet.
भाई फिलहाल तो नहीं है ना ये।
Well, let me try.
पता चलेगा आगे का।
Let me try.
Okay, let's do it.
Cheers.
Yes. Cheers.
Smell first.
छाछ लग रही है। अबे तो सत्तू है।
What is tue?
सत्तू is basically
Tue.
सत्तू इज चने को क्या बोलते हैं अंग्रेजी में? तो वर्ड ही भूल गया वो। चने chickpeas. It tastes like chickpeas. We drink a kind of a drink in India. It is like chickpeas are mashed and they are put in water with sugar.
Sugar.
Yeah, it tastes like that. It's good.
You know what this make it?
What is it?
Rice.
It's of rice.
Yeah, rice.
So we are going to try this. It is a potato chip.
No.
It is really spicy.
Spicy.
Yes, and you'll like it. I think you'll like it. It's my personal favorite. So Osal, you first.
I don't like spicy ones. Sorry, first man.
It is not poisoned. It is not poisoned.
Okay. Not bad.
पसंद आ रहा है.
In Korea, we have a similar dish. Chip. I like it. It's good.
देखा guys, मेरी पसंद समझा करो, बस बढ़िया होती है. So guys, अभी मैं ओसाल भाई को सिखाने वाला हूँ कि खुद को हिंदी में कैसे इंट्रोड्यूस करते हैं. तो ओसाल भाई से रिपीट अगेन विद मी, ओके?
मेरा नाम
ओसाल है.
मेरा नाम ओसाल है, right?
Yes.
मेरा नाम ओसाल है.
मेरा नहीं, मेरा. Yes.
मेरा
Yes.
ना
हाँ.
ओसाल
या.
है.
हाँ.
मेरा नाम ओसाल है.
या. ये थोड़ा सा ना जो आ गया ना, पंजाबी वर्जन ऐड कर दिया इसलिए नाम है, बट कोई बात नहीं ओसाल.
Am I good?
No. Yeah. You did it right.
Okay.
You teach me to how to introduce myself in Korean.
Yes. I teach you that. Hello, I'm Koi. This is repeat. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 저는 코이입니다.
It's so tough. फिर से. Okay, repeat again.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
저는 코이입니다. Say better. Repeat one more time.
Repeat one more time.
Okay. Slowly.
Okay.
안녕하세요. 저는 코이입니다. Yes. 안녕하세요. 저는 코이입니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 코이입니다. Sorry.
It's too hard for you.
So guys, I'm not a bilingual and language is not my I think thing. Okay, I'll try to learn other languages, but I failed miserably.
It's okay. It's pretty good.
I'll try. I'm trying. Okay. I'm trying. Okay, so Sal, I'll tell you a dialogue of an Indian film. You have to repeat it and you have to tell me a dialogue or a phrase from Korean and I'll repeat it.
Okay, okay.
So Sal, you repeat it with me, okay?
Okay.
सबकी
सबकी
आती
आती
नहीं
नहीं
मेरी
मेरी
जाती
जाति
नहीं.
नहीं.
Yes. सबकी आती नहीं मेरी जाती नहीं.
सबकी आके मेरी में ही जाती.
सबकी
सबकी
आती
आती
नहीं.
सबकी आकी नहीं.
सबकी आती नहीं.
सबकी आती नहीं.
Yes. मेरी
मेरी
जाती
जाति
नहीं.
नहीं.
Yes.
Oh.
Now you will feel my pain. It basically means that people can't do a thing and I can do it repeatedly without any issue. Kind of
Oh, it's a good meaning. My time, right?
that. Yes, yes.
It is important with this gesture.
Yes.
묻고 더블로 가.
What does it mean? Tell me first, okay? गाली वाली तो नहीं सिखा रहे नहीं मुझे. You first tell me what does it mean, okay?
Okay. Okay, 묻고.
Oh. What does it mean? You first tell me.
Meaning first?
Yes, meaning first.
This is, it's hard to explain. It is in movie, one actor said that.
Okay.
That meaning, like, he deal money
Okay.
in that game.
Yeah, he was dealing money in that game.
Yeah.
I get it.
So, he lost money this time, but he said, no. Next game to double.
Okay.
I will, if I lose next game, I will pay double.
Okay.
That's it.
You bet it. Okay, I get it. So you tell me how to.
Okay.
I'll repeat behind you.
Okay. 묻고
묻고
더블로
छबलो
가.
खा. 묻고 छबलो खा.
Yeah.
묻고 छबलो खा.
Yeah. This system and very serious face.
Okay.
묻고 더블로 가.
묻고 छबलो खा.
Yeah. Oh, very nice. Very nice.
Yes. I'm a Korean. Let's go. Where is my Korean citizenship?
तो हाय गाइस, माय नेम इज़ जेली और मैं इन्फिनिक्स TrueRippers का IGL हूँ. BMST में आपने खेलते हुए देखा है, अब BMIC में भी खेलते हुए देखोगे. ये साल मेरा बहुत अच्छा जा रहा है और मैं चाहता हूँ कि ये साल की एंडिंग जो है मैं जीत के करूँ. BMST से पहले यही बोला था उनको, लेकिन शायद BMST में हो नहीं पाया, लेकिन BMIC अभी है. इस साल की मैं एंडिंग एक बार ट्रॉफी के साथ करना चाहता हूँ और इस टीम के साथ करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे को इस टीम में बहुत ज़्यादा पोटेंशियल दिखता है और यही है सबका, यही एक गोल है जिसकी तरफ हम बढ़ना चाह रहे हैं. देखो, बाहर से टीम्स आ रही है, वो बहुत अच्छी बात है पहले तो इंडियन सर्किट के लिए कि इतने टाइम बाद कुछ ऐसा हो रहा है कि 4 टीम्स जापान से आ रही है, 4 टीम्स कोरिया से आ रही है और इंडिया की टॉप 8 टीम्स वहाँ पे कम्पीट करने के लिए जा रही है. वो बहुत अच्छी बात है. एंड दूसरी चीज़ ये कि वो लोग काफ़ी टाइम से शायद ग्लोबल लेवल पे खेलते आ रहे हैं, तो सबको लगता है कि अगर ग्लोबल लेवल पे खेल रहे हो तो अच्छी टीम तो डेफिनेटली है. वो मैं बोल ही नहीं रहा कि अच्छी टीम नहीं है, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि इंडिया की जो टॉप 8 टीम्स है उनको हम कहीं भी कम रख सकते हैं किसी भी चीज़ से. BMIC जो बाहर से टीम्स आ रही है उनमें से एक तो देखो जो लास्ट टाइम भी जीती थी यहाँ पे इंडिया पे आके Dplus KIA और एक बार ग्लोबल चैंपियनशिप भी जीत चुकी है वो टीम, तो वो टीम मेरे को काफ़ी बढ़िया लगती है. तो इस बार मेरे को लगता है इंडियन टीम जीतेगी और सिर्फ जीतेगी नहीं, शायद टॉप 3 भी इंडियन टीम्स ही रहे. बहुत ज़्यादा चांसेस है मेरे को, ऐसा मैं जेन्युइन फील करता हूँ. ऐसा मैं ऐसा नहीं बोल रहा वो टीमें अच्छा नहीं खेलती है कुछ भी, बहुत अच्छी टीम्स है, लेकिन मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि इंडिया की टीम्स ऊपर आ सकती है और शायद आएगी भी, क्या पता उनमें से एक नाम मेरा ही हो. तो मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि Dplus KIA बहुत अच्छी टीम है एक तो, जिसको हम लोगों को देखना चाहिए. और जापान से आने वाली एक रिजेक्ट करके टीम है, जो रिजेक्ट का मेरे को गेम बहुत अच्छा लगता है. मतलब ऐसा बहुत अच्छा नहीं लगता, लेकिन हाँ डिसेंट लगता है सच्ची बताऊँ तो, क्योंकि बहुत सारे मूव्स ऐसे मैंने उनके देखे जो बहुत ज़्यादा देखने में ऐसा लगता है कि ये क्यों कर दिया. और शायद उनके भी वो फेवर में बहुत बार नहीं किया, वो चैम्पियन बन के आ रहे हैं. मैं ऐसा नहीं बोल रहा कि कहीं भी कम है वो, लेकिन मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि इंडियन सर्किट में अगर वही सेम चीज़ें वो करने लगेंगे जो कि वो बाहर कर रहे थे, तो शायद उनको प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है. क्योंकि बहुत सारे ऐसे अनप्रेडिक्टेबल मूव्स उन्होंने किए, जैसे रोटेशन का टाइम पे हो गया या फिर फाइट्स होगी, बहुत बिना इन्फो के फाइट्स लेना, वो मेरे को ज़्यादा लगा उनका. और हो सकता है शायद इसमें भी उनको प्रॉब्लम हो जाए, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली वो चैम्पियन है वहाँ के, तो मेरे को लगता है कि वो टीम भी ऐसी है जिनको हमको देखना पड़ेगा. हमारे जो ड्रॉप्स है ना वो बहुत ज़्यादा एज के ड्रॉप्स है जितने भी है, और जितना मैं इन सारी टीम्स को देखा हूँ जो भी क्वालिफाई हुई है टॉप 4 वहाँ से, वो सारी की सारी टीम्स ऐसा कोई भी एज वाला ड्रॉप लेना प्रेफर नहीं करती जितना मैंने उनका गेम रीड किया है. तो वो ये मेरे को लगता नहीं उनके साथ कोई क्लैश होगा, लेकिन अगर ऐसा होता भी कि मेरा कोई सेंटर वाला ड्रॉप है जो मैं छोड़ता तो डेफिनेटली नहीं, अपनी जगह में मैं रुकता हूँ वहाँ पे, मैं नहीं छोड़ता हूँ. मतलब किसी बाहर की टीम, इंडियन टीम के लिए फिर भी छोड़ देता, बट बाहर की टीम के लिए तो मैं नहीं छोड़ रहा. देखो, बात इतनी सी है कि सबका एक बार फर्स्ट टाइम होता ही है, और फर्स्ट टाइम चैम्पियन बनने का भी होता है, फर्स्ट टाइम हर एक चीज़ का होता है. तो मैं इतना ही बोलूँगा कि जब भी मेरे को मौका मिलेगा उधर जाके मैं अपना बेस्ट दूंगा और इस बार मैं शायद इन्फिनिक्स TrueRippers के लिए शायद ना खेल रहा हूँ, मैं इंडिया के लिए खेल रहा रहूँगा, तो वहाँ पे शायद वो एनर्जी अलग रहेगी, बहुत ज़्यादा डिफरेंट माइंडसेट में मैं एंटर करूँगा जब मैं फील्ड में जाऊँगा। तो मेरे को लगता है कि मैं इस बार बहुत अच्छा करूँगा। और अभी तक कोई ट्रॉफी जीते नहीं है, अगर इंडियन टीम्स के अगेंस्ट जो जापान और कोरिया की टीम्स आ रही है उनके अगेंस्ट एक ट्रॉफी उठाता हूँ तो क्या ही मज़ा आ जाएगा। ऑडियंस के लिए पहली चीज़ तो यार 4 साल से अंकित भाई मेरे को सपोर्ट कर रही है ऑडियंस, 4 साल से एक ट्रॉफी नहीं दी मैंने इनको अभी तक। और लेकिन 4 साल से एक बार भी मेरे को ऐसा कभी किसी ने, मतलब होता है ना कि चलो टूर्नामेंट में तो गुस्सा आया, किसी को कुछ बोल दिया, लेकिन उसके बाद मेरे को यही बोले कि जली भाई आपको ना जली दाई जेल बोलते हैं, ऐसे नहीं बोलते, कुछ रीज़न है बोलते हैं, आपको हम लोग देखते हैं, आपसे सीखते हैं ऐसा, और हम आपको जीतते हुए देखना चाहते हैं। और BMIC में मैं प्रूव करने की पूरी ट्राई करूँगा कि जो 4 साल से मेरे को सपोर्ट किया लोगों ने वो किसी वजह से था, उनको कुछ दिखता था, और मैं जब भी उनको पे बैक करना चाहता हूँ, जितना प्यार उन्होंने मेरे को दिया है मैं उनको पे बैक करना चाहता हूँ इस ट्रॉफ़ी के साथ। इस ट्रॉफ़ी के साथ फ्यूचर में आने वाली बहुत सारी ट्रॉफीज़ के साथ सारी की सारी मैं जितने भी ऑडियंस है मेरे को देखती है और उनके नाम ही रखना चाहता हूँ। और जो अपना BMIC है उसमें इन्फिनिक्स TrueRippers या फिर कोई भी जो इंडिया की टीम खेल रही है वो उनके नाम से नहीं, टीम इंडिया के लिए खेल रही है, वो लोग उन दूसरी टीम को हराने के लिए खेल रही है, खुद को जिताने के लिए खेल रही है। तो जितना सपोर्ट हो सकेगा उतना करना, मेरे को हमेशा से तुम लोग करते आए हो, लेकिन और मैं मांगते हुए मेरे को ऐसा लगता है यार और कैसे मांगूँ, लेकिन थैंक यू सो मच हमेशा मेरे को सपोर्ट करने के लिए।
A pleasant dream for a few turned into a nightmare for everyone. That was the summary of day 1 of BMIC 2025. But hope still remains as the competition for the crown is still pretty tight. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Super Johnny, joined alongside by Necro and Fixes, and this is day number 2 of BMIC. Yesterday, we were off to one of the most unexpected starts to an international event. Mysterious4 securing the first chicken dinner, followed by Nebula in game number 2.
I know, right?
But then the game came to an end with DRX having a massive advantage against everyone else. Necro, what are your thoughts on how day number 1 went?
I mean, look, to be honest, DRX having a 23-point lead, that's an absolute nightmare for all the Indian teams. But yeah, once again, Nebula getting a 21 finish chicken dinner. Now, that's something none of us saw coming. And Nebula currently is in a red-hot form. Yeah, we did see the consistency slowly and steadily dwindling down as well. But hey, day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, and there's still a lot of our teams on the latter half of the board. They will probably make the comeback.
The comebacks you mentioned, we're going to come back to that in a bit. But Fixes, it wasn't just about Nebula, it wasn't just about DRX. We saw Soul make an amazing bounce back as well. Along with them, we had Reject and Nongshim RedForce in the very last game making a leap inside of the top 5.
Yeah, of course. When you talk about the likes of Team Seoul and in particular day number 1 for all the Indian teams was explosive but inconsistent. Coming to Seoul, yes, the late recovery was there. The Miramar games have been amazing, but they need to work on their Rondo and Erangels, 3 Erangels, and they messed it up. But
Exactly.
the first match, it was all the Indian teams really showing their colors, which was very unexpected from my side when I saw Mysterious4 to be winning, and I suddenly had my hopes up.
See, man, that Rondo was very impressive from everyone. We talk about how much commitment went into the fights from the likes of OG as well. They had a lot of eliminations on that map. But then again, no one was really able to keep a hold on that momentum after game 3 onwards. And that is where we saw the teams from Korea strike back. DRX in particular did extremely well for themselves. Along with that, Dplus KIA is one more team that we are looking out for. But Reject, Nongshim RedForce, Necro, that last match, that last map of Miramar was very impressive, you have to say.
Look, we've witnessed one clear pattern. That is, the moment the pace of the lobby drops down, you will see these teams, international teams, do extremely good. And that was one of the main reasons why Dplus KIA, DRX, and even Reject started to perform so well. Especially Nongshim, you brought up their name in that game of Miramar. They were dominating. They had so many finishes racked up, taking down teams left, right, center.
But as we talk about all of these teams that have done quite phenomenal on day number 1, let's have a look at where everyone else stands. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move forward to the overall leaderboard. And if you guys are wondering that we did talk about Mysterious4 securing a chicken dinner, but then we failed to mention what happened to them afterwards. Well, after that game 1, there was a massive drop, and M4 ended the day on the 7th position.
Now, that is exactly what we've been talking about, right? The erraticness of the Indian teams really hurting them a lot. Where you take a look at DRX, look at the position position points, 30 position points, out of which 2 you've got chicken dinner. So in the other games, they did also came in the top 4, top 5. So they were quite consistent. So that is pretty much evident. But for Nongshim RedForce, Dplus KIA, I think they really turned up towards the latter phase of the games. Today, what we are anticipating is a comeback. The likes of OG, K9, all these teams, you know, we know they've got all it takes to, you know, win this event. Also, even GDR started off really well. They also lost a steam. But eyes will be on the Japanese because none of the Japanese teams performed well yesterday. So hoping they recover today.
Well, to be honest, REIGNITE was doing pretty good for themselves, right? Still in the top 8. I do believe they've got one of the biggest fighting chants coming through from the Japanese side of the spectrum. But I do believe that today, since it's the day 2 and the day of comebacks, Reject will definitely make that bounce back. And we cannot even count out teams like K9 Esports from our side, right? K9 Esports, they haven't really shown their true selves. And yeah, when I had a conversation with Omega, he said, you know, it's the usual thing. Day 1, K9 test the lobby, and then day 2, that's where we dominate.
That's the same thing told to me by the man on the bench, Auckland. I was having a conversation with them. Walked past him, I was like, hey, how's it going? He's like, that should not even be a question. Cross-questioning happening. Are you upset about the matches not going your way? He's like, no. We know it. This is how we do it. First day, we barely get like 20 points. Second day, we're going to try and go for 50. But let's see if K9 succeed because the pressure will be on everyone, Fixes.
So that's the thing, right? We did see some moments of brilliance. There was that one game of Erangel where the zone has shifted towards Primos and how Slug and Ninja Boy played it together. They were taking fights on 2 different fronts against 2 different teams and still winning them. So that shows that K9 has got it or got what it takes. All they need to have is get the pieces together.
See, this is all about resetting the expectations, right? When day number 1 began, we were expecting something from our Indian teams, but then all of that was flipped on its head.
Exactly. And I also had a conversation with Adi, and the man mentioned one thing. Tomorrow, wherever I see DRX, I will go and eliminate them. That's my target, and that's my mission. I will target DRX.
I mean, we would like to see that happen. Now, the question is, will they succeed in their mission today? Because Nebula Esports on that second are eyeing that first position. But hey, as we talk about day number 2, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to kick things off. And for that, we're going to head to the stage with Rohit.
Thank you so much, casters. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of BMIC 2025. We are live across the globe. And इस समय दिल्ली से पूरी दुनिया में हम live हैं. तो दिल्ली का जोश, दिल्ली का प्यार, दिल्ली का जुनून for BGMI एक बार दिखा भी दो, एक बार सुना भी दो. Come on, Delhi, you can make some noise because right now we are beginning with day 2 of BMIC 2025. My name is Rohit Varghese and of course day 1 में हमने बहुत कमाल की चीजें देखी. हमने देखा कि कैसे हमारी इंडियन टीम्स ने इंटेंट दिखाया, प्रॉमिस दिखाया and they started day 1 on a high. But after a few games, one South Korean team said that wait a second, we aren't here to just participate, we are here to dominate. And that's exactly what DRX did. With multiple chicken dinners, they are at the top of the leaderboard right now. But as a wise man once said, day 2 is the day of comebacks, day 2 is the day of surprises, and that's exactly what we are hoping for. So will we see the Japanese teams make a comeback? Will we see the same intent from the Indian teams that they showed on day 1? Or will we see the domination of DRX continue on day 2 as well? We'll get the answers for all these questions today. But usse pehle, Delhi, if I have your permission, shall we call our teams on stage right now? Well, if you give me your permission, only then we can start. So come on, Dilly, with all that energy, you need to say yes or no. Shall we call our teams on stage? All right, so let's welcome our teams. First up is the team that's going to enter the stage with some royal swings. Make way for India's Madkings. Bringing the Osaka pride to India, let's welcome Japan's CAG OSAKA. mystery, mayhem, and so much more from India. Make some noise for Mysterious4. Dominance, resilience, and that X factor. From South Korea, let's welcome DRX. Fuel the fire, feel the flame. It's time to call from Japan, Team REIGNITE. Unbreakable unity, unstoppable force. Let's welcome from South Korea, Jecheon PhalanX. When the legends rise, even the heavens tremble. From India, let's welcome God's reign. Forging their way to glory, let's welcome from Japan, making the road. The stars from India are here to shine. Make some noise for Nebula Esports. They tear through the lobby, they tear through the limits. Let's welcome from India, TrueRippers. Red hot power, unstoppable force. Let's welcome from South Korea, Nongshim RedForce. Heart, passion, and pure power. From India, let's hear it for Team Seoul! Hungry, fierce, and ready to hunt. From India, it's K9 Esports. They defy the odds, they rewrite the rules. From Japan, let's welcome Team Reject. Precision, power, and pure dominance. From South Korea, let's welcome Dplus KIA. Of course, the teams are fighting for that global spot. We have that one team left, and you know who it is? That's exactly what we want to hear. इस समय दिल्ली से ये हु की गूंज पूरे दुनिया में जानी चाहिए. Come on, Delhi, make that chant, make that noise, because it is time to call Team ORANGUTAN. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is day 2 of BMIC 2025, the day of comebacks, the day of surprises, the day of amazing BGMI action, which sets the foundation for day 3. So, Delhi, this is the time we officially start day 2 of BMIC 2025. Let's begin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind every one of you who are here at Yashobhumi Center that there is a two-step verification that we need to start the proceedings of day 2. The first step is, of course, inviting all the teams on stage. The next step is your energy. It's your approval. So, Delhi, अगर आपकी अनुमति हो, तभी हम लोग day 2 शुरुआत कर सकते हैं. So, people on my right, do I have your permission? People on my left, I think you can give me a better permission. Come on, people on my left, do I have your permission to start? All right, people on my right, people in the whole arena, people at the back. All right, I think we have the approval. We've got the two-step verification done. So, ladies and gentlemen, day 2 of BMIC 2025 begins. And of course, the analysis and everything will be done at the caster's desk. So, let's head over to the desk.
Hey man, everyone's locked and loaded. Everyone wants the action to begin. Because now it's just a lot of questions that we need answers to. Is DRX going to be able to hold on to that first position? Or, as my man Necro just pointed out, the Danger Man, Adi, and Nebula Esports along with him, will they make a bounce for DRX?
Look, speaking of DRX and their past, in the past, if DRX have gotten a lead, they've never given it away.
Yeah.
They've never lost. That's what the past says. And right now, DRX has got a 23-point lead. And if we really look at the past as well, that tells us DRX is not going to give up that lead.
I want to add one thing to that, Necro. In the past, DRX has never played here before.
True.
Another
did
thing.
not win with the lead
The very
before.
fact that it's the past, now we're in the present, and I feel like teams have already shown improvement. The others have already done that, and DRX's Rondo wasn't that great, let's be honest. I mean, we saw the Indian teams really going out. So for DRX to fail and for the others to really rise up, it is inevitable that somebody else from maybe the 3rd, 4th gets a comeback in this one, because just barring that 23 points lead that he mentioned, everything else is negligible. It's so volatile, even a single chicken dinner can instantly shoot you up to the top.
See, that's the thing that makes the matches a little bit more intense than they are. I mean, we do not expect the competition to fare out like this, where one team is leading the charge, but then there are the next 10 in queue fighting first to be second and then probably take over DRX. But the thing is, everything, all the banter aside, the first 3 games of the utmost important today. 1 Rondo, 2 Erangel, Necro. Who do you think can make a comeback, if anyone can, and try and challenge DRX?
Without a doubt, it's going to be K9 Esports. If you're talking about making a comeback, K9 Esports has to go massive on the map of Rondo. And yeah, I do believe that Indian teams on Rondo are going to do much better because Rondo requires firepower, and our teams deliver that every single time. We see them taking fights left, right, and center. And even yesterday, if you go back and look at the games, the other international teams, they were confused. They did not know where they were getting shot at from. They did not know where the push was coming from.
But hey, if you are talking about fights, that might be true. But in terms of survival instincts, I think we saw TrueRippers play under the radar. Even though they had good matches, they were consistent. And this one man was, well, he had a big responsibility for TrueRippers yesterday, which was getting those finishes. We have Hydro and his stats on our screens. Any thoughts from you guys?
I think TrueRippers were phenomenal, not just in Rondo throughout, in the sense that, yes, if not those chicken dinners, they were also very consistent. I think the only team that was actually trying to be consistent was TrueRippers from the Indian teams per se. And Hydro, he's been another player who's recently come into the scene. I think it's been a year or 2. Finally, he's getting his spotlight, and I think he's living up to it. But for TrueRippers to really thrive, you want all of the 3 assaulters to play together. Yesterday, we saw them execute some wild splits. That is where things went tumbling down.
I think you need KIO in his prime if you want to bounce back as TrueRippers.
Yeah, he just needs to wake up.
I mean, maybe that's one of the ways to look at it, but I do believe that TrueRippers is the most consistent Indian team right now. If you look at Nebula as well, they had that 119 finish game, and after that, Nebula just completely dropped the ball. We did not see Nebula replicate that same performance. And, well, if you speak of TrueRippers, they were consistently there, getting 7 to 8 points per game, and which means if TrueRippers maintains that same average, once again, they're going to be in the top 2 easily.
Exactly. I mean, we started this conversation yesterday. TrueRippers, DRX, both teams quite proficient in closing out their games, securing those chicken dinners. The big difference between the two sides is the level of aggression that we usually get to witness. And again, it comes down to, are the players feeling themselves? Are the players feeling comfortable in this lobby, just fragging out of their minds? Hydro might have kicked things off, but if KIO also starts to pick up on that momentum, anything can happen. But while all of these teams are the ones we are talking about because these were exceptional performances, one team has still maintained the standard they set for themselves. That is Team Seoul, sitting on the podium right now on the 3rd position. First half of the day, quite a mediocre performance. There was a chicken dinner as well that me and Necro were kind of happy about, but it was just a 15-point chicken dinner.
Yeah, just 5 elimination points from Seoul. That felt like a God's Reign chicken dinner, to be honest, all the way back in Showdown. It did not feel like it was a Seoul chicken dinner, but I feel like that was a great momentum setter for them.
But I think the chicken dinner that Seoul got, that was never supposed to be theirs. They showed composure. They showed discipline. I think they have improved aeons, if you can consider how they've been playing in Showdown to this.
Hey, but look at this massive crowds that's there in the arena right now, right behind us. And if you guys want to join us as well, and if you are in my city, ladies and gentlemen, Delhi, do make sure to drop by and say hi. This is where you're going to be passing by, so we can generally just wave at you. But there's a lot for you to enjoy, not just the action. There's beautiful things happening in front of stage as well. So do make sure you're here watching history in the making and the fight for the crown. But going back to Team Seoul, as you mentioned, wasn't really supposed to be their chicken dinner. They were patient, protected their numbers. But it will come down to that aggression fixtures, because even though we see DRX sitting at the top, they, I mean, as you mentioned at the start, 2 chicken dinners, that means 20 points. That means in the other 4 matches, they only got 10 placement points.
Which is still good if you look at it, right? They were still in the top 8, a majority of the games. They were getting those numbers up. And this is where all these teams have actually gotten enough time to prepare. Matches went over yesterday. They went back to the drawing board. They did their research. And yes, today we're going to see a different style of matches happening.
Yeah, but we do have a face-off on our screens. DRX versus Nebula Esports.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why Nebula Esports fell off in the stats is because the remaining games, they were not able to play that well. And DRX was consistent. Beat the first 3 games, beat the latter 3 games. DRX was able to get those consistent point flow. Even the finish aspect, just look at it. 44 finishes on the board. But if you look at the winner chicken dinners as well, DRX, they've got 2.
I mean, that knock to finish conversion is also quite epic. I mean, you see 41 knocks, 44 finishes. They were stealing finishes as well, but they also made sure at the same time that they pretty much, at least technically, got every single knock to finish conversion that they were able to. But another individual face-off, we have Legit going up against Nagon from REIGNITE.
Interesting. I mean, Legit as well, just able to rack up those 11 finishes. And if you remember yesterday, Seoul went frag heavy in one of the games. They had 10 finish points, if I'm not wrong, and Legit was the one who contributed quite a bit.
And not just that, I think for REIGNITE, they started off really well. If not getting those chicken dinners, they were looking quite explosive.
Yeah.
But towards those mid phases, we saw that slight dip off also in their performance. So even for REIGNITE, they know what needs to be done. And this is what I was talking about, right? Yesterday's rondo, none of the international teams played well. And it was just JPX who was trying to be consistent. That was pretty much it. But now they know the lay of the land. They know what the Indian teams are supposed to be doing. They will be prepared for those uncertain push, something that they won't be anticipating. So today, Indian teams and the international teams in rondo would be very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be exciting because everyone's going to be prepped today. The coaches have had their discussion. Everyone's figured out, all right, these were the mistakes we made. These are the fixes we need. Not you, but this is how we're going to try and fix our mistake as well.
And I guess another key point that we can really add on is that breaking that 23-point lead is possible on the map of Rondo easily. If one of our teams just goes insanely frag heavy, beat Nebula Esports, beat Seoul, they can easily break that lead and be extremely close or maybe just topple them over.
That is why the first 3 games are of the utmost importance. Winning the first 3 matches is very important to shut down DRX, try and topple them over. Otherwise, if DRX ends up securing even 1 chicken dinner, 15-point chicken dinner within the first 3 games, and basically capitalizing on their advantage, then it's going to be a tough catch-up game against them. It's going to be a cat and mouse chase where the mouse is just on, well, NOS.
And, you know, that's the thing, right? The first 2 games are going to be very, very important. If teams do not drop down on DRX, do not take them down early, because we know that this particular team does not refuse to die. And they always are very patient. So you have to have them in those unsettling positions so that you need to weed out all those points and then get a lot of points for yourself. So first 2 games, all the other teams, barring DRX, need to play well and DRX needs to play bad.
I want to talk to you guys about one thing, because it's day number 2. Necro also mentioned, I mean, he's been talking about K9 Esports, who are on the latter half of the leaderboard. Reject. Let's talk about them. This is the best team from Japan.
Strongest map rondo.
Yeah, of course. And if you look at the latter 3 games, Reject was slowly and steadily waking up, especially on the map in Miramar. Reject was getting enough time to think what they exactly wanted to do, and we saw those proper executions come through as well. So maybe now you can say the wind is in the sails, and maybe Reject can make the bounce back. But once again, back towards DRX and the conversation that we're having. If you look at DRX, right now they're literally playing a picture-perfect game. Be it the elimination aspect, be it the placement aspect, they're somehow extremely good at surviving and at the same time taking fights in a flawless manner.
Exactly. I mean, as as you say, taking fights in a flawless manner. That was put on display in the very first game yesterday when DRX took on the players of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah.
A 4v4 fight on the slope of the hill. 22 nades were lobbed on the players of Nongshim RedForce
Crazy.
within a matter of, I think it was like 9 seconds. They dropped 22 nades. And Nongshim RedForce basically ended up getting wiped out because of one thing that they did. I'm sorry to interrupt you. They called those covers.
Emergency drops,
Yeah, emergency drops. And that resulted in them just being choked in the same position and the nades just dropped on them. They had nowhere to go.
That was quite unfortunate, but we also need to understand that Rondo has been a relatively newer map into the
Yeah.
a competitive pool of not just BGMI but the International Battle
Yeah.
Royale as well. So yes, Reject does have that advantage. They have won in their region, but that's the thing, right? That's the word, their region.
Exactly
When the
my
moment you
point.
come to this lobby where you have got a lot of Indian teams actually trying to dictate the pace, that is where they were struggling. So I feel like the adaptations must have already been made. They know what needs to be done. They know that if they need to win the trophy, they will also have to win those fights. They need to take those early fights. You cannot delay it any longer, and that is what we are going to witness even today.
Simply put, I believe when it comes to firepower and gun power, our team's doing much better. But when it comes to staying tactical and staying strategic, their team's doing much better.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, perfect example for this is going to be DRX and Nongshim RedForce, especially in those
And even
Miramas.
Kia.
And Kia as well. Yeah, Dplus KIA. Dplus KIA, to be fair, we had a lot of expectations from them. We were hoping to see them start off strong right off the bat, but first 4 matches did not go their way at all.
But hey, what matters is a good position in the overall standings.
Yeah.
And they currently have it right in the top 6. But guys, what about God's Reign? We did not even talk about them once. God's Reign, it feels like they've just been completely sidelined.
Yeah, when you said God's Reign, did you say Destro has been practicing aggression? He wanted to play as a frontliner.
Yeah, and we saw
did
that
see
yesterday,
aggression.
right? That one game of the first game of Wrangle where they went after JPEX and Destro
Yeah.
just took down 2 players from a running vehicle. When did you last honestly see Destro doing that? So yes, he has improved individually. We saw those signs in those first few games. They were quite explosive. Yes, not those chicken dinners, but those finish points were coming. But I felt like they gassed out pretty early. They were getting challenged in the maps like Miramar. They were picking the wrong fights, and then suddenly, when you've got too much adrenaline in you, you tend to make those mistakes. That is what is happening with GDR, is what I feel.
I mean, along with that, there's been a little bit of tactical change in terms of rotation timings, especially on the map of Erangel as well, because very rarely do we see God's Reign try to move for the center super early within stage 1, stage 2. Usually they like to wait for stage 4, stage 5. Yesterday they were there in the center. They wanted to be a part of the action.
That's the adaptation God's Reigns came up with. When I had a conversation with Robin, the man mentioned one thing clearly. He said the moment the circle pops up, you will see one of the South Korean teams instantly in the advantageous spot. And that's where our Indian teams are lacking. That's why we do not really have a great surviving aspect. And that's why they take the cake when it comes to this tactical standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, moving in early gives you the advantage. One more game that kind of shows this was a game of Erangel where we saw God's Reign getting taken out by TrueRippers, the end game fight between DRX and Dplus KIA.
So the perfect example again to explain what he just said was that game of Wrangle where the circle went towards Primos. You
Exactly,
saw the
that's the
moment
game.
that hard shift happened, right? All the Indian teams in unison, they decided they wanted to push. Whilst the Koreans, barring DRX, who was already holding on to the Primos, we could see Dplus KIA, they were on the northeastern edges. They let all these teams fight it out amongst each other. So that was a trap they fell into, and this is something that our teams need to avoid. Otherwise, the South Koreans will really bounce back.
I mean, a lot of speculation now. A heavy discussion about what to expect from these warriors sitting on stage. My man from MTR, do not yawn. The match number 1 is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, it is day number 2. Once again, we are going to head to the newest map in BGMI, the map of Rondo. Day 2 BMIC. It's time to kick off the action.
It's time to begin the day of comebacks on the map of Rondo as the plane flight path this time starts all the way from Meirod towards Fongtun. Now this plane flight path once again does seem quite balanced. Unless the teams want to move on towards Ryan and Nachuan, then that's going to be a tough one.
It certainly will be. All these players ready, riled up. The first game of the evening. And this time it's a single flight path trajectory. Yesterday we saw 2 flight path trajectories, so that was a little bit of a change. I want to see what other changes. Do we have anything in those drop locations? Neo X Factory, we had to drop collisions. There are also tendencies for teams like Orangutan, K9 to drop down, take those early fights, and then go for those recalls, those 3-1 splits. But we have also seen, Necro, that there are certain teams that like to drop down together, have that extra man advantage whilst engaging in fights.
A lot of teams dropping down in Neox Factory, and to be honest, Reject as well is going to be the one to contribute to the chaos. Usually Neox Factory is going to be that hotspot on the map of Rondo. You also do see REIGNITE taking a bit of that late exit, do not really want to be a part of the early game, which means a slow start for them. OG as well, dropping right on top of the players of CAG, and Madkings, they kick things off against DRX. But hey, you've already got DRX firing back on all cylinders as Shadow falls down as well. It's not looking too good for Madkings either, but even DRX, the trades that are happening, it's really helping him out. A lot of shots went from Madkings, and this will be something that might just punish him, but eventually, Clutch God, he fires back as he shuts down another man. DRX, they might just be in shambles.
This is lovely stuff coming in from Madkings, and they do it once again. But this time, Reject, they're also in the vicinity. They decide to fight back, and Madkings, they have their contingency set. Somebody in the corner will be triggering that revive. As for now, of course, prone down, and suddenly he's also going to be back on his feet. But K9 and iQOO Soul engaging against each other, and the wild card, in fact, Joker, he's being dealt with. So K9, they're also off to a good start, but can't say the same for Team Soul. But yeah, the revives are definitely there.
Yeah, the recalls, that's going to help the boys. But for K9 Esports, this one elimination point might just be the confidence booster and the momentum setter they need on the map of Rondo. We talked about K9 possessing so much firepower. Yesterday, they did not exactly showcase that, but today, it might just be the day. REIGNITE against the players of TrueRippers. Yesterday, they were truly consistent, but today, they need to rip them apart. Utilities tossed out. Taiki still the man safe, but now it's getting pushed on by the entirety of TrueRippers, and this is where the man might just be overwhelmed. Runs out of bullets in the magazine, and TrueRippers, they strike, but an instant trade does come through as well. So that's going to be a bit of that halt in the aggression.
Indeed, Nagon, he's the one who's got that knock. He's a little far off the fray. Kyulamau still down on his knees and miss. Almost got taken down over there. Harsh holding that tight angle, trying to thread that needle. Miss still prone down. Harsh does have that one grenade to work out. But then again, Nagon constantly switching places, and TrueRippers always in thinking of what REIGNITE is about to do next.
Even CAG's kick-starting things. Already finding one of the knocks. And OG, even they're here to get the revenge. I don't think he's knocked out for them. He's got an AKOP, the two MVPs next to each other. AKOP, the man chipped up quite a bit, and that Molotov, it's going to be perfect. Tossed right on the mark, and WizGod, he's got no other option than to make that pounce, and even he gets shut down. CAG, what a picture, perfect, flawless execution. And OG, the 3 players are down, but Auru is still all the way back on the station. But hold on, Madkings. Oh boy, they're getting shut down as well.
That was a slap on the face. Did you see Yunbin's HP? I could not see one. But now, still he's alive, and now he's patched himself up. But Apollo, was that a mistake?
No, he just gives it away.
Seems like he's fallen down, and he just... Was it intentional?
I'm not sure. That's actually a really good question. I'm not exactly sure why Madkings did that. Maybe just to deny the point, but yeah, for DRX as well, they're going to put net to Reject's story as well. What's going on? So many teams actually fallen apart early on.
And the cause of concern is that DRX are doing pretty well. Not really exhausting a lot of their recalls, but Hyunbin, he's finally being dealt with, but should not be a cause of concern, Necro. He's going to get recalled back once again, and DRX, they made the best of that first innings of Rondo, where they've got 5 finishes. Something similar cannot be said for Orangutan, because yesterday, in a contrasting play, they actually had a good start. But for MTR, we also know this team, they've been quite aggressive. It's all about trying to be consistent today. So far, in a fight against JPX, Crazy, 6-star playing together, and Sporta, he's also going to join the fray. Pine and Ibo Saikyo, a different angle, while Itsuku, he's tanking all the damage.
Still nothing critical happening yet. Bit of a slow start to the fight. Both the teams, they seem good and dandy. But yeah, I'm still not able to wrap my head around on what exactly happened to Madkings. Did they burn through all the recalls? Did they use all of it? That's my question.
I guess so, because the moment Apollo got finished off, or maybe they had recalls and Apollo was in a very tough spot. But whatever the case is, now JPX, they are indeed pressing matters. They're trying to encircle around iQOO. And at this point, if MTR do not find any means of escape, things might look really sketchy for them, as Pine, his position compromised. Porta knows exactly where he is. And he's got his guns ready. Just trying to traverse around Crazy, completely unaware. And Pine, he goes for those shots, but eventually it's going to be his opponent, Crazy, who delivers, who gets that knock. And MTR, suddenly, you could see these chinks in these armors opening up. And iQOO, Soul, and K9 have a different fight of their own.
Once again, they try to get the revenge, but back towards this fight has JP. Yeah, they're done with playing it patiently. Now they just want to make that push. Pushing aggressively against FDR. Maybe that might just be the way to try and stop them. Oh no, he's stepping into the crosshairs off the foes. A big mistake it might just be. JP, they're whiffing a lot of shots. A second chance to life was given by FDR, but maybe the capitalization, it wasn't there yet. But as of now, even for FDR, it seems like they're in hot water. It's not looking good for either of these teams. The man from the top, he wanted to get the confirmation. You can see the players of JP just wanting to farm the off angles, but eventually FDR, they mess up big. Second match down as well, Crazy. He's able to find that pick. And now the confirmation should follow up as well. It's such an awkward fight. It's been going on for such a long time as well.
Ooh, JPX still getting enough done, but look at the part of Prey. Even Dplus KIA trying to close it, but Crazy. What a 180, what that was. Instantly gets a third. He's been doing majority of the heavy lifting for his team, and even for MTR, left with no other options but to get those recalls done. But Crazy, what amazing plays coming in from this young lad from South Korea. As Jecheon PhalanX, yesterday we saw they were quite consistent throughout those first 3 games, making it to the podiums. But today, they have that explosiveness in them also.
Just one guy shutting down 3 players of MTR. That was heroic. Straight up a highlight play.
Indeed.
But yeah, even for K9 Esports facing off against Seoul, that's proven out to be a nightmare. And Seoul, luckily enough, they were able to get the recalls in, so everyone's on a good track now.
Indeed, and we didn't talk about how quickly all these fights happen. We barely got time to talk about the circle, even Mysterious4, Nebula locking horns against each other. This time we have a circle towards the western side, with Dplus KIA already having the center to themselves. Nebula also in a promising position. Mysterious4 will have the favor this time around. Yesterday we saw this team from the Indian region did mark their run with a chicken dinner in Rondo. It seems like they've got their preps right. And even for GDR, making a quick entry the moment the hard shift happened. But look at this, despite TrueRippers taking on Reject. Divine had no idea what just happened as Harsh. That was a knock and a half, but Kiolamau, he's in a really tricky position.
Yeah, the players are TrueRippers out in the open, and they're getting absolutely shredded by Reject. Apollo is able to find those knocks, and now TrueRippers. Those 2 players, they're not going to stand a single chance. But I hope TrueRippers do have the recall so they can squeeze those in as soon as possible, and that's what they exactly do. Kyo, Hirsch, Hydro back on track.
Yeah, back on their feet, and now they really need to get some quick loot done and now make their way inside the circle. The only life they had, they do not have it anymore. The luxury is gone. And even for Orangutan, you could see them off to having such a rocky start. Need to redeem some points around the northern edges. Even Nongshim RedForce, iQOO, Soul, K9, all of them will flood in eventually. And that is where we could see some battle happening around the northern areas. Nakul, however, from Team Soul, he's done majority of the hard lifting, and same goes for Nongshim. So individually sending scouts to secure those positions, whilst the others will soon follow track.
Still a huge wave of vehicles moving inside of the circle. We had a conversation about how Reject is one of the best teams on the map of Rondo in their own region. But as of now, down a man. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to be helping them. I hope they've got the recalls. Maybe they can squeeze in one of the recalls instantly. And yes, they do. Divine's back up. So Reject now 4-man strong squad. And yes, they also did loot the death crates, my bad, of TrueRippers. So once again, the players are going to be back on track.
Oh, what's really concerning is Mysterious4 though, because CAG OSAKA, they're on their tails, and there you have it, Garnet. He's going to open things up. Danger Man Omega from Mysterious4 getting dealt with. Snowjot, the MVP of the showdown, the Grand Finals MVP, he decides to respond back. But Garnet, I'm pretty sure the revival might come in. But at the same time, CAG OSAKA, they will have to exercise extreme caution, given the fact that Snowjot could be a potential threat, even Hero closing in on the distance. All right, Garnet, that's a loss that CAG OSAKA will have to deal with, but Hero, he needs to be quick, he needs to be agile, he needs to get the hell out of there.
And that's what he's doing. Just backing away with that vehicle. Does not want to be part of the scuffle at all. Mysterious4. Still, though, constantly taking those shots, poking the opponents. The next zone shift is going to be extremely important. That's DK that found themselves in this max center. They've also got the prime spot to play with. DRX once again in a strong spot. Nebula, though, being graced by the zone. They've also got a solid cover to play with. And even the circle is right on top of the Mysterious4 as well. They've got a commanding spot.
They indeed do have a commanding spot. They just need to make the most out of it. Same play they tried to execute yesterday. But for Team Soul, legit, he's all out on himself at this point. CAG OSAKA on one side, Nebula on the other. Whilst legit, he has to find some ground, and Nomi, I think he sensed him. He's got a whiff. I'm pretty sure Nebula Esports will start racking up finishes.
They probably will. As of now, though, Nebula, they've got 0 so far. It's not the idealistic start for Nebula, but they've realized one thing. It's better to play passive when you know you've got the advantage anyways, and what a catch that was. Nomi draws a finish, and that's going to be the confidence booster. Nebula with 1 finish point on the block, but he can still look at the players of DRX. They've already accumulated 5. And yeah, the lead, it's constantly extending.
That is what is concerning. When you look at the grand scheme of things, DRX, they're getting away with everything. They had 2 teams dropping down on them, and they still walked away with 5 finishes. They still have all their players alive, are in a really dominant position. This is where teams had to tip them off, and they failed. So even teams right from the 2nd till the 16th, they haven't done much, if you ask me, because DRX, they haven't been challenged yet. The only challenge that came, they were better to survive that. But for K9 Esports, we have seen them the early game. They were taking a fight against Team iQOO Seoul. Did manage to retrieve their couple of players. But even for OG, having taken down pretty early when they lost their lives, now you could see scarcity of the loot has been avoided. At least they've got some loot to work with. But now they will have to settle with playing from the edges.
I think Omega ran out of fuel.
Did he?
And that's why the man got out of vehicle and now is running. At least the remaining teammates, they've got the vehicles to play with, so someone can scoop up Omega. And K9 Esports can be back on track. But as of now for OG, the position they've got still on the edges. OG's taking their sweet little time to know exactly what's going on inside of the circle. And K9 Esports, though, at least as of now, they've got a decent spot to play with.
Orangutan, I think they've changed their ways. Instantly adapting, realizing let the teams pass, let the teams fight it out. I think they could slow down on the finishes maybe. Just focus on teams taking down each other, or maybe be opportunistic. Maybe be on the lookout for DRX. The moment you see them on the finish feed, just go hunting them down. That's the exact same thing Orangutan did against Dplus KIA yesterday. They were not prepared for the fight, and if OG can replicate something similar, that would be amazing. But for now, Dplus KIA, they also find themselves in those central positions.
Wow.
But CAG OSAKA right at the epicenter. But then again, DRX, now they will have to make a move. Dplus KIA right next to them. And Nebula, I feel like Necro, if they can get at least a player down, then maybe DRX, they might feel unsettled.
DRX is so fierce. Not even scared of who's going to beat her in the compounds. Directly making a straight up pounce. And there we go. The first man of DRX is down. Sometimes overconfidence, it can be punished, and that's what Nebula says. But as of now for OG, they're taking a fight against K9. And 2 boys of K9 are already down. It's not looking too good for them. K9, this is supposed to be a comeback game, but oh no, they already start things off with a big blunder. Utilities tossed out from AKOB, wants to get the confirmation, and there we go. Eventually, those 2 elimination points will be scooped in. K9 Esports off to a bad start.
But even same goes for Orangutan. Losing out on Aru over here, but a beautiful spread nonetheless. Being shown, of course, it's going to be an emergency situation here. They need to get Aru back. They need to get inside the circle, hold on to a good position. Whilst K9, they've cut on their losses, Beast and Slug. They'll have to piece this one together. Not a lot of finishes, not a good start for K9 once again. Whilst DRX did take that casualty, but still, the 3 men strong right now.
Reject. Utilities being lobbed out towards TrueRippers. And TrueRippers, since the players are quite softened up, this one's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Still trying to play around the edges, get the revival up on the player. They're trying to keep themselves as calm, cool, collected as possible. And looking at the players of Reject, at least as of now, no harm upon them. Everyone seems like they're in a good mood. They've got a decent split that they're playing with. Divine holding back lines, while the remaining players there in the front lines taking care of it as well.
We also did see Sarah getting 3 finishes, and it's his birthday today. So for all the new viewers, could of course wish him there. But for Reject, having spotted the players of TrueRippers, just trying to take a couple of pot shots, few connecting, few just alarming. At the same time, Jecheon PhalanX, they're in a little bit of a situation here. Hollywood down to his last HP. He's also been dealt with in Nongshim RedForce again. The first day they were trying to get a taste of the lobby, and now they're suddenly starting to get aggressive, but Sixter has been pushed upon by Benny. And that's the end for JPX.
Just like that, Nongshim putting that nail in the coffin, and JPX out with just 4 elimination points. That's not going to do anything for them in the overall standings. JPX is constantly dropping down position in the overall board. Yesterday, they started things off in such a consistent note, but now JPX is dropping down. And since we've already reached the end of Stage 4, even the recall towers have been disabled. But as of now for Nongshim, they just want to find a good spot to play with. They just want to find a good spot they can pit stop it. And there we go. They're going to find that pit stop right in the home of God's Rain. And Neo is already taken down. Oh, it's not a good start for God's Rain. Now the fight's taken down with 3 on 4. God's Rain with a man disadvantage. They've got the shotgun for a blows and personal combats. And what a shutdown that was from Destro. Puts the man to sleep, and God's Rain, they're trying their best to bounce back, but their best seems, it's like it's not enough.
God's Rain really need to step up, put the pedal to the metal. Enough losses, but Destro and Delta, the 2 Destruction brothers, need to work this one out. TZ, XZY right in front of them. TZ, he is going to be really interesting in this particular situation because his position, which was uncompromised. And there you go, even Delta eventually falling prey as Nongshim RedForce devours God's Rain. This team has been off to a very explosive start. And look at this, 10 finishes secured already with still 2 players alive.
MTR, oh, look at this guy. Pulling off the shenanigans. Knuckles taking the damage from the blue. He needs to be a little bit quick. Knuckles messing up the fight, but eventually Goblin. Oh my god! He whiffs a big time. And eventually Soul, they still overwhelmed the guy, but oh man, that whiff. That's gotta sting.
That indeed will. But even, on the brighter side of things, that team iQOO, they still have 3 finishes to their name. Will get Goblin back up to his feet, and that was a very narrow escape. But right next, the moment they enter inside the circle, they might be met with a couple of the other teams. In fact, they're well aware of Reggie. And if you know, Reggie has been such a promising player from the Japanese region. The MVP has a lot of individual accolades. For now, he's put Choker in a really tight situation, especially iQOO. They're on the lower grounds, and they need to do something about it.
DRX, the position they've got. We did see them lose out on one of the players, but Nebula Esports is going to be the biggest threat. From the back, there's K9 Esports and OG moving in tandem. And for OG, now Nebula is going to be a threat. OG slowly and steadily walking in, knocking on the doors. But they also need to make sure that they're not going to fall into a trap. OG's in a bad spot if you look at it. Nebula, all they need to do is just hold it down. But the moment a fight happens between these two, DRX will instantly third party.
Yeah, that's the situation, right? But again, all these teams rivals inside the lobby, barring the nationalities, as Team iQOO trying to make some proactive movements. But Sarah and Apollo have a really nice angle, And seems like iQOO Soul are unaware of that intervention as two grenades in tandem go towards Knuckle. Somehow survives the barrage, but then eventually it's going to be Sara
Oh my
who gets
God.
the first knock. And even Goblin, he takes a fall as well. The birthday boy is singing songs of death and destruction. As for iQOO Soul, they need a hero, they need a messiah.
Soul in a spot that's quite uncomfortable. It was an uphill battle for them. And that's why they're losing out on so many men. And now legit the only person standing to try and keep the flag high. But he's getting overwhelmed. The man does not have a lot of HP and eventually legit gets shut down. He could not do a lot in that given spot. Joker is still standing, but it's better to keep that social distance. The moment he closes up, even Joker will be shut down. It's an uphill battle, tough to convert. And that's what Joker's realized.
Yeah, but look at Orangutan. They're starting to take a fight or showing intentions or maybe just clearing out compounds. Adi, he's not trying to move. He's not trying to budge. AKOP completely unaware. But now, seems like he knows. AK knows that somebody is above him there. He's got a lot of utilities to also work with. And Aru needs to be careful as well. Or maybe they do not. Oh no. This could be a big blunder if Orangutan do not check the compounds above. But I think Aru knows now.
They know,
Surely
they know. The man from Nebula was making a lot of footsteps. There he goes, constantly moving. So they definitely know there's someone right on top. This nade, oh, that's going to find a knock for sure. But Adi realizes it as well. The pin was pulled, and Aru is not tossing the nade yet. Kratos, he needs to maintain the distance, closes the door on top of the nade, so it was not able to find any sort of success. But look at OG. They've already got the high ground on top of the roof. OG's taken over this building. But Nebula, they still possess a lot of threat. There's also DRX in the close proximity, so even DRX can play the spoiler. Not a lot of places OG can go. They're not too free. And Nebula Esports, they've got all the 4 players still standing. So for OG, they also need to be a little bit careful off the surrounding grounds. And there we go. Nebula, they already kickstart things in the fight as the first knock in the confirmation's found.
And this is not looking good for Orangutan, but for Nebula, it was much needed. Players Cup somehow a little bit apart from each other. And Adi, Kratos working out together. Whilst the others, I think they're on the other side. Both these teams, albeit, that will have to get inside the circle, still will have to make a move. And that is what DRX is really waiting for. And OG slyly trying to escape, and Kratos, he knows he's got them in the bag. Maybe a Molotov, maybe trying to flush them out. As for Kratos, he's going to make another move. So Nebula, so far, they've made the right calls. Even Nomi, he's got a different angle to play along with Phoenix and Kratos. That was some nice parkour. Surely OG should not be anticipating that.
Oh, but OG now definitely knows. They've heard those footsteps. They know there's someone right on top of their building. The Blues on the move as well, so Nebula and OG, they need to wrap this fight up as soon as possible. DRX being nearby, even CAG right there in the front. They cannot afford to keep on elongating this fight. They need to end it right here, right now. Someone needs to make that push. OG's not going to be the one to do it because they just don't have enough confidence.
And
they do not have enough
also.
men.
Yeah. Look at this. The floor is almost lava. And they're somehow surviving. Atanki is going to use up all his meds over there. Those emergency covers have also been deployed. And it's going to be Mysterious4. So they're really using it. Even Hero down on his knees. Reignite. They've got a slight high ground advantage over there. Reject also closing in through. But now Adi, he's going to make another mischievous move. Nebula, they're there providing cover as Kratos. He goes big. Once again, Atanki, he's been dealt with. The last that remains from Orangutan will be the magical man himself, AKOP. Surely has to conjure something out of here, and he does. Eventually gets a knock, but instantly traded. That shall mark the end for Orangutan.
Yeah, but Adi, is the man going to be revivable? I guess he will be. He was knocked out right in front of the Blues, so luckily enough, they will have enough time to squeeze that revive in. Nebula, once again, a 4-man strong squad, and as long as Nebula's got all the 4 players standing, there's a big chance they will be the one to steal the cake. There's still Slug alive from K9 Esports, and this man could have been a big threat too, but instead, he gets wrapped up in a sheet as well. Slug did not even stand a chance, poor guy.
Yeah, again, another bad start for K9. Inside Rondo hasn't really worked out for them, and this time around, Mysterious4 really getting challenged. were trying to contend for a better position, but REIGNITE, look at those dips that they're playing around. And they know that Mysterious4 will have to eventually somehow come in, but REIGNITE also have to make a move inside the circle. However, the good news is that the circle is just next to them. Reject playing from the edges. Even Dplus KIA, they have been silent so far, but not anymore. Nobu and Chips, they team up together and get Bunny out of commission. As for Nebula, Phoenix, Nomi, they will be trying to get inside the zone, but Joker trying to make the most of the situation and in fact has found a big fish in the ocean. It's going to be Jecheon who's been taken down, and now Nebula could be next on his hit list.
Reject, they're not going to feel too good after that one. The big man, the main man for Reject's not there in the game anymore. Someone who they rely on so much. But still, Joker, he cannot be lackluster. He needs to be careful of the backlines because now his position's compromised. Nebula as well, making those slow and steady moves. But Nebula is still confused. Where do they exactly want to go? All the players playing in tandem. Nebula does not know what's going on around them as Dplus, even they're taking a fight against REIGNITE. REIGNITE's out in the open and Osal, this nade, it's probably going to land on Mark. Cooked to perfection, does a lot of damage, but just shoots a little bit in the back. But this one, it might just be on the mark. Even a little bit of damage is going to get the confirmation, but no, instead, it's maybe someone from his own team who got that elimination.
And there you have it. REIGNITE, they're out of the game. And for Nebula Esports, 6 finishes. Kratos down on his knees. So far, he's been the hero for his team. Even Nomi, some individual plays over there, but DRX, they refuse to bow. As Joker, he's been a wildcard, but now his position has been compromised. He's out in the open. Reject from one side. Nebula could be exposing them from the other, but Kratos, he finds another opening there. And Reject at high ground suddenly becomes a disadvantage for them, but so easy. Shots fired against Phoenix and out in the open, and that's a mistake. And DRX will chew their limbs off. As DRX, they again increase their tally to 8 finishes currently.
You give them a chance, they will not let it go like that. DRX, confidence oozing out. It's like they can feel it coursing through the veins. They've already got so many elimination points, and now all they need to do is survive till the top 3 to top it off. CAG still in the smack center, letting all the other teams duke it out amongst themselves. Even Dplus KIA, they took down Reject a while ago. And to be honest, not Reject, REIGNITE. Reject's still alive, but they've just lost on a man. He's knocked out.
You can see those emergency covers being deployed. Look at how smart the players are. They know what needs to be done. Sarah trying to make a move inside the zone. Shots fired, but Sheshe, he's been taken down, and Joker, he's doing this once again. Always the wild card, always an ace up the sleeves. And now he delivers when it mattered the most, and now against Naoto. That's going to be too much for him to handle. As Sarah, he's going to get his finish confirmed. Now iQOO Soul bow out valiantly with 5 finishes in the bag.
Still the average point reached, and that's what Soul wanted. Just keep on getting 7 to 8 points per game, and that's going to keep you around the top. DRX, somehow one man is still surviving, but the moment I say so, CAG, they put an end to this fairy tale of DRX. That nade was well placed, and DRX, they still bow out with 9 finishes, fixes. That's more than enough points.
And look at this. This time the top 3 is a complete international lobby here. We have teams from Japan, we have teams from South Korea. So surely they've worked on, the homework is there, and it's visible. Absolute domination in the international waters. Dplus KIA, 7 finishes, quite disciplined. CAG OSAKA, very well executed fights, taking down foes like Orangutan in the early phases of the game and then moving on, increasing their tally. As for now, CAG, they are surrounded. Sheep, he has to conjure something special there, and it's going to be Mattoon. Gets a knock onto his chips, and Hosal still trying to find an answer for that.
Yeah, now the international teams are doing really good. Day 1, they were just testing the waters, no one getting to know the Indian teams. And now they start to bounce back. CAG, it's a bit of a back and forth fight that's going on, but Dplus still, things can be turned, and now they've got the man advantage. One last man standing for CAG, and even he gets dealt with. Dplus KIA, what a way to kick things off. They were already there on the 6th spot in the overall standings, but now after this chicken dinner, Dplus KIA, they might just move up to the 2nd.
I mean, that is going to be expected. It was a phenomenal performance to kick things off on Rondo. Dplus KIA, that impressive winner, chicken dinner claimed by them. But there are a lot of names that we need to talk about. Very, very important fights for the leaderboard happened in this game one itself. You talk about Nebula, DRX, OG trying to bounce back, taking on Nebula Esports, but resulting in them slowing down at the edge of the blue.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate for OG, and it all began with them getting taken down initially from CAG Osaka.
Yeah.
So they had to completely change their game plans. And the circle, that was also making those really weird shifts, those curveballs one after the other. And towards the end, that was incoming for OG. Even if they had survived, we know that there were other teams waiting for them.
Yeah.
But for CAG Osaka and for Dplus KIA, these teams were very patient once again. And this is something that you and I, we were all discussing together. DRX, somebody needs to stop then, and yet they made it inside the top 4.
9 finishes in the top 5. What else do you want? They've already got so many points.
I mean, they do have a lot of points. The lead just went up. It was 26 points when we started off the day, right?
23.
23. Well, it was 26 when they took out Nebula Esports, and that was without the placement points. Now the placement points are going to be added. Once we have a look at the overall leaderboard, we're going to know. But it is going to be interesting to see what the difference is like, because when Seoul was still surviving in the game, we all expected them to actually do well. Maybe just finish in the top 2. Hopefully Dplus KIA could have been taken out and Seoul could have actually gotten closer to Nebula Esports, maybe inching closer to the players of DRX, but now that is just going to be a dream that has been shattered.
So yeah, speaking of Seoul, that could have been way worse. At least they got the average points, right? 7 to 8 points per game, that's what we talked about. And Seoul, they achieved that average point.
But after this match, man, we need to catch our breath because that was intense. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, the action continues, but on the other side of this break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Well, day 2 always being touted as the day of comebacks, and we did see comebacks. but from the international teams. And we've got also an international caster with us, Mr. IC Baby, alongside Mr. California himself, Necro. So, yeah, 2 international peeps, and I guess I'm the only one depressed right now.
I mean, hey, you're not the only person, right? Yesterday we celebrated so much. We were so happy that the Indian teams are doing good. But now look at the day 2. Somewhere down line, I had a feeling about this one, and this is exactly what's happening.
You know, it's all about adaptations, right? Like, and I feel like right now the Japanese teams, as well as and also the South Korean teams, really did their homework. It's very apparent. We saw how CAG Osaka has been moving, taking actions as well. Even for DRX, Dplus KIA, we've seen moments like this where, oh, we know they're doing something on the macro gameplay, but how are they doing this? It's going to be a completely separate matter here. And all this unseen variable, especially that things are happening on the map, is the reason why they're doing so well. And another team that really stood out as well was actually Nongshim RedForce. Yes, they were taken out rather early, but they were one of the international teams that got a very high volume of finishes that game.
Yeah, I think the last we saw, they already had registered 10 plus finishes and a very nice bounce back, considering the Japanese teams, the South Korean teams did not have a good time yesterday in the map of Rondo, where the Indians prevailed supreme. But today, it was a complete flipping storyline that was going on. But the MVP could be an Indian, could be a South Korean, could be maybe a Japanese player. The birthday boy himself, in fact, Sarah, with 8 finishes. IC and Necro. In fact, Necro, what is this birthday buff? Yesterday was your birthday, and you did not do anything special.
Listen, you asked me at the start of the day who's going to make a comeback. I mentioned Reject as well. And there we go. 8 finishes from the man himself, Sarah. Yeah, Reggie was not able to get a lot done, but hey, Sarah woke up at the right time. And yeah, you asked me for a party of my birthday. Listen, Fixes, I'm broke, all right? I can't afford anything right now.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
mean,
But
yeah, sure.
all things considered here, let's talk about the top 5 players of that match as well. We saw moments of brilliance coming from Kratos in Nebula, especially in that city-urban warfare. But again, you know, in that city-urban warfare, anything could have happened. We saw this skirmish between Nebula and OG, which was kind of awkward, but at the same time, it prolonged to a point that they just could not rack up those points. But meanwhile, that's the city fights. Everybody else on outside here, guess what? We have a surprise entry into the top 2 here. Dplus KIA in this one game and the chicken dinner propels themselves into the top 2. Wow, what a big leap here.
Yeah, even for Nongshim RedForce, they've made a bounce, and we can see, you know, Orangutan, the champions of Showdown, they're at the 15th, K9, also the runners-up, they're at the 14th. I do not know what's really going on, but this is where, you know, I would seek your expertise. I see you being from Malaysia, you know how the culture is around South Korea, Japan. What happened in just one night where the Japanese and the South Koreans improved so much? And since you've been also a half Indian, he's been here throughout the year, where did Indians go wrong?
So it was very apparent based on yesterday's, right? Like, this is a lobby that nobody has experienced when it comes to playing it, right? So I would argue that day 1 itself, it really felt like an Indian lobby. Whereas day 2, even at the end of the day, I was able to make a prediction that's saying that, hey, today is going to be a little bit different. They have adapted, they have learned their ways. You can see the Korean teams and also the Japanese teams was adapting to rotations, macro gameplays, when to be aggressive, when to try and punish all these small little mistakes. And all these small changes has pretty much add up in this game in general. So Rondo, I've already predicted that the international teams are going to do well, just because they have more experience in terms of map frequency in that map. So now the biggest test is in the map variant guild, will they hold up against the Indian teams as well as the Japanese teams?
And where's the answer, Necro, to that? How do Indians team bounce back?
I feel like aggression. The moment you start playing a little bit passive, the moment you start giving them the room for error, they will make sure that they're capitalizing a lot on your errors. And I feel like Indian teams, the only way they can stop them is just catch them off guard. Because when it comes to throwing this tactical standpoint, when it comes to playing from a complete strategic standpoint, our teams are not going to meet the mark. The only way they can is by taking the fight.
Yeah, indeed, they are doing Dplus KIA with that chicken dinner. And now over to Rohit, who's got some juicy, spicy questions for him.
And with me is one of South Korea's finest BGMI teams. We have Dplus KIA with me. And first of all, I would like to ask Fabian, who's the IGL. So we have Tabish here with me, who is going to interpret the conversation from Korean to Hindi or English. So Fabian से मैं सबसे पहले ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि one of the finest teams है Dplus KIA. लेकिन 6 गेम्स का इंतजार करना पड़ा। पहले दिन एक भी चिकन डिनर हाथ नहीं लगा, लेकिन डे 2 की शुरुआत बहुत ही बेहतरीन से हुई है। सो व्हाट वर द मिस्टेक्स दैट दे लर्नड हाइलाइटेड ऑन डे 1 जो इस बार करेक्ट करके आए हैं डे 2 के लिए?
Dplus KIA는 세계에서 가장 잘하는 팀 중 하나인데 하지만 어제는 다 잘하지 않았잖아요. 그 어떤 부분이 거쳐서 오늘 잘했습니까?
뭐 특별하게 했다기보다는 어제 했던 실수들이 지금 첫 경기에는 딱히 안 나온 것 같습니다.
ये कह रहे हैं कि कल जो हमसे गलती हुई थी हमने उस पर काफ़ी काम किया और आगे ऐसी गलतियां हम नहीं करने वाले।
ओके, तो ये गलतियां जो हैं शायद वो हाईलाइट हो चुके हैं। सो आज के दिन क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं Dplus KIA से? 5 और गेम्स बचती हैं फॉर डे 2, सो व्हाट आर यू एक्सपेक्टिंग?
앞으로는 또 오늘 경기에서 더 치킨 먹는 마음입니까?
근데 뭐 당연히 치킨을 계속 먹으면 좋을 것 같고 오늘은 좀 실수 없이 잘 마무리했으면 좋겠습니다.
ये बोल रहे हैं कि अभी तो हमें और चिकन खाना है और अभी जितने भी गेम्स बचे हैं उसमें हम बिना किसी मिस्टेक के टॉप पे आने वाले हैं।
ऑलराइट, काफी कॉन्फिडेंट हैं इस समय। एंड ओसाल से मैं जानना चाहता हूँ, ऑफ कोर्स वी हैव सीन ओसाल इन द INKR एज वेल 2 years ago। एंड ओसाल से मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि इस समय 2025 में इस लॉबी में टफेस्ट कंपटीशन Dplus KIA किसको मानती है?
지금 이 대회에서 인도 팀들 중에 제일 도전할 수 있는 인도 팀이 누구입니까?
사실 모든 인도 팀들이 지금 잘 하고 있다고 생각을 해서 하나를 찝을 수 없는 것 같습니다.
ये बोल रहे हैं कि इंडियन टीम्स में तो सभी अच्छा कर रहे हैं, उसमें से एक किसी को चूज करना तो काफी मुश्किल होगा मेरे लिए।
ऑलराइट, लेकिन इन्होंने अपनी जो दिक्कतें हैं, अपनी जो कमियां हैं उनको भर दी हैं, उनको सॉर्ट आउट कर दिए हैं एंड इस समय काफी कॉन्फिडेंट लग रही है Dplus KIA। एंड कास्टर्स इसके बारे में क्या सोचते हैं ये जानते हैं कास्टर्स से ही। सो लेट्स हेड बैक टू द कास्टर्स डेस्क।
Oh my god, that's so typical Dplus KIA, holding back on all the answers, not spilling any beans at all, I see. And at this point, you know, I think the South Koreans are starting to take over. But what has happened to the big names? Where is Orangutan? Where is K9, Necro?
I mean, look, at the end of yesterday's day, there were 3 Indian teams in the top 5, and now there's 3 South Korean teams in the top 5. So yeah, that's how the tables have flipped. And yeah, you asked me, where's K9 Esports? Still down at the bottom, searching for a comeback.
Yeah, at the same time as well, Reject also did really, really well. With that performance in this Rondo map, they have started to put themselves in towards the top 8. So I would say, when it comes to the fight for the trophy, Reject, Dplus KIA still has a very, very decent shot. But that is only provided that DRX gets taken down.
Well, things are looking quite murky for the Indian teams, but can they bounce back, or will it be the international teams, Japan and South Korea, taking on Erangel to cover all of that? Gentlemen, it is your time. Take it away. All right, seems like there's something going on. Indeed, and I think we are just about to begin. And now once again, the queue is there. Gentlemen, take it away.
The big bird is in the sky once again for the second time, but this time on a different map. As Erangel boots up, the plane flat path begins all the way from Gatka towards Kameshki. Now, if you do want to move all the way down south towards the Snoka military base, that's going to be a tough stretch, which means for God's Raid, it's time to adapt on the fly.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation as well. Rondo, it is a hit and miss. Yesterday, my prediction was that international teams were going to do well, but Mysterious4 was able to clutch things big time in day 1 itself here for the BMIC. But day 2, things have taken a little bit of a plot twist here, as the international teams with so much vast experience here, especially from the elites themselves. And I'm talking about DRX, I'm talking about Dplus KIA, I'm talking about Nongshim, I'm talking about Reject, that has started to have some flair here in day 2. And we talk about comebacks again. What's at stake? Number 1 and number 2, nothing else, because that's where the Global Championship ticket is going to be available. In this case, DRX, they really, really need to hold on here. And of course, when we look about teams that may look to try and take them down, are we going to see a potential drop clash in Erangel? Because yesterday, the entirety of Erangel has been very, very passive. But look at the circle here, Necro. It seems
Similar.
well, it looks simple, but it looks kind of similar to the yesterday's Primos circle. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the circle directly hard trade for the Primos once more.
I don't think that's going to be happening. Maybe towards Crore, there's a big chance. But I don't think the circle's going to move all the way down south towards Primorx. If it does, well then for Reignite, that's going to be a date with Destiny. Dplus KIA once again starting things off all the way towards school and the school apartments. You've got OG towards Raza, K9 Esports, all the way around Severny. I really want to see what sort of a game plan Seoul's going to come up with.
Exactly, but at the same time, so the furthest away from the zone right now is going to be DRX. They're all the way in Kamishki, so for them to actually make it towards the zone inside Primos will be the longest distance for themselves, and they are going to be having a very, very tough time. So I'm generally curious to see how DRX tackles this situation, considering that they have to run through so many teams along their way while they make their way inside the zone. Meanwhile, we do see a little bit of skirmish here between MTR as well as Nebula Esports, but no major hard fights yet. So they are going to be running along to try and loot up here. So no major drop clashes as of yet. But MTR, they're kind of low in terms of vehicles here. They've only found one UAZ, and it's going to be shared by 3 players. And I'm curious to see how they are going to be making this approach now as they try to make their way down towards Novo, maybe even Milta City in this regards. But Reject here having a little bit small run in. Nako finds a straggler, and that's going to be Divine, the star of Reject, getting shut down.
And yeah, there's no recalls on this map, so that's an actual dent. Reject starting things off with a bad note in this game. The previous one was such a big up for Reject, but now this one, they've lost out on the big man, and that's got to sting. And for Seoul, that's such a fantastic start. Shutting down one of your biggest opponents in the previous game for Seoul. Reject was proven out to be a nightmare, but this is an absolute revenge. And look at Nebula, already out on the hunt, shutting down one of the players from the side of MTR, and I knew it. This was going to happen.
Yeah, this is classic Nebula strategies as well. They love to go for those early pickoffs and stragglers as well. So very, very nice pick here. Gives them a point, but they are still hunting around as well. So I'm curious to see who are they going to be targeting here. Are they setting up a couple roadblocks? Are they trying to make their way into zone? But as of yet, Circle 1 doesn't really review too much as well, considering that the Circle 1 still has some areas inside military. The tendency of them shifting into his island here is going to be very, very low. God's Train finally reached into his military base. Obviously, they are going to be able to stock up, but their entry point is going to be extremely difficult because there is only one bridge. So they have to weigh their options here on how they want to plan their rotation. Maybe Circle 2, maybe Circle 3, maybe even thinking out a little bit as well, because we do see a lot of Korean teams yesterday in particular love edge camping.
And the thing is, God's Reign just rotated in towards the military base, which means it's going to take a long time for them to loot up and then actually make it to the main island. So God's Reign's going to be burning through a lot of that time. Madkings on the screen. In the previous game, they got eliminated in such a questionable way towards Neox Factory. Did not even get to use the recalls. And now in this game, Madkings, I'm pretty sure they will just want to compensate for that previous lost game.
Yeah, this is an early rotation coming from them as well. 4 minutes in the game, they have a decent amount of loots. Not exactly the greatest, but they are kind of trying to make their way for center control. Meanwhile, DRX, 60 actually gets scouted out by Matun. Matun gets a couple shot in, but they are not going to be hard committing to this, as DRX still one of the furthest away from the zone in Kamishki. I'm very surprised that Matun actually opted to shift up north to try and keep tabs onto his DRX. But they are going to back out now. No reason to actually force a fight outside the zone, considering that they are still at least 3 kilometers away as well. As Matun, not really stocked up in terms of utilities, has got a decent amount of weaponries, but they do need to figure out what's the next strategy. Are they getting gate kept while they're trying to rotate inside zone?
Reignite all the 4 players once again towards Primarchs, and I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams around the centric part is just waiting for the next zone to pop up. Reject now slowly and steadily making their moves towards the zone as well. For Reignite, specifically speaking about them, we have seen a big major performance dip. Yesterday, the first 4 games, Reignite, they were consistent. They were getting those points. But then later on, we saw that consistency dwindle.
Yeah, at the same time here, Mysterious4 and also Reignite are doing things that are very similar to yesterday's Primos Circle as well. Mysterious4 head that down towards the quarry before they actually rotate in towards the mountain areas of Primos. But the little twist here is that Reignite has opted to use DRX's strategy this time, which is a little bit interesting, but I'm not exactly sure what made DRX decide to have a little bit of a drop swap here. But it does give Reignite a little bit of a choice to decide if they want to hunker down on Primos or not. But if Circle shifts out towards Gatka, it's okay for DRX, but if shifts down to Primos, well, DRX is in a lot of trouble. Look at this, they're still skirming away, taking a little bit of a long detour while entering in case there are potential roadblocks as well. It is a very, very long detour, but hopefully they are able to make their way in, because it is a very, very difficult task for DRX.
Even K9 rotating. K9 being pretty quick, proactive with the rotation, but they should find a good spot inside of the circle, and that's what the goal is. TrueRippers, the previous game, not exactly the TrueRippers standard it was, but I'm pretty sure Orangles, that's where TrueRippers really do bounce back. DRX is right on the tail of K9 Esports, so K9, they've got a lot of threat.
Yeah, TrueRippers pretty much just reach the center of the zone itself. They are scouting things out here. Seems like they do find themselves a compound down towards Gatka. They're also trying to greed things out to try and take space on top of the mountain terrains as well to set up for the second circle. So that's going to be something that TrueRippers does have a little bit more advantage here, knowing that there's not a lot of teams around them. Nongshim RedForce just arrived for OSAKA as well. They're still not inside the zone. They don't really know anything that's happening towards the map as well. You can see Doxy actually hesitant on going for those kind of push, trying to get some sort of information or reconnaissance before they actually push through. Nobody's making a lot of sign here, and I'm very surprised that the entire lobby has been so passive in, what, 8 minutes of the game. We barely heard too much information so far.
And that's what we talked about, right? The moment the pace of the lobby drops down, that's when the international teams will start to take the flow of things. And that's what's happening. Even that game of Rondo, we just saw a few fights happening towards Neox Factory. After that, the aggression dropped down pretty low. But as of now for Madkings, they mess up big, walking into the trap of K9 Esports, and that's going to be free elimination point just gifted.
Yeah, K9 Esports doesn't have themselves a Harry Potter here, but the circle actually shifts down south. We are going to be potentially seeing a Quarry, Ferry Pier, Primos fight. So this is going to be a very scary one as well. The Harry Potter tower outside of Quarry is going to be a very, very key important factor of shutting down teams coming from the east side. Whereas for Primos, it is going to be open hunting seasons. And it seems like REIGNITE, they're expecting this circle to be similar to yesterday's Primos circle. They are going to be doubling down and heading down to the south side of Primos, trying to cut any kind of entry point. But inside Quarry now, Omega gets scouted out by Mysterious4.
That's a big blunder for K9 Esports. Just when you think K9's doing good, they already lose out on a man. What was that? And what was Omega doing all by himself over there? Separated from the pack, K9 Esports, they make a major blunder. And that's going to be the wind of the sails for Mysterious4. Getting that one elimination point, and that's going to be freebie. Few shots taken even in the front, but we already do kick things off. It's Seoul taking a fight, and they've already found the confirmation too, so things looking good and dandy. Mize were pinned on DRX, and just look at the rotation they've pulled off. Already on the verge of breaching one of the safest points inside of the circle.
Yeah, but so they have no choice but to go towards the Fury Pier just because they've heard gunshots coming from Mysterious4 inside the Quarry. They know for a fact that those entry points is done for as well. Meanwhile, Polo from the side of Madkings, they make a hard crash onto his Primos, but Nagon was able to find a one-off pickoff, but he's all by himself. Seems like after this pickoff, he is going to retreat away and give away control because Madkings is going to try to trade him off, but he gets out to safety. Madkings could not find any trades at all in this game.
There could be a potential fight coming up between DRX and TrueRippers, but TrueRippers just backed away. Respecting the opponents. They know DRX currently is on the top. They've got a lot of points, and that's a major lead. And TrueRippers way too far back. DRX has double the points of TrueRippers, and that's remarkable. But as of now for Madkings, they've lost out in 2 men. They've already taken too much damage. MTR, we did see one of the men from MTR get picked up by Nebula. But Seoul, now they start to knock on the doors. And already, that's going to be the second man down and dusted for MTR.
Well, seems like Seoul making a very, very aggressive approach here in Circle 2. They're trying to make sure that nobody enters from the east side of Ferry Pier. And they are going to try and get the eastern entrance completely locked down here. But at the same time, they're getting a little bit of widespread here as MTR is looking to try and push through once more. They may have lost a couple players, but did Seoul buy enough time for the rest of the teams to actually try and collide against each other? And that's where they try and capitalize on this as well, because on the minimap, Nebula is going to be looking to try and crash on those Ferry Pier. But it seems like there was a little bit of fake out coming from Kratos, making the road, still deciding if they want to go for the push. But shots has been made for the Legit, and MTR might try and jump on Legit right now. But no, gunshots means they are going to be trying to drive past this, and MTR Pine was able to make through the defense coming from Nebula and Seoul.
Oh, but the zone, it shifts right on top of Quarry. Mysterious4, K9 Esports, and even Nongshim, they might just be on the advantages side. But even Dplus KIA, they're probably going to breach in soon. Which means OG, they might just be under a lot of threat. Look at Nebula taking those shots. They really do want to catch the flanks of CAG, but CAG opting for safer play. rotating all the way away from the side of Nebula Esports. Reject making that push on top of OG. Thinking AKOP completely trapped, but Thinking he still fires back. Takes down 2 players and even the third
Oh my
man.
goodness.
He gets taken down. Reject. They were like not even a competition for OG.
A very, very big takedown here coming from Orangutan. Complete annihilation, complete shutdown of Reject here. This is the OG that we are talking about. This is the OG we expect of them. However, the journey continues for the rest of the world. 15 teams still remaining, and God's Reign just about to enter into his quarry. And Nongshim RedForce is looking to try and gatekeep them. But surprising enough, Mysterious4 actually gave up control of quarry. They repositioned up north for center control. And now God's Reign finally finds some sort of sanctuary, but they just don't have enough numbers. Justin was actually caught mid-rotation by the stragglers of MTR. And as you can see, Pine and also Aibo is pretty much spread out as well. And Aibo now with his gunshots gets scattered from Dplus KIA from under the buggy. He gets taken down. That's going to be MTR losing another player.
MTR is just getting systematically picked off. And they just can't do anything about it. Dplus KIA, oh no, we need to be a little bit careful there. The windows, sometimes they can prove out to be deadly, and almost man was knocked out. CAG, now they find themselves against the players of Seoul. This might just be one of the most interesting fights. And there we go, CAG. They already start knocking. First man of Seoul, legit the big man. The hitman's not there. The remaining 3 players of Seoul, I'm not exactly sure if they're rethinking their decision, but Seoul's taking too much damage. They're hurt.
Yeah, they do. Legit's gone as well, so still a little bit hesitant going for the commitment is here. They're not exactly inside the zone. Joker forced to go in for the reset. The rest of his teammates are not prepared here. They're trying to go for an outflank, but CAG OSAKA said, you know what, we've done the job. We've attracted a little bit too much attention. They are going to back out from this fight, and so Mike looks to try and pounce on them while they're backing out for space. As Sheep getting pummeled with needs here by Joker to try and keep them in bay, keep them committed to this fight. And Sheep now overexposed, gets picked up by Osao. So might be able to jump on this. Nicole, does he know that CAG is weak right now? But with that pick from Dplus KIA, CAG says, you know what, we're out of here. They've lost Sheep. Not worth this fight right now.
Yeah, they probably just want to prioritize the placement. They just want to push themselves in a good spot. That's what the game plan is, and it's simple. But to be honest, the next circle, that's going to be important. And if the next zone is going to be shifting right on top of DRX, then it's over.
Wow.
And that's what happens. DRX has got a massive split, but look at them in the commanding spot, probably in one of the best spots that you can ask for.
How did DRX, who was the furthest away from this zone, manage to get center control here in stage 4? That is just impressive rotations here coming from DRX.
Straight up brilliant. What a prediction that was. DRX now finding themselves in the most commanding spot, in the most powerful spot inside of the game, and that's not going to be good news for any of the other teams, but there we go. Mysterious4, they already start clicking. They found the one knock on DRX, but even DRX is hitting back, striking down the players of God's Reign one after one. But DRX, they're in a world of trouble. They placed themselves in that game, but that shack as well is now being compromised. Mysterious4, they're devouring them slowly and steadily.
Oh my goodness. It looked good for a second. They had center control, but look at the layout. It's just not in their favor. It's low grounds, only a small little shack. 4 players in this shack, not enough space. And Mysterious4 actually cleans them all out. Hyunbin is out as well, and DRX down towards their last member. It looked good in center. Now it makes sense why nobody wanted that center, and DRX fell into the trap set by Mysterious4.
They should have just stuck to that high ground they had. Instead, they just wanted to play from the center. They thought, oh, it's the center of the map. Maybe that's going to give us the most advantage, but no, instead they should have just stuck to that high ground. And now that high ground position, it's been taken away by TrueRippers. So they're going to be looking pretty good. Madkings, it's a big questionable play, and I guess they had no clue that there was already a man from DRX. And look, it's so easy.
Jump and go for it.
Oh, yeah, he's trying to go for those shots, but the connection's still not found. Does he have a utility? No, it's going to be the answer. Both of them in such an awkward spot.
He's trying to go for the shot, but he just cannot action block here from the wall. It's just making it so hard now, so easy. Trying to dodge the bullets here. Nades has been lobbed over. I don't think he realized they're here. So easy, forced to go for the commitment. Now he goes for the flush. He baits him out, but he loses the trade, and Pro takes him out. DRX is out of the race for this map.
Yeah, but they've already got such a humongous lead. That's the thing. 89 points in the overall tally, and the second team is on 61. That's a massive lead DRX possesses.
I like the idea though. He tried to jump. He's too close to the wall. It's just so unfortunate. It's so tempting.
Maybe he could have actually jumped on top of the car and then
maybe,
go for the shots.
He might have slid off the hood though. So all things considered here, DRX pretty much out of this game. That means it is an opportunity to play catch up with the leader of the point standing as of yet. As you can see on the finish feed as well, we do see a little bit of a bounce back coming from JPX as REIGNITE is getting pummeled here as they're trying to push out who was Primos. As REIGNITE all the way from Primos stayed there for the longest of time, but now they have getting a little bit of a company here as the push comes through. Yamag finds two players, and now only one remains from JPX.
It's not looking too good. REIGNITE, just look at them. They're trying their best to fight back, but JPX, they've taken down pretty low. The man who's knocked out, even he is barely surviving by the skin of his teeth. And Yamag, he's so tempted to make that aggressive pounce, but eventually another man from REIGNITE gets shut down. Yamag, the only person standing, but now he's put in a 1-on-3 situation. Falls back a bit more. Wants to isolate the duels, wants to find it a 1-on-1-on-1. But that's going to be a tough fight. Look at Yamag. He knew that an nade's being tossed. That's why he closed up and then instantly backed away once again, making sure that nade's never going to be tossed. And now just outplaying the opponents. The nade, that's going to do a lot of damage. And Yamag, he still fights back. But eventually JPX, they've got situation under control.
Oh my goodness, that was a close call there. That was an insane jump shot coming from him, Yamag. But Sporta was able to save the fight here. But as of yet, let's take a look at what's happening as well, because Nebula having a hit-to-hit against Dplus KIA, and Dplus KIA, they get eliminated. Nebula Esports is able to shut down the lead, and now they are going to try and play catch-up as well. 7 finishes in the back, and Nebula Esports is fighting for India.
Yeah, South Korean teams who were there in the top 5 now have been stopped. But DRX, as I mentioned a while ago, the lead they've got, it's going to be tough to catch up unless Nebula Esports is the one to win this game. And Nebula, they've already got a lot of elimination points. 7 finishes on the block. They're like the cool kids.
Ooh, 10 teams remaining. Circle going to be pushing on towards open fields as well. There's not a lot of cover to work with. A lot of open space, a lot of hiding spots just because of how the terrain does have a lot of nook and crannies to hide from. So you do not know where enemies are going to be coming from, which direction, unless you spread out those space. And in this case, Nebula, they are a little bit spread out, but K9 Esports now, Slug finds a piece themselves, but they're still stuck in the Death Shack. And in this case, teams trying to get out of Quarry could not find space just because there's just so many teams on top of those mountain terrain. You talk about high ground control, everybody is thinking the exact same thing right now.
Yeah, without a doubt. K9 Esports, especially with how Mysterious4 is also positioned. Yeah, it definitely does seem like Mysterious4 as well can possess a chance to get the game. But Nongshim, they're closing up from the back. And you can look at one of the guys from the side of Nongshim. He's actually trying to make an off angle. And it's Beanie.
Yep. But at the same time as well, Mysterious4, one of the initial trendsetters in this game, started their journey on top of these mountain terrains, made sure everybody was shoved to the sides, but little did they know, they are being crept up, and now the strategy in stage 5 here for Mysterious4 is going to be cleaning out everybody on the quarry itself. But look at this replay coming from Yamag. Very, very tactical plays coming from him to shut down Jecheon PhalanX, but it took too long. They were able to get the reset and finally take him down. So very, very good offense here coming from JPX. Nice try, Yamag, though.
Yeah, the shotgun's really starting to slap. But look at Nebula Esports and how they're able to rack up those elimination points, shut down Dplus as well. And yeah, Dplus KIA is a direct rival for them, so we cannot even forget that. Even the man from REIGNITE was completely sad with the fact that his team got eliminated in such an awkward manner. REIGNITE, as I mentioned, after the first 4 games yesterday, we've seen a clear drop in the performance.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for them, but they're not exactly out of the race yet. One good game, they are going to be right on track for the top 2. But as of yet, Nebula, prime position to try and catch up with the leaderboard right now. A massive chicken dinner from Nebula Esports will allow them to snatch it away from DRX, and it needs to be now and right now in this game itself. But let's talk about the rest of the world, who's also fighting for a chance for the top 2 spot. Circles in this favor. Madkings Pro survived all the way to the end phase of the zone. Stage 6 now as a solo warrior. That's going to be some sort of decent placement points if one of the teams gets eliminated from the north side, we have Nongshim, we have Mysterious4, and also K9 haven't exactly made their way inside the zone yet. So Pro, he needs to have a fantastic defense here. But at the same time, I don't think any teams wants to take it away as well. That small little shack is not enough space for 4 players at all.
But even Beast from K9 Esports gets knocked out right around the fray. So let's see how the recovery is going to look like. Mysterious4. 4 finishes already on the block. They're looking decent. TrueRippers as well from the far fray, taking those shots. JPX is in a big world of trouble, but even K9 Esports, they just can't really find a breather. Constantly under fire from TrueRippers, and TrueRippers is making their life living hell. But eventually, even they get capitalized. A bit of that return fire this time.
Nice little bounce back here coming from TrueRippers. They tried to stay outside the zone just because they had a little bit of advantage here to try and punish K9. Worked out a little bit.
Wow.
But at the same time, Nongshim, they get cleaned out by Mysterious4. Nebula Esports actually creeps up to try and farm some finishes here. They've got a widespread, they've got the information, and now Adi is going to try and single-handedly stop everyone from Mysterious4 from making an entry point. But as soon as Mysterious4 realizes that Adi is all by himself, they are going to come crashing in. Phoenix now tries to provide a little bit of power cover fire as Bunny will scout him out, but unfortunately, that's the opening that Mysterious4 needed, and they push out, but Adi stops him.
What an opener that was! That's gonna be the game setter, that's gonna be the fight dictator, but still, an instant trade happens. Omega shutting down Adi right in the tracks, and Nebula Esports. Now the fight's taken down to a 3v3. It can't be anyone's cup of tea, but for Mysterious4, they're walking into the uncharted grounds. And Nebula might just have the advantage, they might just have the upper edge, but Omega from the back is constantly hammering them down. One after one from Nebula, the players are falling apart, and Mysterious4 now with the man advantage. They can definitely be the one to stop Nebula in tracks. Utilities tossed out, Kratos, the man's blind, cannot see anything. 3 men for Mysterious4, they're on the verge of actually shutting down the entirety of Nebula.
And now Bunny finally gets scouted out as well. Kratos was his patient, but he's not good enough. Omega stayed back behind, finds an off angle, and just like that, Nebula Esports gets completely shut down. What started out in an amazing setup coming from Nebula Esports, but was clutched in big time by Mysterious4 Esports' patience. What a push coming from Mysterious4 Esports.
Yeah, but that's going to be 8 points from Nebula Esports. It's not bad, but looking at the lead DRX possesses, yeah, that's pretty bad. They needed a massive game, double digits, nothing else. Pro, the man still stuck in a shack, is tossing out utilities in the hopes that he's not going to be pushed on. But Mysterious4, they know, they're pretty smart, just waiting for those utilities to burn out. K9 Esports' one last man is still all the way in the back, and it seems like K9's not able to find anything yet.
But it seems like because of those nades coming from Pro OP, they know for a fact there is a player inside. And here it comes, the bait comes through. Snowshot wins. No, he loses his trade as well. Pro down to his last health. And now Hero, he is going to try and bait the revive as well. Pro going to reset his health as well. And he will get the job done. But it is going to be a 1-versus-1 situation. Bunny from the far back has been taken down. And Hero, he's got to be the superhero now. Still job being picked up. But Pro, he still, once again, just doesn't want to overcommit this. Molotovs has been topped here. Pressure still goes on. Mysterious4 says it's just not worth taking this fight right now and get third-party just because that Ninja Boy has made his shot. So they know for a fact there is another team looking at this. And as you can see, Mysterious4, they don't want to take the risk, but Pro, he was caught slacking, and Mysterious4 pushes in the most awkward timing and takes him out.
Wait, my question is, why was Bunny not revived? Mysterious4 just lost out on Bunny. Oh, the big man's down, and now M4, they need to continue this journey with just a 3-man squad. JPX still alive, all the way in the back with only a 2-man squad. For JP, it's going to be a tough conversion. For OG, still a big possible chance. For TrueRippers, a major chance they've got. This high ground they've got, it first belonged to DRX. The only reason why DRX is not there is because they got too greedy.
Yeah, agreed. But a great push here coming from Mysterious4. But this time, in this second game here in day number 2, we have 3 Indian teams. And JPX now getting taken out. Slata is down and Hollywood remains here. This is going to be a tough battle for Jecheon PhalanX to try and survive this. But this is a masterful performance coming from Mysterious4 Esports. 13 finishes in the bag for Mysterious4 Esports.
Straight up masterclass. Classic performance from Mysterious4. After such a major dip in the performance yesterday, Mysterious4, they decide to bounce back in a great fashion. Now they just want to shut down JPX. The Blues going to be on the move, slowly and steadily forcing the man out of his comfort zone. The Util doing a lot of damage. And Hollywood, I'm not sure what the man can do. He soon will need to leave that comfort zone and then maybe move in. His hands are itching. He wants to make that push against Mysterious4, but he knows the moment he tries to do that, TrueRippers will have a line of sight.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough as well. TrueRippers, they've got their eyes set up on towards both Hero and Hollywood just because of that initial gunshots. TrueRippers, they are going to try and pick them up. Mysterious4 have to think the long game here. Clean out the small, little, sneaky rat. Or do we push for inside the zone? And as of yet, Circle actually favoring onto his TrueRippers as well. High grounds in TrueRippers' favor. And the ones that are looking to potentially win the chicken dinner is going to be TrueRippers as of yet. But we can't really count out OG yet. But Mysterious4 Hero picks up Hollywood. Now we are down towards the final 3 teams. It is going to be a massive fight here. 4 versus 4 versus 3 now.
OG with all the 4 men standing. And the fact that OG's been playing it extremely quiet, it just makes me concerned for M4. But luckily enough for Mysterious4, they do not need to be the one to ignite that fight against TrueRippers. Instead, they can let OG duke it out. And then third party. That can be a smarter option. The zone is constantly shrinking, and Mysterious4, they need to be proactive. They need to keep on moving with that circle. Stage 8 is about to end, and Stage 9 will commence soon. And that will be the final stage as well. So Mysterious4, I think they just need to be patient, because OG's anyways going to make that push against TrueRippers, and that's what they do!
What?
Hydro and his teammate instantly shut down within the blink of an eye. Even the third man gets taken down. OG, it's such a systematic dismantle against TrueRippers. You blink it and you miss it. TrueRippers have already been eliminated from this game, and now Mysterious4 with a chance to fight back. What a way this game has unfolded. We all thought TrueRippers' game, it could have been, but now OG, they completely spoiled that game for TrueRippers. And Mysterious4 with a chance to seal the deal. They've shut down another man. Look at Hero in the flank angle. He finds the line of sight, but he's not able to get the conversion yet. And now another man from OG gets shut down just like that. OG, they're getting shut down as well. Dismantled, stopped in track. And for Mysterious4, this is about to be a nuclear performance.
What a shot coming from Hero, and now Atenki, last man standing. He fights back, but the zone is so close, but he gets taken down by Hero. Mysterious4 with an impressive comeback. An absolutely dominating match here coming from Mysterious4. 18 finishes here in Game 2 for Day 2 of the BMIC. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one of the best matches ever happened in BGMI history right here in New Delhi.
Just when the Indian hopes were diminishing, just when the Indian teams were languishing, Mysterious4, they bounce back, and how? What a game that was, even TrueRippers and ORANGUTAN. Of course, exemplar display over there, and now I think it's all out in the open. Now, this was a very interesting game, but ORANGUTAN and TrueRippers, that fight, that just happened in a jiffy.
Yeah.
In the blink of an eye, it was over.
It was like hot knife through butter, straight up. OG came in, easily shut down TrueRippers, and the crazy part was it was supposed to be 4-4 fight. And TrueRippers had the high ground to play with, they had the advantage, but they still messed up big time. And then this is what I was mentioning constantly. Mysterious4, all they need to do is be patient, and that's what they did. Waited for OG and TrueRippers to duke it out. The moment there was a knock, Mysterious4 made the bounce as well.
It was such an awkward fight coming from TrueRippers as well. Like the idea that, hey, you know what, chances of them winning winner chicken dinner was very, very high. But you could see that TrueRippers, they were hoping that Mysterious4 was going to help them out while OG was trying to be very, very aggressive. But what Mysterious4 did was just completely, you know what, OG, do your thing. Start the fight. Take each other out, and then we came over. And because of that small little difference of decisions between both TrueRippers and Mysterious4, TrueRippers was the one that fell short.
I really feel like TrueRippers weren't actually anticipating OG just to push in on them.
Exactly.
Like that. Because they were 4 men, they had the higher ground, everything was going for them. And suddenly OG just blitzes through.
And they knew for a fact that Mysterious4 was looking in their direction as well. So they were really hoping that Mysterious4 help us out. But they did absolutely nothing and just got completely wiped by OG.
But then there were some individual moments of brilliance also. We got to see Pro make those clutches against DRX.
Yeah, I mean, Pro was able to get a lot done. But speaking
Yep.
of DRX, they had one of the best spots in the game, but they just gave it away.
Yeah, they certainly gave it away, and now things have stirred up once more. So much to talk about, but after this short little break.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Fixes and Johnny with me on the panel. And Johnny, I'm sure you were sitting in the back lines watching that game, and you were pretty much excited the moment Dplus KIA and DRX were eliminated, right?
I was in the front of the stage. I was standing on my feet just cheering the loudest I could. But then also I was crying the loudest when Nebula Esports got taken out.
Yeah, but they still managed to get 8 points in total, so I do believe they've reached the average. But looking at the lead DRX possesses,
Exactly.
that's not a lot.
Hence the tears, man. I mean, because this was the game where DRX went out of the match without securing any points. And this was the one opportunity that Nebula Esports desperately needed to convert in order to cut down that difference. But what happens? They have a decent game, but still get taken out a little too early.
But hey, we've got something great happening for you guys. Diwali might be over, the grind isn't. You guys can go inside of the game and do the Diwali spin right now. All it takes is just 10 UC for the day. So why would you not do it? Everyone's got 10 UC lying around.
Yeah, we just got our tagline for this. Do the Diwali spin.
Oh,
Just moments ago he said he was broken. Now he's got 10 UC also, all right.
What?
I think
10 UC
he's
cheap,
lying.
man.
10 UC is cheap, yeah.
Yeah.
You did not give us a samosa, which
you
costs
want-
$5.
All right, man. Listen, bro. I'll give you samosa later on. All right, let's not talk about it on stream. I'll give it to you later on. Right now, we've got more important matters at hand.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, once again, back towards the final few moments of that previous game, right?
Yeah.
TrueRippers, it felt like they were just caught napping by OG. OG walked in, easily shut down the entirety of TrueRippers.
I think that was something that TrueRippers were really not expecting. We'll get to that, but Hero, what a play by this young lad. So Mysterious4 Nebula Esports again have been a find in this tournament because coming into this tournament, who was even talking about this young man? And I think he's not happy about it. He's angry and he's showing that to the lobby. 7 finishes, I'll take that any given day.
And well, it's quite surprising because when you talk about Mysterious4, Snowjord is a name that you can't ignore, but this time Omega and Hero were the outperformers from their side. And of course, I agree with what you said, Fixes, as well, that these two names were considered dark horses. We knew they had potential, but we did not really know if they were going to be able to deliver in a stage like this against teams like DRX, against teams like Dplus KIA. But they are holding their ground, and look at the amazing performance from Mysterious4 in this match. 28 points secured. Now, while this does not make up for the absolute disaster that was there between matches 2 and 6 yesterday, this still gives them at least some form of momentum to hold on to for the remaining 4 matches for day number 2.
Look, I mean, we've got the point standings popping up on the screen as well. And guys, the way the point standings were, of course, Mysterious4 just completely dominating it. And I had a conversation before this game, or before this entire pre-show segment even started. I mentioned this, that Mysterious4 now is going to be heading on towards that second spot.
Yeah.
And that's what's happened. 68 points in total from them. And just look at the amount of finish points they've got, 46.
Still much needs to change, because you can still see that 21 points of difference separating Mysterious4 to DRX. So it's inevitable that Mysterious4, Nebula, they really get in one more chicken dinner, at least close in the distance, make it maybe 8 or 9 points before the 4th game begins. But that being said, I think we did see some resurgence from teams like Orangutan, who were pretty much not playing to their utmost potential. So they bounce back. Nebula Esports, like you said, right? Explosive start, but towards the end, slightly unlucky. So I think that spark has been found. It's all about that mindset being strong.
Yeah.
And I feel like the Indian teams can bounce back once again.
For Nebula, I think the mindset was strong, but it was that fight against OG that kind of ruined the day for them.
Guys, look, my point is that there's still so many teams on the latter half of the board where expectations are quite a bit, but you will continue the conversation, because right now we got to head on to the stage and see what's going on there.
And इस समय मेरे साथ है the Mysterious4, the team that dominated Rondo on day 1, and right now they dominated Erangel on day 2. Congratulations Mysterious4 for that amazing chicken dinner. तो काफी इंतजार करना पड़ा था रोंडो के बाद इस चिकन डिनर तक. तो इस Erangel मैप में क्या बेहतरीन हुआ, क्या बेहतरीन आपने किया, क्या गलतियों को सुधारा, इसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए बनी.
पहले तो जो फर्स्ट मैच था उसमें 7 ही पॉइंट आए थे हमारे, वही था. उसमें थोड़ा सा पैसिव खेल रहे थे, तो वो चीज़ इसमें हमने सोचा कि जो सिली मिस्टेक्स हो रही थी वो नहीं करनी है, और इस मैच को मतलब थोड़ा सा फिनिशर्स के लिए जाना है. तो वो तो फिर आपने देखा ही है, उसके बाद तो मारेंगे फुल.
उसके बाद तो रुके ही नहीं Mysterious4, they were like a mystery to the opponents. लेकिन 7 पोजीशन पॉइंट्स की आपने बात की है. रोंडो वही मैप था जिसको आपने डोमिनेट किया था डे 1 में. तो डे 2 में क्या हुआ कि पोजीशन पॉइंट्स वो भी 7 के साथ आपको निकालना पड़ा उसको?
वही था ना, थोड़ा सा पोजीशन बेस थोड़ा जा रहे थे, थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा हम पैसिव हो गए थे, और एक मैन लॉस भी हो गया था हमारा. तो वो चीज़ की वजह से ना थोड़ा रुक गए. तो वो चीज़ हमने सोचा कि नेक्स्ट मैच में नहीं करनी है, तो नेक्स्ट मैच में फिर हम मारने के ही थे. पूरा माइंड में वही था, क्लियर थे.
एंड इस समय ऑफ कोर्स इस परफॉर्मेंस के बाद Mysterious4 काफी ज्यादा शाइन कर रही है, इतना शाइन कर रही है कि ओमेगा को चश्मे पहनने पड़ गए थे. इतनी रोशनी निकल रही है इस समय Mysterious4 से. लेकिन स्नोजॉर्ड आफ्टर द चिकन डिनर, तुमने ऑडियंस को देखा, ऑफ कोर्स होम ग्राउंड है, दिल्ली का प्यार है, सपोर्ट है, हिंदुस्तान का सपोर्ट है. तो इस समय गेम के बाद तो तुमने ऑडियंस को बोला कि कम ऑन, मेक सम नॉइस फॉर इंडिया. अभी हमारे ऑडियंस को और यशोभूमि में जो सारे लोग देखने आए हैं उनको क्या कहना चाहोगे स्नोजॉर्ड?
थैंक यू गाइस इतना सपोर्ट बनाने के लिए, और लव यू ऑल.
All right, love you all. So that's what we are expecting from Mysterious4 कि इसी तरह के और performances देखने को मिले. लेकिन अभी के लिए let's head back to some more BGMI action. So back to the caster's desk.
Well, one thing is for sure, Mysterious4 did patch up a lot of the mistakes they did in the past. And now on the day 1, they got the chicken dinner on the game 1. On the day 2, they get the chicken dinner on the game 2. And maybe on the day 3, they will get the chicken dinner in the game 3.
To get the chicken dinner, you gotta have the swag as well. Omega inspired me. I put on my shades.
All right.
I can't see anything after that, to be honest.
Why do you need a chicken dinner?
I don't need a chicken
You're
dinner.
just commentating.
I'm giving my swag to the team.
You're giving a power.
Yeah.
Okay,
You know,
sort of like the
have you ever seen Dragon Ball Z?
Yes.
Yeah, so you give your
Spirit
energy,
bomb,
right?
right?
Yeah, exactly. We're going to give our energy for the
Okay.
ultimate spirit bomb to the teams.
But look, guys, we might just be too early to celebrate. Yes, I do understand DRX and Dplus were shut down in that previous game, but we still got 4 more games to go in the future days, and I'm sure in the future games, these guys will not be the one to get taken down that easily.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, Because now, I mean, this Erangel was a little bit off, to be honest. I mean, the level of aggression we saw, especially from teams like Nebula, even Nongshim RedForce for that matter, were kind of creating a little bit of chaos. It became difficult for anyone to find breathing space, especially anyone that was playing the northern edge post Zone 6. OG and TrueRippers survived on the isolated hills down south on the southern edge of the circle, and that is why we saw those teams kind of keep up their numbers until they clashed against Mysterious4. But coming up next, you can't really hope for the same scenario again and again and again and again. And as we know, the more moving space, the better we have seen the teams from South Korea and Japan do. In this game, I mean, if you notice what Nebula was doing, they went for, at a certain point, they went for a 2-1-1 split, 2 players holding just on the slopes of hill, 2 players outside the circle, and then they try to make a pounce where the conflict against Mysterious4 occurred and they got taken out because of a third party, unfortunately, from the distance. But situations like this won't always happen. You won't always have breathing room to work with. Majority of the times, you're going to have to fight for space. And that is something that I think the teams from India are getting used to right now, but they still want to move in first and then readjust for a fight. And I think just that one little bit of switch up needs to come in moving forward in the next round.
Honestly, I think it's all about the mindset at this point. And I feel like the first game where the Indian teams really collapsed in Rondo is a blessing in disguise, because the right moment they had the reality check. They realized that if you're going to let this happen, then the South Koreans will just take over. And this was a nice bounce back. And I'm hoping that in this next game of Erangel, this is a realistic prediction where maybe the Japanese and the South Koreans bounce back once again. But if Indians get a chicken dinner in this one, you never know. It's all up for a toss.
There's still a lot of Indian teams and Japanese teams on the latter half of the board, including K9 Esports, God's Reign. These are some of the heavy hitters, but still there on the latter half. It's not something that we're supposed to expect. To be honest, I believe the fact that K9 Esports can possess a lot of punch, but this time it might just be anyone's cup of tea.
Second game of Erangel. Green up ashes again, about to turn red. Indian team so far in the previous game, especially Mysterious4, they did get the chicken dinner, but the consistency that has been missing from day one, can that change today? Can the Indian teams be consistent, or is it going to be the Japanese who answer back, or maybe the South Koreans' domination goes on? The flight path trajectory all the way from Siverny towards Novoripnoi. This is a different flight path trajectory that we've witnessed, Johnny.
Yeah.
I hope we finally get to see a southern circle.
I mean, it's still one of the standard ones that you would hope for on an ideal day in the map of Erangel. It's quite close to the center of the map as well. It's just a little bit of a southwestern quadrant that's going to be off limits. But then again, key vehicle spawns still up for contention on that Pochinki-Gadka highway just north of Ferry Pier, and of course towards the northern side, extreme northern side of the map, just north of Ruins. But we've been hoping to see some exciting action early. It's been denied to us always. This time though, DRX dropping on Stalba Kameshki. We have Nongshim RedForce in Yasnaya, K9 Esports, Comfort Zone, Siverny, their home, that's where they go. Mysterious4 on the other side, landing in the middle of nowhere. They're going to pick up a few vehicles, but now the question is, Northern Georgia or Zaki?
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot of options, and I think Northwestern Georgia should be the one they prefer. And even for Madkings, could be a really good game. All they need to do is get their rotations right. Even the same can be said for iQOO. Seoul, having changed their drop location recently in this tournament from Pochinki, should be an easy entry towards around Gatka. But for JPX, all right, they'd come to Pochinki, so iQOO Seoul should not be the only one, but I guess they have an idea, Johnny, that maybe there's another team around them and they need to act accordingly.
I think what has happened is both the teams wanted to go for Pochinki, and Seoul has been forced out into the open. They do not occupy a lot of compounds in Pochinki. In fact, you just see one man landing in the city right now, and before his feet hit the floor, he is going to be sent back to the lobby. Knuckle, not really the best start you could want for him.
Yeah, Duck Hunt. And this is not looking good for iQOO Seoul, man. Kind of takes you back to those good old days. You go to those arcades, pick up that gun, and then shoot at your TV screen, and that's how Knuckle just fell off with his feathers clipped. And not an ideal start for iQOO Seoul. But again, then you've got JPX, right? And this is one of those teams. Yesterday we saw They were quite consistent. They were not getting those chicken dinners. However, today was a different style of start. Today they were feeling quite uncomfortable. They were not having those good games. They were not winning those fights. But now this individual finish is going to instill that little bit of confidence. And now for iQOO Seoul, they're completely rattled. Look at them making that early move. Maybe if they kind of take around that Gatka area and get some loot done and they fight back, they might have some chance.
I mean, I agree with you. The possibility is always going to be there. But JP, now, I'm glad we get to see a little bit of action from them because yesterday, off to a decent start, the first few matches, they were getting decent point averages, but then there was a fall-off, and we did not really see the impact of that fall-off until today's matches began. JP starting from the second half of the leaderboard after that game prior to this, the map of Wrangle. They did make a little bit of leap. They are in the top 9 right now, but they're going to have to make that extra push for the top 5. On the other side of things, a team that has basically converted every single person sitting behind us right now into their fans, Nebula Esports. Fixes, I still have hope. I'm just praying to God Nebula, at least in this game, end up catching 2 DRX. Otherwise, it is looking like a one-sided affair so far.
Imagine if Nebula walk away with the trophy. What a storyline it would be for Adi. Especially him as an individual and the 3 young lads along with him. We have been following him for the past 5-6 years. Every single time he's been pushed back, cornered, he somehow fights back with new set of boys, with new set of players, and with new dreams and ambitions, and how flexible he is. Now, a little bit of a backstory. This team was formed just 3 months prior. Nobody had any expectations. People considered Adi to be a washed IGL. They said he should retire. He got married. Things changed. Fortunes changed, and look at him dominating ever so close to clinching that trophy.
Hey man, you call him washed, he's going to show up in your events and just wash the floor with your face. That's what Adi has been doing for the last few months to basically every single big name or big name player out there. And it's just been a phenomenal journey to witness. But of course, if they succeed here, it's not just about them, it's about the nation as well. The fight for the crown and of course the spot in the GC. A dream that all of these players have held. It is the reason they started playing the game in the first place. But talk about the first place, that is where Dplus KIA want to be right now.
And a quick rotation just to occupy the central positions. Might have to fight for it against the likes of Team iQOO Seoul. But given the fact iQOO Seoul completely have lost their minds, especially after that first debacle that occurred. And now I want to find some solidity. They need to get their senses back, and Dplus KIA, they've got a nice spread also working around, even for JPX. They closed in from the southern side. And Madkings, they might be inching in close from the northern areas.
Look at Seoul as well, though. I mean, that early conflict against the players of JP. JP, after that first frag, instantly moved out of Pochinki. I think the intention was just that early conflict, if they could kind of initiate it, but Seoul didn't commit. They went for the smaller compounds west of Pochinki. Kind of have a decent starting loot still inside of the game, and then holding on to the middle of, well, nowhere. I was expecting a little bit of a collision clash between Dplus KIA and Seoul when we saw it happen, but both the teams kind of go along their merry way. Although, can't ignore Madkings. Shadow OG on top of Everest. He's going to have a lot of vision to work with, but the question is, does he have the scopes as well?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. But I think last we saw Madkings, we kind of figured out that it was Pro. I think Pro is having one of the best tournaments so far. Even in the previous game of Wrangle, taking down so easy from DRX is not really an easy task. But for now, Nongshim RedForce on the tails of the players of K9 Beast.
Yeah.
Eventually dealing with the brunt, has to take a swan dive right into the waters. And even now, K9, they seem a little unsettled, given the fact that now they will have to rethink their timings for their entry inside the circle. K9, it's all been about those individual heroics so far.
Yeah.
They need to start playing like a team.
Hey, but as we know, I mean, we've seen it happen multiple times.
Yes.
K9 Esports on these bridge fights, they always end up dropping the ball due to overcommitment. This time, the split, Beast on the low ground, we have Omega on the, well, the ground level, and Ninja Boy on the flank. Spray comes through, no knock secured, could be the opener, and it is. Beast makes sure that Benny hits the floor, but K9 Esports, this might be the moment. They need to close in if they actually want to completely wipe Nongshim RedForce.
And Elsewhere also witnessing OG, iQOO, Soul, Reject fighting amongst each other. But like you said, K9, I love the setup.
Yeah.
This time the teamwork was there. When Beast, he was drawing all that attention. You could see Ninja Boy got that little inch of space where he could take over those hills, and Nongshim RedForce did not see this one coming. But Orangutan, they now decide to press matters. Goblin has to somehow fight it through. He's got his AKM on a suppressor, but it's going to be AKOP who secures that finish on towards Legit as Goblin still fighting it through. And there you go, he delivers. And OG instantly off for a collapse as Goblin Joker, two young lads, two teammates, they will have to work this one out together. AKOP, Atanki, they have been cut off from OG, and now for OG, things are looking quite dire.
Yeah, they're not looking good, but look at the commotion that's been made. It's going to draw, or it can in fact draw the attention of Nebula Esports that are just present in the nearby vicinity. On the radar, we just saw a glimpse of Reject as well. But Soul, OG, the trade blows ruin the day for each other. It's down to a 2v2. Soul kind of having the upper hand, considering one of the players from the side of OG is in a very awkward spot, but Atanki and AK just give up on Aru and run along their merry way. They're in an open field, and the circle shifting towards Everest itself. This is going to make for a very intense game. But hey, I look at Everest, and Madkings aren't there anymore. In fact, it is Dplus KIA that have taken the summit away.
And Dplus KIA have been so methodical with their approach also. Every single movement has a reason. And now, given the circle has taken that western shift, they're going to make the most out of that situation. K9 still playing around the hilly areas right next to Hospital. Madkings taking control of Hospital and the compounds around it. It's going to be a very intense close circle. But again, you know, commends to iQOO Soul, even after losing out on Knuckle and now taking a fight against the likes of Reject, against OG. They've done fairly well to keep their heads above the water. But even TrueRippers, they're also closing in on them. But DRX, we saw them drop down all the way far at the northeastern side. Now they're crossing over the bridge, and could be Nongshim RedForce who they face next.
Now,
they're turning around.
Yeah, they turned around. They saw the cluster because it wasn't just Nongshim RedForce. Mysterious4 were also present towards the gas station across the bridge. It slows down the pace of DRX, and they are a team that like to play a slow-paced game, so they want that center, but it's not being given. On the other side, a beating being handed to the players of Nebula Esports by Madkings. A third party comes through, Dplus KIA chiming in. Madkings, they lose a body from this fight. Kratos, the god of war, whiffs a few shots. Man in the back gets taken out. Kratos running through fire, barely alive. Last man from the side of Nebula Esports somehow manages to hold on to his dear life, but surviving from here on out, it is looking quite dire unless he somehow figures out how to bring Phoenix back. But the problem is fixes. Look at the radar. They are surrounded every single which way you look. At a high ground, there's a team present, and they're all waiting for Nebula Esports to come out of these buildings.
Regardless of the outcomes, Nebula Madkings would not be pleased about the fact that they had to deal with casualties. And when you look at the big picture, of course, Nebula, they will be the ones taking that big L over there. Especially, they were so close on inching that gap, and now they need to bounce back once again. CAG OSAKA, what a day they have been having so far. Especially that game in Rondo, then in the Wrangle they tried. But in fact, TrueRippers also one of the most consistent Indian teams. Again, not off to a good start this time.
Oh, CAG OSAKA though, now spotted out by REIGNITE, and well, it's going to be that UAZ that gets ignited. Sheep knocked out in the middle of nowhere, but Mike, what just happened? Reject, rejecting the fact that TrueRippers know how to rip anything and just completely tear them to pieces. What a wipe.
And this is happening for the second time. An absolute collapse. What has happened to TrueRippers' defense? Seems like they were caught napping, whatever the case is. Come back.
They rotated. That was an open fight. TrueRippers had a dip. Reject just came in and took them out like it was nothing.
Exact similar thing happened in the previous game as well. OG did the same thing. They had all their players on guard, and suddenly OG just floods in and takes them out. And TrueRippers really need to work on that ASAP, because they were trying to get those points and eventually were on the climb, but instantly forced to a halt there. But Madkings at Hospital region, so of most importance, but Dplus KIA seems to be in a very promising spot.
Yeah.
DRX, they've got a very long fight ahead of them, and it's going to be so tough. even the players of Reignite on one side, and as you move in further, you still have Nongshim over those Georgie cities. So it's going to be an interesting one, but Sheshe, he succeeds in finding an opener, and this is, oh my god. Oh no. Oh no, you're not supposed to be doing that.
Wait, that was the first. Oh, Sarah, you beauty. That's a birthday present, man. Jelly was just being nice. Gave up all the finishes to the birthday boy on stage. My goodness. That was the slowest slam finish I have ever seen in my entire career.
At this point, I would have been better off had I not seen that one. Because I'm going to lose some of my brain cells. How on earth did TrueRippers really let that happen?
Hilarious, man. That's, someone has to clip it.
Yeah, that's the worrying part, right? A lot of clips are going to be made. But yeah, I mean, I can assure you, Indian region is better than what happened in that play. TrueRippers is much better than how they made that play. Maybe something really went wrong, but whatever the case is, we move on. So right now, Nebula, they're in a very promising spot. The only problem is they do not have numbers to play around. Dplus KIA at the center. And this is their sweet spot, right? This is when you know that Dplus KIA has taken over the lobby. Regardless, it's going to be so difficult to initiate a push on them. And now even with GDR, OG all at one place, you've got Reignite. They're taking a different fight, and it's against K9.
Yeah, K9 still have the warehouses under control, so it should be good for a little while, but God's Reign, as it find themselves against the players of OG, are starting to hit the floor. AK in the line of fire from the flank, barely survives for a few extra seconds. But God's Reign, now this has to be a worrisome situation. They showed up with all four, but now they are left with just one man standing. 3 lads knocked out, and AKOP is looking to clean house. The revive, it's just come through. He sees the barrel, the shots connect. The last man extremely low, and AKOP indeed gets all 4.
What a clutch that was! What a moment it was for the champions! AKOP looking ever so relentless, but still not out of harm's way. At this point, Reject trying to close in. They know that the golden time is upon them. And AKOP's got adrenaline coursing through his brains.
Yeah.
It is round number 2. Now going up against OSAKA and Reject at the very same time. Does not have a lot of meds to work with. And it is Regioko who gets that finish in Orangutan. That was the last of them. And OG, again, 6 finishes. All thanks to AKOP and his heroics.
What a play coming through from AKOP. And Reject, I love that death spiral that they made around him as well. It looked quite pretty. And of course, the execution of that one isolated player was also equally impressive. But Reject, slowly and steadily, they've started to catch up. 47 points on the leaderboard right now, sitting on the 9th position. They still have matches in hand to make things work. And they are kind of proving to be a little consistent in terms of how frequently they are starting to win those fights. DRX on the other side, spotted out by XYZ from Nongshim RedForce. So he goes for the spray. Whiffs a few. DRX, they end up taking a lot of damage on the vehicle. This is going to be attempt number 2. If he finds a knock, could ruin the day for DRX, but doesn't happen. Now, both the teams outside the circle as they try to move in. Soul is going to be spotted out. But this, I wanted to talk about the circle, and I'm surprised you didn't bring it up as well. We've seen these zones in the past. They usually end between the hospital building, just a little bit north, where Reignite is. Dplus KIA, if that northern shift actually happens, running out into that open field is the only way the game goes out of the play.
No, I don't think that's going to happen because Dplus KIA, they've got other ways to go about it. They might go for a wider split. Now, this is a team that we have seen. They know they're conditioned to such situations. They always have a contingency plan. And even for DRX, a team that we thought would have such a tough entry inside the zone, look at them. Look at them doing what the others want. They were taking the cliff. They got some info. They instantly went downhill. And now they know that OSAKA is right in front of them, but they'll have to be very picky with their fights. A fight against Reignite. They have some cover to work with, but they made so much noise. I'm pretty sure OSAKA might have to say something about that. As QXC still playing around the edges. And DRX still alive. Now every single breath that DRX and Dplus KIA take inside the lobby, that becomes so much more concerning. Not just for the Indian teams, but also for the Japanese, as they will be building that lead up. But now, OSAKA, they've steered away. In fact, now they're playing right next to Reject. Interesting.
Oh, they're going
A
to run
push?
into their arms, aren't
What?
they? Yeah, they are going to run into their open arms. Reggie welcomes them, kicks things off. The opening knock secured. He's going to look for a few more. They have to be careful of the flanks, but reject! What just happened? The third party! I did call it! I said you have to watch out for the flank and Dplus KIA! Oh, now that is what a true helping hand looks like.
That's quite unfortunate, man. And even Dplus KIA might have a finish to their name. That's even more concerning. CAG OSAKA, they have been on the climb, and I'm kind of flabbergasted with what just happened. CAG just made a push out of nowhere. Reject. They got that opener, but right in the next moment, they instantly collapsed. But elsewhere, we saw K9 taking down one of the players of DRX. Now even Hyunbin, he's injured. He's down on his knees. So easy. Seche instantly have to get those revives back up, reignite. They've got their attention fixated towards the players of DRX. But as things go on, the circle still around Nebula and Dplus KIA. And Dplus KIA again feeling so settled.
Reignite. They have DRX in their vision, so don't really know how long they're going to be settled down for. JP on the other side, going after making the road, find a preemptive nade to try and slow the push up the stairwell, but JP at this point, nothing to lose. 42 points, 10th on the leaderboard. This is a game where they make a break for the top 8. It's not going to be an easy one, but they kick things off. Pine knocked and finished off. iQOO still there along with the rest of the MTR squad. They found a trade as well, but this is going to be enough damage on the flank. He has made sure there's just half a HP bar to chip away at on that lad on the outside, but iQOO, he has to go big. I love the fact that MTR, they're isolating these plays. They're going after individuals from the side of JP. Hollywood has been finished off. They want to put pressure on Crazy. And look at this. CAG OSAKA. They take the other end of this building. It seems like all of a sudden JP are caught in the middle of nowhere. OSAKA kicks things off. Garnet is going to knock out Crazy, making things a little bit easier for MTR to deal with.
And now again, commotion still continues. Fights on 3 fronts. The trifecta going on. Sixta, he's got to deal with Rex as MTR now deciding to back off. As even Dplus KIA, this time it's interesting. Taking down the likes of DRX. Dplus KIA will register those finishes, but for now, CAG OSAKA, they've got their eyes pincered. And even for iQOO, losing out on Joker isn't going to be a good news, but Omega comes for a rescue from K9. Alright, things are looking quite interesting, but Rex, for MTR, they have made their road, they're backed off, just playing around the warehouses. And this is where trouble increases for JPX. How are they going to get out of this sticky spot? As for Goblin, he goes big. Yamak has fallen down. Beast drawing attention from elsewhere, and Reignite taking fight on 2 different fronts. They've got their hands full already.
Oh, they do have their hands full indeed. And I think they are not going to be able to get rid of anything that they're holding on to. Miz, he's been spotted out by Beast. The nade is going to be very close. Barely whiffs, but still ends up getting the elimination. K9 Esports, 7 finishes on the board, doing quite well for themselves. 4-man roster still holding strong and going after Team Soul next.
Joker, he's been brought back up, but K9, they've got their eyes on him. And now this will be the end of iQOO once again, courtesy to the beautiful grenade by Beast. And finally, Beast has stepped up. He had been napping all along, Slug Ninja Boy pulling the anchors, but now Beast finding himself back, and now Mysterious4 even closing in on Omega. He's been stellar. Bunny closing in. Omega, he dodges that, and instantly the push, the pour comes in on him. Ninja Boy comes for the rescue, takes his snow jot down, but for Ninja Boy, he's got a nade incoming.
K9 Esports, they need to win this game, and that's the only way they also can take a leap. Mysterious4 K9 match is very important for them. And this fight could be the game-deciding fight, because this is the highest priority hill. In the next zone, this is the hill that gives you vision of the open field down south. And both the teams do end up realizing Madkings sitting in the hospital building can be the outliers that swing the game in favor of either of these survivors, but that's for the later stages. I think stage 8, stage 9 is when they get involved. But for now, CH, this has gotten dragged out for way too long, man. And out of nowhere, MTR was the team getting wiped out. What?
Now, I think it's in its conclusive phases. as the last player of JPX did fight tooth and nail, but eventually it's going to be CAG OSAKA and the numbers who overwhelmed JPX and now the South Korean team out of commission. As for Nebula, they had been staying aboard for quite some time, and even DRX, they refused to bow down. Sekshi, the final player surviving, and he's been put to rest. Phoenix, he gets the job done, but DRX again make it inside the top 7 with decent amount of finishes, but Dplus KIA out of nowhere, they come in and suddenly start dismantling K9 as Kratos continues on with his onslaught. As for Nebula Esports, they might be challenged, and CAG OSAKA, they know who their next target is.
Yeah, but Nebula Esports have made it to the top 6 of this game. And with 5 finishes, if they end up securing the chicken dinner, I think, again, another opportunity for Nebula to cut down the difference. Another point added to the tally as CAG OSAKA get wiped out from this game. But a long way for Nebula Esports to go.
But look at Dplus KIA. Not a single man lost. 5 finishes secured already. The Eastern control all to themselves.
Hey, MTR was still there.
Somebody needs to rattle them up. Yeah, MTR. They've made that narrow escape. I think one surviving member. But what's concerning is Dplus KIA. If they get a chicken dinner, maybe the Indian dreams might shatter once again. Mysterious4, the previous game, they were phenomenal. But they could not get the chicken dinner. This time, would of course want to change things around. Maybe do something different. Apologies, Mysterious4 did in fact play quite well. Got the chicken dinner, but Dplus KIA. Osal trying to push in. This is the fight that we've all been waiting for. Hero right in front of Dplus KIA. Having the better numbers, not out on Snowjaw. That's going to be quite concerning for them.
Oh, that's quite close to Fabian. Does manage to walk out the damage radius, but look at the split Dplus KIA going. I think it's going to be down to the utility, and Mysterious4, they're getting distracted. They're nading the wrong direction. This off play from Dplus KIA is the reason they are considered one of the best names, one of the best in the game. Hero, last man surviving. Well, can't be a hero for his team every single time. Gets wiped out by Dplus KIA. A very clean execution put on display, and out of nowhere they've been holding on. They've kept their heads down this entire time, but finally when it comes time to close out the match, all 4 players from Dplus KIA are up and out on the move. They've taken control of that Hellfixes, and now it becomes very difficult to take this game away from them. This is going to be a Dplus chicken dinner.
Yeah, surely it's their game to lose. And even for Madkings, they're looking quite paranoid. They know that there's one bugger just hiding around. iQOO can make a play, but even for Nebula, they'll have to close in. Now it's going to be a fortress defense scenario. Where does the circle shift next? If it goes out of hospital, then Madkings, they're in a world of trouble. Because, like you said, Dplus KIA, they've got a complete spread. They've got that eastern side to themselves. But Nebula, they've got to make a move. So Nebula can actually act as a wild card in this entire situation. Whilst Madkings, they'll have to play the best BGMI of their lives.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, even then, they might fall a bit short, but Nebula Esports, Phoenix pulled out. Top 4 finish is not going to be that beneficial to them. They need more. They need the chicken, or they need to rack up and steal all the finishes that are there. Phoenix, oh, could have been worse. And, well, it turns out to be the worst. Gets taken out by the play zone. The finish denied to the players of Dplus KIA. The last shot does not connect. One more man remaining from the side of Nebula Esports, Kratos, but I think the game has been decided. MTR might end up finishing 3rd. Kratos, he can't really go beyond that hill, beyond that ridge the moment he is spotted out. Either Dplus or Madkings are going to finish him off.
Intense moments. Everybody's just waiting, Johnny, for the circle to actually close in. Silence taking over. Dplus KIA not overextending. Even Madkings aware of the situation right now. It's not looking good for them. Dplus KIA, now they will inch in a further little close. But this is where it's going to be interesting. I want to see if the edges that they're holding around the edge of the zone, the moment they come out, will they have to reveal themselves? If that's the case, then maybe Dplus KIA will have to go for a push. And that is a window that Madkings can really capitalize on. And then there's Kratos. This man has been phenomenal in this game. Nebula Esports have been having a great tournament. Madkings, we saw they had a chicken dinner yesterday. Polo, Shadow, 2 players surviving. Can they create something special here?
Let's see. The pace drops as no options are available to anyone to try and initiate these fights. Although all of that is going to change in the next 40 seconds. We are going to be down to the end game. Dplus KIA, although setting themselves up for that final move, for the pounce on that hospital building. They're leaving the rear completely. They want to move from the southern side of this hill. It's going to be tricky to make things work if Madkings end up getting a read on this, but they're heading towards Kratos. They want to finish him off, and they succeed as well. 9 eliminations on the board for Dplus KIA. And now, I think escape options for Madkings have been taken away. Then Dplus KIA, I think the intention is to end this game with at least 12 eliminations. Worst case scenario, they end at 10.
Look at with what finesse they tried to execute this. They knew that Kratos was hiding. They went towards the lower grounds, avoiding Madkings completely in the process. If that would have even happened, Fabian was already present for the trade. So Dplus KIA making absolutely no mistakes. It's pretty much their game. Their chicken dinner almost in the bag. Till the point Apollo and Shadow, they need to cook. And Nolbu providing cover fire, and Dplus KIA finally blitzing through. And this is where Mayday arrives for Madkings.
Well, let's see though. Itsuku, he sees how Fabian saw him. Fabian is just setting it up. The shotgun is ready. Now he sees the second man. He hasn't moved. Oh, do they see him or not? They saw him. They were pranking him. They were playing with his mind. They were playing with his emotions. They made him feel safe. A false sense of comfort given, but that gets taken away. But same thing could happen to Dplus KIA as Nolbu in the back lines has been knocked out. Now it's down to the players from Madkings. The util goes flying, but it makes absolutely no contact. 3 versus 2, and Dplus KIA, they still want to play it safe. That's not the angle where the nade is going to connect from, but Shadow OG, he doesn't want to give up. Apollo still there, half his HP bar. Oh, what a nade! What a play! Shadow OG on the window pane, bounces down, hits the balcony and takes out both of them. And then there were 2. A 2 versus 2, Madkings versus Dplus KIA.
Still an even Steven situation right now, a 2-on-2 situation, and Madkings, they're on the driver's seat. Suddenly Dplus KIA, they look rattled, and this is where Madkings need to hold on to their composure. No room for error. Fabian still bleeding, and this is where Apollo or Shadow, somebody's got to make another move. They've got 2 grenades to work with. They'll have to make sure it's precise, but Shadow, he's taking a different step. I think he's heard Osal, and now they cannot give enough room for the players of Dplus KIA to actually trigger that revive, but this is actually working in the favor of Madkings. They've got that crossfire set up, built up, and Apollo, he cannot miss. Shadow jumps in out of nowhere like a madman. He keeps tapping onto his DPS, ran out of ammunitions, but towards the end, it is going to be Madkings and that mad performance that somehow have stolen the chicken dinner from the grasp of Dplus KIA. This is what we wanted. This is BGMI at its highest order.
Hey man, the Kings arrive and look at the kingdom bowing down in front of them. The crowd on its feet, Madkings at the ready. But even with this chicken dinner, the question is, where will they end up on the leaderboard, considering the competitors, the teams they are up against, have also done, if not equally well, better than how they have done.
That is the most phenomenal game Madkings have delivered so far. And what happened in the end, it's really hard to believe. Dplus KIA choking like that, and Madkings instantly prioritizing.
I would like to differ. That wasn't a choke. The nade that fell on Fabian, that was so lucky.
I mean, look at this. Look at this trajectory. How it bounced and ricocheted through 2 different objects. and then it hits the golden spot. It feels like it was destined, but more than a choke, Necro, I feel like it was Madkings being very special in that moment. Yes, there was a little bit of that luck, but towards the end, that presence of mind where they formed that little bit of a split, that is where Madkings got the edge. This was stellar. This was amazing. And certainly this was unbelievable.
It indeed was. But now moving the conversation on towards Dplus KIA and their performance too, you cannot really take it away from that fact that they do have a lot of elimination points and they still got away with a lot of points in total, which means in the overall standings, they will once again be in a really remarkable spot.
Exactly. I mean, and even Mysterious4 and Nebula getting taken out before Dplus KIA, that means the second pot is open.
Exactly. Nebula Esports is definitely having their own struggles, but will those struggles continue? Well, we'll find out after this one short little break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BMIC 2025. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Fixes and Necro as we take you through the English commentary for today here in day number 2. And interesting enough, what a surprising entry of a chicken dinner here. Madkings is able to somewhat slow things down for Dplus KIA, where things looked really close here, where Dplus KIA was so close to clutching out a chicken dinner. But again, they still did it really well, but a nice little recovery coming from Madkings. How did that last final moments actually happen here?
Look, the only reason why I call that a choke is because Dplus KIA had all the 4 players standing, and Madkings had only 2 players. Dplus KIA losing out on those 2 instrumental players off the rip like that in the fight, that's where pretty much the entire pace of the game was decided. I do understand he wanted to go for the revival on the fallen comrade, but somewhere down line he should have expected the nade. We all know, we have seen a lot of those nades where players try to bounce it off the window frame, and once again, that's what happened. The grenade pretty much ricocheted off of that and just fell right next to him.
I vehemently disagree. I feel like Dplus KIA, they did not make a lot of mistakes. I mean, they took that fight against MTR, they took Itsuki down, everything was looking all fine and dandy. There was that one grenade to tussle them over, and that moment, it was that sheer luck. But also, it was Madkings playing excellent in that situation.
I agree, but when we talk about nades, we talk about Grenadiers himself here. OSAKA is going to be the MVP from that match because his nades has been spot on and has shut down multiple teams in those scenarios here. And of course, Dplus KIA, they definitely deserve the MVP. But at the same time here, today is all about a day of comebacks. We talked about Dplus KIA didn't really do things too well in day number 1, but today they are very consistent here. But do you think that Dplus KIA is going to be a contender for the trophy now?
Without a doubt. They still had a lot of elimination points, and since they still finished things off in the second spot, which means they also got 6 placement points, we've also got the top 5 players on the screen. Kratos from Nebula Esports managing to rack up 5 finishes, so even that's going to keep Nebula in the race.
Now, speaking of the race as well, I'm also curious to see how K9's performance is going to be affecting the standings right now as well, because they were also one of the teams that is in that conversation. A small little recovery. Seems like they will get themselves 47 points. A little bit of a decent games up later on is going to put them into the top 8. But Dplus KIA now in the number 3 spot here with 76 points.
Yeah, the takeaway for K9 was Beast now looks in form, but K9 did make the best out of the situation. We saw AKOP that 1v4 clutch against GDR. And what's gone wrong with GDR right at the 16th position? Not acceptable. But Madkings, after that chicken dinner, this is their second so far. But they still need to work on their consistency a little bit. Nongshim RedForce, they're losing a little bit of steam. But Nebula, let's not count them out. I mean, they made some really amazing plays.
I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, but DRX for the past 2 games, they were not able to secure a lot of points. So that's a big concern. I think they only secured 2 points.
Exactly. Ever since the Rondo map, things has taken a little bit of shift here coming from DRX. And seems to me, when it comes towards the map of Erangel, the Indian teams has been doing really, really well here for the past few games so far. Even yesterday's Erangel games has been looking really well here for the Indian teams in particular. But of course, now, let's take a little bit more on towards the MVPs and also every single factor here. Based on this standings, now we're officially past the halfway mark of the entire 18 matches total. Who do you think has the biggest shot to lift the trophy here after a total of 9 matches?
I think, of course, the table toppers. It's not even a question, right? DRX, yeah, I do understand for the past 2 games they have been struggling. I think they only secured 1 or 2 points, which is a little bit concerning. But at the end of the day, if you really look at the team's past, they've never choked in a position like this. So I still believe in the upcoming games, DRX will probably dominate.
No, honestly speaking, again, DRX, of course, they're one of the strongest teams of the South Korean region. But when you look at their international experience, they do not have a lot. And yes, they're on the top right now. That's all fine and dandy. But it's going to still take something special. Something like what Madkings did against the likes of Dplus KIA to take down DRX. I think teams are really getting in the zone. I hope the Indian teams and the Japanese bounce back.
Well, officially halfway point, halfway more to go. Madkings with that small little recovery puts themselves into the top 8. Are they in the race for the top 1 or not? We shall see, because we're going to be jumping into a small little interview on stage right now.
Thank you so much, casters. And इस समय मेरे साथ है Making the Road. And इस समय इन्होंने एक रास्ता बनाया है from position 16th to 15th position. तो इस समय पीयूष है मेरे साथ, who's going to help me interpret Japanese to Hindi and the Hindi to Japanese. तो इस समय पीयूष, मैं of course इनसे जानना चाहता हूँ, ये IGL हैं of the team, 16th position से 15th position पर आए हैं, तो क्या momentum की तलाश में हैं? Are they getting used to the whole environment, the vibe of Delhi right now? क्या हो रहा है कि इस समय वो momentum उतना मिल नहीं पा रहा है?
昨日は16台にあったんですけど、今は15に行っていました。何が間違えたのが、それで何が考えていますか？
自分たちのムーブをまずちゃんとできていなかったことと、VC のコミュニケーションが納得いくものができてなかったので、そこを改善するともっとポイントは取れてくれるのかなと思います。
तो इनका कहना है कि हमारा कम्युनिकेशन कहीं ना कहीं लैग कर रहा था, जिसकी वजह से हमारे कल के लिए बेहतर नहीं गई थी चीज़ें। लेकिन अब हम इसमें बेहतर करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, तो मुझे लगता है अगर वो बेहतर हो सकता है तो और पॉइंट्स आते हैं।
और मिसकम्युनिकेशन की यहाँ पर ऑफ कोर्स बात की है आईजीएल ने, लेकिन एग्जैक्टली ये जो मिसकम्युनिकेशन है उसको सुधारने के लिए अब आगे के जो मैचेस हैं उसमें क्या करने वाली है मेकिंग द रोड थोड़ा सा डिफरेंटली, ताकि चीज़ें इनके लिए थोड़ा सा बेटर हो जाए।
このうまくいくように何にそれはいいのか何考えていますか？
まずは、初めてのオフラインということなので、まず自分たちの気持ち、メンタルを保つことと、あと、簡潔な VC のを意識してやっております。
इनका कहना है कि ये इनका पहला ऐसा प्रोग्राम है, इसलिए अभी अपनी मेंटालिटी को यहाँ सेट होने दे रहे हैं। इसके साथ साथ धीरे धीरे जैसे ये इवेंट आगे बढ़ेगा उसके साथ साथ ये देखेंगे किस तरीके से चीज़ इनके लिए जाती है।
Of course, 50% of this tournament is over. We still have 1.5 days of matches left. तो क्या मेकिंग द रोड इस समय कॉन्फिडेंट लग रही है कि they might make it to the global stage?
と今はうまくいかなかったんけれども、と明日の試合にどう思ってますか？とんかつできるかできないか何に考えていますか？
とんかつはもちろんします。まだ前半しか終わってないので、後半もっと自分たちのスタイルを貫き通せるように頑張りたいと思います。
हालांकि अभी तक चीज़ें हमारे हिसाब से नहीं गई हैं, लेकिन हम ज़रूर ही जीतेंगे। आज होगा या कल, लेकिन हम जीत के ज़रूर दिखाएंगे।
All right, so wish you all the best for that. All right, that's making the road. लेकिन इस समय making the stage set for the next BGMI action, ये सब कौन करेगा? ये करेंगे हमारे casters. So let's head back to the casters desk.
Well, as Rohit did say as well, we have officially reached the halfway point. The race continues as well. We do have that small little foundation, but of course DRX is still the table toppers. That is the potential trophy candidate by the end of day 3 itself. Can they maintain the lead? Only time will tell, because now we're seeing a lot of comebacks here, especially here in day number 2. Now, interesting enough here, we're going towards the next 3 games. Any surprising names that came back today?
To be honest, we are yet to see DRX and Dplus KIA playing the Miramars, and we know how strong the South Koreans are in Miramar. So for the Indian teams and the Japanese to have any chance of a comeback, I think this Erangel game, they'll have to make it theirs. I think Necro and we both in unison believe in K9. If I feel like this team still has that spark, they need a chicken dinner.
Now, of course, when we talk about today itself as well here, we've had a lot of moments throughout all 3 games as well. You can see the excitement in the arena. Everybody's just cheering for their favorite team. But you know what? This is the beauty of games itself, right? It transcends the boundaries of nations, of countries. Everybody loves a good game, and today's games has been phenomenal, and you can see the fans just enjoying some good BGMI action right now.
Of course, I mean, everyone is enjoying currently in the crowd. They're just having a fun time, but I'm pretty sure watching Madkings clutch that situation out in such a way, the crowd was going bonkers. They were going wild, especially the position for Madkings in that situation right there. It was phenomenal. I'm not sure how they're able to come up with that on the fly, but one thing is for sure, Madkings now, they might just be off to a fantastic start in the upcoming games.
Yeah, however, we have to take a look towards Nebula as well. It seems like things are not looking too good as well. They've made a lot of serious mistakes, and Adi is just not too happy about how things has happened so far. Even OG as well is not looking too good. They're trying a couple stuff here and there, but pressure is not really that high on OG. But I'm very, very surprised by Madkings' entry with that game itself. Like, I agree with you guys. It could be luck, it could be skill, it could be a little bit of moments as well. And if you think about the circumstances that Madkings was put in, they started a journey with a very, very tough dip. They were engaging against Nebula, and then they just got completely shut down. And I thought for a second that Madkings are out of competition, but somehow they held on, got the chicken dinner. Was it luck? Was it skill? Let's be honest.
That's the very essence of BGMI. A little bit of luck, a little bit of skill, and a little bit of that brilliance, right? You encompass it all together, and that was Madkings. But then again, that moment of Madkings, however, also overshadowed the fact that iQOO, Nebula Esports had their individualistic moments as well. But again, Erangel, it's going to be a very tough test. I just hope maybe iQOO Seoul, maybe K9, somebody needs to bounce back.
Now, I like that you actually brought up Seoul as well here, because there were a lot of expectations onto Seoul, especially when after day 1, they were in the top 3. And now, things hasn't been looking good. And we saw moments from Goblin, we saw moments from Knuckle, we saw moments coming from Joker as well, as the last man's playing as well. We know Joker for his individual prowess of clutching things big times as a solo warrior, but seems like you can't really depend on that a little bit too much. What do you think went wrong for Seoul, Necro?
In my personal opinion, it just feels like Seoul, they really do want to execute their main gameplay, but for some reason, the randomness of the game sometimes is catching them off guard. If you look at the way Seoul's getting eliminated, yeah, they are trying to contest some of the good fights. They are trying to bring in the good fights and the good positionings on the board. But it does feel like Seoul is contesting a lot of those fights that they already have a disadvantage in, and I'm speaking of the positional disadvantage.
Of course, when we talk about Seoul, Miramar is their best map so far in BMIC. But before we get into the map of Miramar, we are going to be down towards the last Erangel of day 2 itself for BMIC, and we're going to be jumping straight into the game right now.
The big bird in the skies once again, this time starting from Lipovka towards Georgiapol. This playing flop path that does seem quite balanced, but if you do want to move on towards this Noka military base, now that's going to be a tough stretch. I really do want to see where God's Reign is going to be dropping. God's Reign is currently on the 16th spot, all the way at the bottom in the overall standings, and I'm pretty sure that's got to be mind-boggling. But what else is going to be mind-boggling? Getting shut down in such a way by Madkings, even that's got to be tough to recover from.
At this point, it's quite annoying also. I'll tell you why. We haven't seen a single Southern Island circle yet. It's been so many games of Wrangle. I want to see that happen. I want to see that masala really come out because I want to see how the Korean teams, South Korean teams, how the Japanese teams react to such situations. What happens when everything is going up for a toss? We've seen circles happening around the eastern side. We've seen circles happening around the west. Maybe a northern circle. I'll take
Now
that
it
as
will.
well.
I think there will be a southern circle. The
You
zone's
think?
going to move on towards the Snuka military base, and this will be one of the best games that we will witness. Reject as well. In the past couple of games, Reject has been struggling too. They've been taking some of the fights that they're just getting absolutely clutched out. Some heroics from OG was something that shut down Reject in the past game as well. So they're not really having a good time.
I think, OG, I feel like they're not playing to win here. That's pretty much clear. Because I haven't seen that winning intent from their sides. And of course, AKOP going through medical conditions doesn't make things easy as a team. And, this is the talk that you and IC were having on the desk about what's also wrong with iQOO Seoul. I think IC pretty much answered that. It's always those solo plays they're relying upon. We need to see that little bit of cohesion amongst the players, that team game that will help them flourish. But this is a game in which K9 can actually flourish, Necro, because the circle has really favored them. They need to get their loot done, and they'll have to make some quick rotations.
And it also feels like there are a few of those moments where Seoul just can't really do a lot in.
Yeah.
I do feel like, they're sometimes struggling in prioritizing the good fights and the bad fights, and they somehow end up taking those fights where they are already starting things off in a disadvantage. We've seen so many fights where Seoul is taking an uphill battle, which is of course going to be a major disadvantage for you. And I guess the game of Rondo and the previous game as well has to be a prime example of it.
I think, for Team Seoul at this point, they'll have to go back to their basics. I feel like they're overthinking. Even in the previous game you saw, right? One of their players, Knuckle, he got picked off mid-air. He didn't even get time to drop down. So, and that is supposed to be iQOO Seoul's drop location. I do not know what were they thinking. If CAG OSAKA could have dropped before you, then I think, yes, eyebrows will be raised, fingers will be pointed. They're making mistakes. They'll need to work on it. But barring iQOO Seoul, eyes will also be on Nongshim RedForce, dropping down on Yasnaya in Rondo. They had a very explosive start, Necro. But now we can see that also phasing out.
God's Reign's heading towards Zarki. So for God's Reign, this rotation, it's going to be smooth as of now. But they're also starting the looting phase quite late, which means God's Reign's going to be burning through a decent bit of time in the early game. And maybe that's been one of the main concerns. For God's Reign, they're just not getting enough screen time to tell anything about him. But one thing is for sure, they're also struggling when it comes to firefights. They're also struggling when it comes to placing themselves in the good spots. And if you're just not able to convert the firefights, you will not be able to place yourself in good spots.
I mean, for God's Reign at this point, you're going to feel bad. Especially how do you recover after getting 1v4 like that? For GTR, today's day has not been theirs. And ideally, we did have this chatter with Destro where he was like, you know what, I never have a good day one. Day two is usually mine. And we're already halfway past through day two. And GDR, I think they've just gotten worse.
Hey, still 3 games to go, right? Counting this one in. So you never know. Maybe God's Reign can get a back-to-back chicken dinner and instantly bring themselves back swinging. But hold on! Nebula, they now find themselves against CAG. Phoenix, he wants to find that trade. Molotov tossed towards the stairs, but that man from CAG is quite versatile. And look at the off-angle Phoenix wants to create.
Ooh,
Eventually,
nice.
he just runs into that Molotov, and that's going to be it. Knocked out and confirmed. Nebula Esports instantly getting that quick trade, and this is what Nebula is known for. Those quick reflexes.
I loved it, those trades so quick, but more importantly, Adi as an individual, he's an IGL. We haven't seen him fragging like this, and he's also doing that throughout this entire tournament. Those trades, those utilities that he's lofting around, really is making a lot of giving a lot of answers for Nebula, and that's the reason for their success. But when you talk about the circle center, look at DRX. They've already taken that central spot. Even Dplus KIA, they understand that this time it's going to be somewhere around shooting range. And K9, they're making sure they control shooting range. But for Dplus KIA, we cannot give them that much space. Again, that respect being shown. Why and how?
I think it's just DRX and their brilliance. You can't even blame anyone else. It's just them being so quick. Just imagine fixes.
Uncontestedly, they took the center, Necro.
It's still quite early in the game. Our teams are busy looting. That's the whole point. And DRX, It's like they just got the basic stuff and they instantly started to make the move on the board. They want to prioritize the positioning more than loot. But to be honest, there's two ways to look at it. There's a big time in the mid phase. DRX might just run out of the loot, and that's where the real struggle might begin for them. But I'm pretty sure the game plan's going to be simple for DRX. They do not just sit tight in the center. They instead start taking fights as well. And that will help them quite a bit, looting those death crates.
Indeed, it shall. And I hope Dplus KIA are well alert on the defense, but Nebula back to their old ways of hunting teams down, this time after the players of REIGNITE, after going for the boys of CAG OSAKA. Nebula Esports is showing so much heart into this competition. It means so much. Again, chasing down the players of REIGNITE. They need to make sure, however, they do not overcommit. And Nebula Esports, they drew that line, but CAG OSAKA, this time things are starting to flip. And now Nebula Esports might feel a little rattled because they were really not expecting CAG OSAKA to also be crossing paths at the very same time. But still, somehow they've kept themselves out of harm's way. But you never know what's going to happen next.
How can you not love this team? Nebula is so proactive, so quick, and so aggressive. Every single time, just putting on an absolute show. And the crazy part is they're actually pretty good at it doing so. That just adds on even more. And for Nebula Esports, as of now, I'm pretty sure a few elimination points will be the added bonus, but they're just searching for a decent spot. A power position that's going to give them a lot of control.
I mean, just 12 points shy. Imagine Nebula getting a chicken dinner. They'll hold on. In fact, take their first spot for themselves. For the Dplus KIA, they've also been on the chase, and Miramar, we know that's where their excellence truly lies, and that's going to happen after this. 2 more games of Miramar. But for Madkings, even this team has been showing so much heart coming into this competition. I'll be honest, I did not have a lot of expectations from Madkings, but after what they did in the previous game, I think I'm slowly also starting to become a believer.
True that.
They might not win, but they'll ruffle a lot of feathers.
Definitely. There's a big chance. And what if Madkings actually ends things off in the second spot?
That would be crazy.
That's a big chance. If Madkings keep on securing these big wins, that's going to help them a lot. Yeah, consistency not there, but they're relying on those one massive game. But as of now, for TrueRippers, getting pounced on in such a way by God's Rain from all the different angles. KIA, the man's completely caught off guard. Had no clue that the remaining players of God's Rain, they've already got the field trap. And now for TrueRippers, the best possible circumstance is going to be to back away or maybe try and fight back from the off angle. You can already see Jelly wrapping up from the back lines, and Jelly as well as catching a few fadeaway shots. TrueRippers, they know it's a fight taken down to a 3-on-3. KIA was able to find that one knock, and that's why TrueRippers can still stand a chance to convert it back. Oh, Neo was almost on the verge, being shut down once again as Hydro. A few returning shots taken against the guy as well. TrueRippers, they need to be cautious, and Hydro, he replies back.
Everything depended on Delta, and he messed that one up. GDR in a world of trouble now. Justin, he has a different angle for himself, but TrueRippers, that is all that they needed. Just showing the players of GDR apart, but KIA Lamau, that's a loss that they'll have to settle with. As for GDR, feels like it's an absolute collapse. Necro sitting at the 15th position, 33 points. And interesting developments. Orangutan, they're going after DRX. Atanki, he's managed to secure that first knock. Really interested to see what happens next.
Fixes. It's like God's Rain have played passive for such a long time, for years, and now switching to aggressive style, it's not really working out for them. They're too used to playing that defensive and passive play style. What do you think?
I think they were, again, unprepared in this fight. And the way they approached it, all these players not being able to separate themselves from those angles, and TrueRippers just being the better teams in terms of how they've been trying to adjust. And for Nebula, I think it's going to be interesting because Nebula seems like the only Indian team that can actually lift the trophy here, at least for now. Or maybe even Mysterious4.
OG. Well, they've got a decent spot. Just hunkering it down on that spot. MTR, even they find that opener against Soul, and Soul as well down a man. That's got a sting. JP around the ruin side. For JPX, the day one was decent, but day two, man, it's been an absolute flop. But we still got 3 games to go. As I mentioned, anyone can pull off a back-to-back. I mentioned this about God's Reign, maybe pulling off a back-to-back game and directly bringing themselves back in the race, but that's not the case. God's Reign, the game's already down the drain.
From here, the recovery is going to be very difficult. And for God's Reign, I think at this point they should be looking on going aggressive, maybe mess things up for the other teams. And who knows what's going to happen next. But for Reignite, I think yesterday they started off so well. A lot of hopes coming in from them, but that consistency, that was clearly missing. As for now, as the circle might take another shift. Where does it go? Does it go towards the northern side, towards the southern? No, the answer is going to be still up in the open. It's going to be a hybrid one. DRX, Nebula, even Orangutan having a good piece of the pie. But even for Madkings, they're making a movement, and now they could face the players of Reignite.
Oh, Madkings, Shadow and Clutch God right next to each other. The two big brain. But are they really going to pounce back, and are they really going to shut down Reignite? And yes, they already do start things off. Miz is knocked out, but unfortunately for Clutch God Shadow, his duo is not there in the game anymore. But Pro from the back lines, Takis, he's already doing a fantastic job. Miz, unfortunately for the man, the recovery is going to be tough, but already a well-placed nade from Yamuk. That's going to shut down both the players of Madkings. Oh boy, Madkings started things off with a bang in this fight, but now look at where they are.
And just to make matters worse, even Clutch God got taken down from a player from iQOO, leaving Pro to be the last man surviving. And this was inevitable, this was bound to happen. Madkings trying to enter in, Justin, the last surviving member, he's going to be dealt with. Hydro puts the final nail in the coffin, and for TrueRippers, finally finding some consistency here. Or maybe they're trying, but look at OG. This is round 5, a fight against Dplus KIA. Fabian already down on his knees, and now Osal, he's got a lot to fight for now.
Oh, shocking suppose and personal and Osal. Went for that pre-fire, but the man's already far away. OG, AKOP, that one nade towards Chips. Even that's going to find a lot of value. For Dplus KIA, the problems are there, constantly knocking on the door, as even Nobu falls down, and Osal, he's the only person standing in OG. Without even breaking his sweat, Dplus KIA, they've been sent back to lobby.
Sublime stuff once again, and it is a combined team effort. Not AKOP getting those 4 finishes, but every player of OG contributing to that squad wipe. A little bit of a help, unwanted of course from K9. Getting those finishes secured, but DRX, they're still breathing, still alive, still in a very prime position. Having nice compounds. Nebula right next to them. Imagine teams at the first and second next to each other. And imagine the circle shifting down south. That would be wild.
Can definitely catch a few teams off guard. A curveballing shift will definitely choke a lot of teams to death. Reject, even they find that threat. As I think he's down. And now for OG, they will be pushed a little bit on the back foot. How was Reject even able to thread the needle? Did I think he overstep? That's what it seems like.
The finish got stolen.
Yeah.
Adi's got it. And Reject, I think they just caught Atanki off guard. He was way out in the open. But this is again a replay from what happened. AKOP, oh my god, that was a beautiful grenade. And then the trade game being absolutely perfect. Again, AKOP somehow taking things on. And yeah, even OG, they are hosting a watch party at their boot camp. Maybe might as well check out if you're not around the Delhi NCR. But for now, the circle again keeping us in 2 minds, but this time skewed towards the certain side. So Reject, quick on their feet, they want to close in. Little do they know that it is Nongshim RedForce waiting for them with open arms.
Reject around that warehouse, utilities from Seoul tossed on towards the players of Mysterious4. That's no John and Hero. They're already put to sleep, but even for Seoul, they've lost out on 2 crucial men. Knuckle is the only person standing in for Mysterious4. They've got the man advantage. The fight taken down to a 2-on-1. And Knuckle, the man's literally on fire. Floor's lava. He's going to place himself in that closet room, but he will not be able to survive for too long. Utilities, they were precise, but Knuckle, he unfortunately burns himself to death. Soul choking this fight against Mysterious4, and they get a second shot at life.
Mysterious4 played this one really well. Despite the fact that two of their players initially got taken down to the utility barrage coming in from iQOO, they responded with their Molotov of their own. And the rest we saw is history, of course. But for now, AKOP trying to pick a fight against the likes of Nebula, even TrueRippers into the mix. All these Indian teams fighting amongst each other. While look at DRX, they're pretty much chilling. Maybe sipping on a pina colada, enjoying, deciding what they're going to do with that global slot they get. I mean, this is discipline at its highest order.
DRX knows the past couple of games they have
let them fight it
choked
out.
it. They've messed up big time in the past couple of games. Only getting 2 points or 1 point actually out of that. So now DRX knows the depth of the situation, and they just want to play it passive, avoiding as much risk as possible and just getting as many points as possible.
I'm still surprised that Seoul got taken down like that. This is a team that really bounced back in Miramar, but I think the problems in Erangel still pretty much visible, and they've not really done anything to resolve it. But AKOP fight against Reject. 3 players shrouded inside that smoke. Jecheon mustering some courage, maybe trying to gather some information over there as Reject under heavy fire as those barrage of grenades do come in. But AKOP, did his vehicle just flip? What happened?
Not sure.
He's backed off.
Reject, they're on the run. Reject has been playing quite a passive game themselves, but now they're straight up going to ram their vehicles against JP, and this time JP, they've got the man advantage. Reject walking in their compound, but still Reggie, he is able to thread that needle and find the knocks! How is Reject even able to do this? Divine gets shut down eventually. The trade's back and forth to JP. They've only got 2 players standing, and the same thing can be said for Reject. This is too much back and forth. As long as Reggie's alive, there's still a big chance for Reject to get this cake.
Crazy Hollywood, 2 players surviving. JPX, they're putting it all that they've got. Shots being fired from multiple directions, and oh, Jecheon, he's gonna thread that needle, he's gonna get that opener once again. And JPX down to their final man, Hollywood. He's got a grenade though, thrown in the wrong direction. No damage done to Rejects. Jecheon, final member alive. Both these teams suffering heavy casualties, and Reject, they were really eyeing on a bounce back, and it's almost the end of the 4th game, and yeah, Reject, they haven't really made a lot of noise.
I told you, as long as Jecheon is alive, this man, he can easily turn the tides, and that's what he did. Finding that 1 knock in confirmation against JP, and now the situation's down to a 1-on-1. Yeah, the circle shifting up north, and DRX knows somewhere down line they've got an extremely good spot. But all they need to do now is play for a bit more of that control. And MTR, what is that?
Looked sus, if you ask me. But right now, of course, make the road. They'll have to make a road for themselves, where AKOP stands beneath the bridge. Maybe would try to provide a blockade. Maybe try to cut them off, because he's been cut off from his team, and there's no chance on earth that he can reunite, given the fact that K9, they will be waiting for him. But DRX, Reignite, trying to close in the distance, but Sakshay instantly anticipating the threat and keeping them at bay.
DRX constantly peppering those shots against Reignite and Miz. The man's in that smoke cloud. Another nade tossed against Miz, and maybe this one's going to be on the mark. Barely burst right on top of the man's skull. He's taken down to barely any sort of HP, surviving on a pixel. JP's been eliminated from the game. And that was Jecheon finding that final laugh. As I mentioned, as long as the man's alive, the cake can be Rejects. And that's what they do. The piece of the pie claimed, but now it's time for DRX to claim even a better spot. They want to control the final few moments.
How is Pro even still alive from Madkings? Last we saw, they were getting pummeled down. And he still lives to fight another day, but AKOP seems like his position right now compromised. And he knows it's the boys from Reignite. But fight is vice versa, that's the big ask. Because Reignite, they're really not doing anything about it. Maybe they do not know. Or maybe Nagon being slightly more vigilant. He's taking the waterways and he spotted. He's got that information. And now Reignite will be playing accordingly.
Oh, just look at Nagon.
Oh my god, that's
Man's gonna
smart.
toss a nade. He already spotted him through the water, and iQOO's got no clue. The nade was tossed right next to him. And now iQOO's barely surviving on any sort of HP. Regiosio has found himself in such an awkward spot against the entirety of Mysterious4, but he still finds the first pick. How is this even possible? He was almost on the verge of getting the second one as well, but that got way too close for comfort. Mysterious4, they've got the man number, and they overwhelmed Regiosio.
Mysterious4 somehow have that tendency to always live on the knife's edge, and the good fact is that they still somehow come out swinging. The last player surviving of Reject, not anymore. Regiosio commends to that effort, but Bunny losing out on numbers like that is not going to be helpful, is not going to be healthy. Nongshim RedForce still holding towards that northern compounds of OSAKA, and even now Aru, he's taken a hit. K9, they know that the floodgates have opened up, but Nebula also being right next to them does not make things easier, but everything said and done, DRX still alive, but look at this circle shift, Necro. This time going down south, and maybe Nongshim RedForce, this could be their game.
Or maybe even Mysterious4.
Or MTR.
Big chance. And MTR, just before this game in the interview, the man said, we believe in ourselves and we will be the one to lift that trophy. They sounded pretty confident. And right in this game, MTR, they've got a promising spot they're playing with. The Circle putting off pranks on every single team that was playing from the northern side, including DRX and K9 Esports. And now K9 Esports, they need to find a way to actually move on towards that southern side. But how can they when there's teams like OG and REIGNITE right next to each other?
What's this love story? AK, Nagon right in front of each other, but K9, they're taking some bashing. It's going to be Phoenix who gets his job done. K9 looking for Pickle, but Slug, he decides to push it. Beautiful knock onto Nomi. Phoenix could be the next on his hit list, but instantly backs off. Trying to regain his composure there. Cooks up another grenade. And Nebula Esports, they find themselves in a sticky situation where Phoenix is going to press Matter. Slug, they take some couple of damage there, but Ninja Boy, he needs to be proactive. Phoenix getting shot from elsewhere. What is DRX up to?
Yeah,
oh, look at them. They're third partying.
Yeah, they're the one to third party. Taking shots against Nebula Esports from the back, and now Phoenix, he needs to be careful and vary off the back lines as well. Maybe toss out a few smokes. That's going to block off the line of sights. DRX is constantly peppering away against Nebula Esports, and Nebula, they just want to find a reset, but no, instead that gets denied. Ninja Boy with that nade. It's going to stop Nebula and their aggression, but Nebula, now they switch their focus to DRX. DRX losing out on Hyunbin. That's going to be a problematic start to the fight against Nebula. But even for Nebula, they need to deal with the players of K9 Esports. Too much to deal with for Nebula, and they will not survive this.
And this is not a good news, especially for the Indian teams and the fans, considering Nebula the only closing contender. And now everything rests on Mysterious4. They'll have to pull off a biggie, but DRX trying to close in this time. Ninja Boy, he strikes, gets a knock quick, fast as lightning. And now he needs to deal with two players, and he does that as well. Sheshe still will find a trade, but this is where Slug, he needs to come into play, spotting out Hyunbin.
Oh my
He's gonna
God.
take him down. That's a laser spray beaming through as Sekshe out in the open. Slug on a sliver of HP, and he lets him pass. Omega now in a 1v1 situation, tries to climb up the hills, but DRX ever so composed, ever so resilient, as now Sekshe, he's in the driver's seat, will secure those finishes. Omega, a grenade lobbed over, but Sekshe, he's not budging, he's not flinching, but Omega! That is a clutch and a half, and DRX, they are put to sleep.
DRX stopped in tracks, and K9 Esports, now they're on the move. Omega able to clutch it out in the final few moments. It was taken down to a one-on-one, and man, that was way too close for comfort. The Circle is pulling off its own pranks. First, we thought the Circle's going to move up north, but now it takes a curveball shift all the way down south. Nongshim, they're being favored by the zone. But Mysterious4 can knock on the doors anytime, including MTR.
I think timing is key. They'll have to wait for MTR to actually push on Nongshim, and that's where they have to third party, because Omega and iQOO, they're the lonely stragglers over here. And for Nongshim, look at that. The panic is starting to set in. Everybody's starting to get restless. This is where they need to be more composed. This is literally their game. But at the same time, you know, it could be a plateau-like region, but then again, this is one of those games where you could actually create some advantage playing from the lower ridges. It's just that Mysterious4, they're getting paranoid. The moment they try to go for a climb, it is going to be the players of MTR. So it's all about a waiting game happening between MTR and Mysterious4. It's all about who loses their patience first.
Utilities extremely close to the players of Mysterious4. Now Hero is already going to push up behind the compound wall. Nate being cooked, and this will clip him enough. As Hero gets knocked out and Mysterious4, they straight up send it against MTR. Bide, the man's trying to keep himself calm, cool, and collected, as he's already found the advantage of striking. Hero's down, man advantage in the hands of MTR as even the second match. Snow John gets wrapped up, and just like that, Mysterious4, they have been eliminated from this game, and then the third party from Nongshim. It was served on a silver platter, and Nongshim, they're on the verge of conquering the grounds on the southern side. Rozhok, it might just be theirs, as even Rex falls down. MTR, they just can't do anything. No chance to fight back. The timing from Nongshim, it was phenomenal. It was perfect.
But look at them. They've got overcharged. Slight misstep. Doxy still knocked out, but K9, yeah, Omega's position's compromised, and I'm pretty sure they know where iQOO has been. Right underneath that bridge. But Nongshim RedForce really being opportunistic there. They knew that this was their moment, and the moment they wiped off MTR, pretty sure the chicken dinner should be sealed. If Omega could magically just take down 3 players and iQOO takes the last one down and they fight it out, that would be a different story. But I do not see a world where Nongshim RedForce drop the ball here.
Oh no, Omega, he's taking too much damage, and yeah, eventually that heavy damage that was inflicted, it's going to be too much for Omega to deal with. K9 Esports disappointed with what just happened to them. This could have been a comeback game, but slowly and steadily, K9 is definitely rising up. We're seeing that consistency. Nongshim, now they know they just need to deal with one man, and iQOO surprises the guy. That's going to be 1 elimination point secured. That's a +1 on the board. Nongshim's now going to try to flush out the man with the utilities, but the Blue's going to do that anyway, slowly and steadily.
What are they doing? They know, right? It could go very sketchy, and now even Tizzy at barely any HP. He goes down as well. iQOO running out of magazine. He tried to jump, but eventually it's going to be Nongshim RedForce. Of course, they had one player who was supposed to be playing safe. If anything goes wild, he was there to save the day. But Nongshim RedForce, they started off Rondo really well, got a lot of finishes, then a little bit of a dip down. And now, when the moment it mattered, yes, a chicken dinner right at the golden time.
Actually, if you look at it, Nongshim have been pretty good throughout the day. In one of the games of Erangel, they actually did have a lot of elimination points.
Consistency is going to be the key, and Nongshim RedForce finally claims a chicken dinner. And this is going to be a little bit of a bounce back once more from South Korea as they all try to fight for the trophy, for the crown, and for the dominance as the best region among all 3. And who will dominate is going to be the key here. By the end of day 3, we will find a champion and we'll find 2 representatives heading into the global championship. But of course, when we talk about the matches itself here, we saw Orangutan making a little bit of bounce back, which is significant. K9 also starting to buck things up. Now, my question here is, does K9 stand a chance to actually fight for the trophy after this 4 games of performance so far?
I think still that cohesiveness hasn't really been there. They had so many players around them. They should have made most of the situation. Given any other day, K9 needed to push in on teams like DRX. They need to make the most out of the situation. K9 are playing more reactive BGMI than proactive BGMI. We haven't seen them forcing fights, something that they used to do earlier. And at this point, it feels like they're exploring themselves once again.
Well, speaking of exploring themselves here, the competition is getting a little bit tighter as well because DRX in 4 games has gotten themselves about 4 points in total. Do you think that this is a good sign here for the other teams to actually sign a buck up?
Of course, it's a really good sign, right? DRX is now choking constantly, and even the Circle is honestly joking around with them. For a moment, we thought the Circle's going to move up north, but then instantly we see a curveball shift down south, and even DRX was caught off guard, right? There was a big trifecta going on between K9 Esports, Nebula, and DRX, and Nebula, luckily enough, they were able to spoil the game for DRX.
Well, speaking of spoiling the game as well, even Nebula themselves are having a little bit of a struggle themselves because in terms of a gap here, before this game, they were about 11 points gap between them and DRX, but after this performance, the gap actually closens as well. It could come down towards the maybe, just maybe, down towards the final match itself.
You know what really bothered me? It was DRX that actually took down Nebula Esports. It was a pure 4v4 fight, so that is something that Nebula really needs to wake up from.
Okay, fair enough. But now, with all things considered here, we are done with Erangel. We are going to be coming in towards Miramar in very, very soon, but it has to be right after this break.
I mean, it's turning out to be an extremely unpredictable day, even with how this game came to an end. Nongshim RedForce. Middle of the match, you feel, yeah, that's not really a position from where it's possible to actually secure a chicken dinner. In the end, it was them, and in a comfortable manner as well, with a lot of eliminations, securing that angle. But that was the last angle for the day. We move on to Miramar's next. How are you guys doing?
Oh boy, Miramar is where, based on yesterday's trend so far, is where the international teams shine the most. And today itself, the trend continues as well. We can see a lot of Indian teams stepping things up here in day number 2, especially when it comes to Erangel. Rondo, Rondo wasn't looking good for the Indian teams, but now in the map of Miramar, now it's their turf right now. We know for a fact the South Korean teams and also the Japanese teams does have an advantage in terms of slow, methodical plays. After yesterday's lessons, I'm curious to see whether or not can they actually do better this time.
All of that is okay. I mean, we'll see how the catch-up game comes through, but talking about that game of catching up, because we have the MVP on our screens, iQOO, finishing with 4 finishes. Incredible moments from him throughout the day today, in fact. And while Orangutan seems to have woken up, they were fighting from a deficit. What are your thoughts on the journey today?
It's still a lot of individual moments from iQOO only. Previous game of Erangel, that 1v4 against GDR. In this game, we saw him. He played a very instrumental role in taking down the players of Dplus KIA there in that frontal 4v4 fight. But towards the end, some heroics were visible. But where are the others from OG? That's what gets me concerned. But for Slug, this is a really nice bounce back. But Nongshim RedForce, they really played a gamble that paid off really well. It was a hybrid circle. Had the circle gone towards the northern side, it could have been DRX or any other team.
Pretty much, but we do have the rankings for that previous game on our screens. Nongshim RedForce ending the game with 19 points, K9 getting 14, OG with 12, you have MT finally having a decent game, 9 points for them, DRX with 8, Mysterious4 with 6, Nebula Esports, we had a lot of hope from them, but that sandwich that occurred where you have one piece of bread, K9 Esports, the other DRX, just completely ruins the day. And the result is so that DRX now holds a 16-point advantage against Nebula Esports.
Wow, that's going to be a huge lead as well, considering the fact that DRX hasn't been doing too well. So in 3 games, they got themselves 2 points, but with this game, with 8 points, they've gotten a total of 10 points thus far in 4 matches. So I would say this is a little bit of a not really a big safety net. They're still at the top, but for Nebula to not being able to catch up despite DRX's performance in these 4 games is just very, very hard on them.
I think they're slowly and steadily closing the difference. We started the day with 26, now it is 16 points. It's moving in the right direction. They need one big win, but can Adi help his team secure that win is going to be the question. In the meanwhile, we have the best IGLs of the tournament on our screens. QXZ sitting there for DRX on the first position, followed by Bunny from Mysterious4, Adi on the third, Knuckle from Seoul on the fourth, and then Benny from Nongshim RedForce on the fifth.
Look at this, QXZ. He's got 6 top 5s, out of which 2 winner chicken dinners, and those average points. 10 points average every single game. That goes on to show how good TRX is. And you know the best strength that these South Korean teams have? They are invisible on the radar.
Yeah.
You never see them fighting. You never see them getting those finishes. The opponents do not know where DRX are, and suddenly they erupt and get a chicken dinner.
Yeah, but when you talk about points, we also have to talk about the individuals that are bringing those points for the team for DRX. It's been Hyunbin, Nolbu performing quite well for the side of Dplus KIA. Then we have Hero from Mysterious4, Kratos from Nebula, and Slug from K9 Esports.
Now, after, at the start of day number 1 here, we were expecting, hey, maybe this is not a little bit skewed here. There's not a lot of data, but now it's been, 10 matches thus far. Now we're finally getting this a little bit of track record to see all the potential MVPs. I made a couple of predictions at day number 1. These were the people you gotta be watching out for, AKOP, we talk about Snowjohn, etc. But if we were to base off BGMI history's MVP from BMSD, Kratos was one of the top contenders, and finally after 10 match, oh, he's part of the top 5. Great. But again, Nebula is still very, very far away from the trophy first.
Not very far away, I see. It's 16 points.
16 points is one good game. It's still pretty far.
It's one game.
Yeah,
we have 8 matches left.
No. Let me make it worse for you. It's
Yeah.
2 games of Miramar after this. So that is what gets me concerned.
There are matches tomorrow as well, you guys do realize, right?
That's there, but you cannot let them have that lead, right?
I'm okay
You
with
need
16
to close
points.
it.
I beg to
don't-
differ.
I think Indians need to end up top if they have to win. You
Yeah, they
cannot
can.
give them that space.
As long as you're in a position to end up at the top, it should be okay, right?
That's the thing, right? It's going to be quite jarring.
Yeah, see, we still have a lot to talk about. There's a lot of match to be done, ladies and gentlemen. In the meanwhile, let's go ahead and talk to K9 Esports with Rohit on the stage.
थैंक यू सो मच कास्टर्स एंड इस समय मेरे साथ है वो टीम जिनसे हमें काफी उम्मीदें हैं एंड इस समय ओमेगा से मैं सबसे पहले तो यही जानना चाहता हूं कि अब 8 गेम्स बचे हैं, आपकी टीम इस समय 7वें पोजीशन पर है, तो आगे के जो मैचेस बचे हैं उसमें क्या प्लान है, क्योंकि जब भी आप कोई फिनिश करते हैं बहुत जमकर चीयरिंग तो मिल रही है यहाँ पर।
पहले तो थैंक यू सबको जो सपोर्ट करते हैं, जो आप बोल रहे हो चीयर करते हैं। दूसरा 8 जो मैचेस बचे उसमें सेम ही गेम प्लान रहेगा, हम जो कल गलतियाँ की थी वो आज नहीं कर रहे हैं, और डे बाय डे जो मोमेंटम बिल्ड होता है, मैच बाय मैच बिल्ड हो रहा है, वो अभी एक काम आएगा। जो आखिर के 8 जो मैच होंगे उनमें मेरे हिसाब से चीज़ें पूरी पलट जाएंगी।
एंड अगर आपकी टीम की बात करें तो हमने देखा है कि निंजा बॉय जब कोई फिनिश करते हैं या इस समय स्लग जो फॉर्म दिखा रहे हैं, इंडिविजुअली परफॉर्मेंसेस इस समय काफ़ी बेहतरीन है, स्पेशली अगर 20 की भी बात करें तो। लेकिन एज अ टीम कहीं ना कहीं हम लोग उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि K9 विल स्टेप अप, क्योंकि K9 से हमें काफ़ी उम्मीदें हैं। इस समय ये जो लॉबी है उसमें भी वन ऑफ द मोस्ट फियर टीम्स है K9, तो K9 का वो जो प्रॉमिस है वो कब डिलीवर होगा ओमेगा?
8 मैच के बाद हो ही जाएगा, 8 मैच हैं उनके बाद हो ही जाएगा, कर लेंगे।
एंड अब आज के दिन के 2 और मैचेस बचते हैं। एक स्लो मैप है अगला जो होने वाला है मीरामार का, तो इस समय उसके लिए क्या स्ट्रैटेजी है एंड टुवर्ड्स द एंड आपकी प्रेडिक्शन क्या है? आप क्या होप कर रहे हैं आफ्टर द एंड ऑफ डे 2 K9 कहां तक पहुंचने वाली है लीडर बोर्ड में?
मतलब हम ये सोच के चल रहे हैं कि अगर हम टॉप 3 के आसपास, मतलब ऐसा कंटेस्ट में वाले पोजीशन पे आ जाएं तो हमारे लिए ठीक रहेगा, बाकियों के लिए ठीक नहीं रहेगा, बट हमारे लिए ठीक रहेगा।
कुछ कहा आपने? स्लग बताइए।
नहीं, कुछ नहीं, ऐसे ही बता रहा था मैं तो कमबैक की बात। ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं है, अभी K9 कमबैक के लिए जानी जाती है, सो विल कम बैक एंड द टीम्स, द ऑडियंस, यू गोना बी रेडी फॉर अस।
All right, that's what we have been waiting for. We want that comeback from K9. We want that promise to be delivered by K9. लेकिन अभी के लिए back to the casting desk.
Hey man, there's a lot happening around us, and for now at least I would like to avoid the discussion of are 16 points enough for DRX to secure a trophy. Is 16 points going to be a real pressure on the players of Nebula Esports and Mysterious4 as well, who are not too far behind? But anyways, we did hear a lot from K9 Esports.
A lot. I think the players had a lot to say. And for K9 Esports, yes, they're always believers. They think that they will be again staging comeback. But it's the international lobbies. We need to understand you've got foes like Dplus KIA, even Nongshim RedForce. They're also on the climb, and with DRX still quite atop. K9 really needs to deliver a chicken dinner.
For all things considered here, the morale and spirits on K9 are looking very, very good. However, there's another team that I want to talk about that does not seem to look good at all. That's going to be Seoul, because you can see the pressure is starting to kick in here. They had a great start in day number 1, but today itself has been just... I don't know what happened to Seoul, straight up. Like, I have no clue what happened to Seoul, because things have not been looking good for them. I thought they were going to be part of Team India to actually try and catch up to DRX, but it seems like the tables have turned. Mysterious4 made a huge bounce back. We saw a little bit of recovery coming from Madkings. We saw a little bit of consistency coming from Nebula, but for Seoul, it was just a complete flop.
I think it's all the smaller problems now being magnified on a bigger scale. None of the Indian teams have been consistent, barring OG or a few others in the past official tournament. Same goes for Team iQOO. If you go back a couple of months, weeks back, you would witness that iQOO did not have the best of the tournament, did not have the best of the consistent games. They had those explosive ones, and towards the final day, they went for a mad push. It was either this way or them going completely down, and the latter really happened with iQOO. The same thing, that cohesiveness has been missing. And why? They have been making those changes. Of course, it's been very little time that Nakul has taken on the reins of becoming an IGL. You get in new players, you have jokers, but having all of them play as together as a unit, having them that synergy, that Dplus KIA carry, that is going to take quite some time now.
Wow, that's a very, very detailed explanation here on how Seoul has been performing so far. But I'm going to give you some stats so far. Again, you know, I brought this up yesterday. Seoul is the team that has one of the best performances in the map of Miramar for BGMI history. They are the team that has got the chicken dinners with over 20 finishes in a single game. Do you think they can do it?
No, you know who the IGL was back then when they were doing well on Miramar. He's not there anymore. It's a new man. But here's an interview.
안녕하세요. 저는 DRX 소속 VX 이경석입니다. 그리고 또 이제 저희 팀을 소개하자면 저희 팀원은 소이지, 현빈, CJ 이렇게 3명의 구성원과 이제 제가 팀의 주장을 맡고 있습니다. 평소와는 다른 느낌이 딱히 드는 건 아니고 이제 그냥 대회를 하기 위해서 왔기 때문에 이런 대회를 할 수 있는 환경에 대해 좀 준비된 거에 대해서는 호텔이나 뭐 밥 이런 것 부분에선 크게 딱히 문제된다고 생각하진 않고 약간 조금 걱정되는 게 있다면 좀 뭐 먹는 거나 이런 밥 정도가 좀 살짝 걱정이 되는 것 같습니다. 일본 팀과 인도 팀의 차이는 일단 제가 봤을 때 막 그렇게 큰 차이가 있다고 생각하진 않고 두 팀 다 생존 능력이나 운영 부분에 있어서 조금 더 탄탄함으로 좀 잘 살아남는 그런 부분에 있어서는 그냥 다 일본이든 인도든 좀 비슷하다고 생각합니다. 인도 팀들도 이제 충분히 대회를 보면 우승을 했던 팀이나 준우승을 했던 팀이 충분히 잘한다고 생각하지만 한국 팀의 그 약간 특유의 피지컬이 너무 좋아가지고 좀 더 강하지 않을까라고 생각합니다. 선수들을 분석한 건 아니고 이제 저희와 대결하는 이제 인도의 8개의 팀들을 좀 분석했습니다. 제일 잘하는 팀은 일단 당연히 우승을 했던 오랑우탄 게임인 것 같고 그렇게 인도 리그도 막 못한다고 생각이 들지 않아가지고 딱히 이제 8개의 팀들 중에서도 그렇게 막 못한다고 생각하는 팀은 없는 것 같습니다. 일단 저희 팀은 다양한 lem마에서 좀 이제 풀어나갈 수 있는 운영이 좀 탑재되어 있다는 게 장점이었다고 생각하기 때문에 딱히 막 그렇게까지 저희가 뺏기면 안 되는 땅이면 무조건 저희도 이제 그 랜드마크를 얻어내기 위해서 싸움을 이어갈 것 같은데 그렇게 큰 타격이 없을 것 같다 판단이 드는 경우에는 저희는 뭐 다른 lem마를 이용할 것 같습니다. 일단 그냥 뭐 다 모든 팀들의 좀 공통점은 이제 다들 이제 게임을 풀어가는 데 있어서 운영이 좀 잘 된다는 게 이제 공통점이고 반면에 좀 한국 팀이 좀 다르다고 생각하는 건 그 이제 운영이 되면서도 이제 조금 게임을 풀어가다가도 힘든 상황이 오면 이제 그걸 또 이제 교전력으로 좀 이제 개개인의 피지컬로 좀 풀어갈 수 있다는 게 좀 더 큰 장점이지 않을까 그런 게 좀 있다는 게 차이점인 것 같습니다. 일단 저희 팀에 이제 인도 팬분들이 얼마나 있을지는 모르겠는데 저희 팀에 좀 이제 준비했던 걸 잘 보여드리면서 완벽한 모습을 보여드리면서 이제 또 이제 수많은 이제 팬들이 있다는 게 이제 인도의 가장 그 좋은 그거라 생각하기 때문에 많은 팬들을 좀 이제 저희 팀으로 끌어들여서 많은 팬을 얻어가는 게 이제 또 하나의 목표가 아닌가라고 생각합니다. 일단 저희 팀 같은 경우에는 이제 수많은 좀 오프라인 경기에 대해서 관중들도 있고 한 그런 대회에서도 충분히 이제 많은 경험을 했기 때문에 수많은 관중들 앞에서 뭐 긴장을 한다거나 뭐 떨어서 경기를 못 한다는 그런 부분은 좀 많이 이제 경험을 토대로 없을 거라 생각하고 오히려 더 이제 그런 수많은 팬들의 환호와 뭐 그런 좀 뜨거운 열기 속에서 이제 그런 걸 들으면서 이제 더 도파민이 좀 더 끌어오를 수 있기 때문에 더 좋은 환경이라고 생각합니다. 16개의 팀이 치르는 경기다 보니까 항상 이제 경기를 치르게 되는 팀들을 좀 분석하고 이제 계속 뭐 총 쏘는 게임이다 보니까 개인의 피지컬 훈련이라든지 많은 연습을 한다면 당연히 노력하는 만큼 이제 실력은 점점 성장한다고 생각하고 저도 그렇게 성장하다 보면 당연히 이제 어느 팀을 만나더라도 이제 싸워볼 수 있을 만한 실력이 될 거라 생각합니다. 일단 항상 응원해주시는 팬분들께 너무 감사하다는 말씀 드리고 싶고 이번에 있을 경기에서도 꼭 좋은 모습으로 좋은 결과로 보답드릴 수 있는 DRX가 되도록 하겠고 저희는 진짜 이악 물고 준비하고 이제 목표가 2가지나 있기 때문에 정말 최선을 다해서 모든 경기를 다 완벽하게 소화할 예정이라 각오하시는 게 좋을 것 같습니다.
Quite an amazing interview, I have to say. Very insightful about how DRX looks at the competition, about their thought process as well. Prioritizing fights if you do not have a lot to lose because of one position inside the game, just give it up. But if it puts an impact on whether you are able to break inside of the top 5 or not, you have to fight for it. And along with that, I want to talk about one thing. He said he was going to convert a few fans into fans of DRX.
Hey man, we have managed to convert fans of a few fans into Dplus KIA before for INKR. So
yeah.
I think it's very possible if DRX lifts the trophy.
That is true. Also, I see you were right. We had a discussion. We did verify it. Knuckle has been doing quite well on Miramar. My apologies, man.
Yeah, and interesting enough, I think one of the most important things here is that can they do it really, really well here? Because BMSD, that was how they got themselves into the top 3 for the final day of Grand Final. So hopefully things are going to be for better because yesterday Seoul did really, really well.
Yeah,
both Miramars.
I'm not going to leave it to arguments anymore. Let's just see and witness what's going to happen. This is going to be match number 5, day number 2. Map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're ready because here we go.
It's time to charter through the golden sands. It is the game of Miramar. Indian team so far have not really looked that great, barring Team iQOO Seoul, but today is the time where they bounce back. Will we witness a resurgence, or is it going to be the South Koreans taking over, while Japanese also fighting for their rights as the flight path trajectory is going to be quickly on your screens, but we are future seers. We know that it's going to be heading from Patona towards La Cobreria. Now, where does this leave us, IC?
Well, that leaves to whether or not, well, let's think about it, right? Right now, the biggest challenge for the Indian teams is that how well do they adapt in the map for Miramar? Because yesterday's Miramar map, thus far, the only Indian team that did well in both map and Miramar is actually done by Seoul, which is 35 points. They've gotten 25 points in 2 maps. And aside from that, everybody else did not do well. And it was mostly dominated by the Japanese as well as the South Korean team. So I'm curious to see whether or not can India actually adapt to this. Because today, in the map of Uringe, it was a back and forth fight between both India as well as South Korea and Japanese.
You know, this is where you actually miss teams like Meta Ninjas. Really have that, patience game strong and, against the South Korean teams. I think that sort of strategy would work out. But, there was a lovely discussion actually going before the game began with regards to iQOO Seoul. I think the common link between Manya and Nakul has always been iYogi. Now, when Manya was also IGLing for iQOO Seoul, we could see, right, we had those big explosive games, even whilst Nakul has come in. So iQOO Seoul and their excellence somewhere in this particular map has been due to iYogi taking all those strategies out. He's been following the international regions. It is also reciprocated. And this is one of also the phases where I'm starting to ponder if or not iQOO Seoul is going to bring in Thunder. I mean, they took him. It was a very controversial transfer, and they have not utilized him at all.
Yeah, that's going to be a separate story to talk about here when it actually happens. But for now, let's focus on towards the game itself here. Dplus KIA and the RX are two of the teams that are very, very consistent based on yesterday's performance as well in the map of Miramar. They are the team to watch out for. They are the team that has made multiple entries into the top 3 and top 4, even though it was just 2 games, but still consistent stuff coming from them. Nongshim RedForce is also another team that is very, very macro-based in terms of rotation. Everything they have done so far that led them in towards today itself has all based on macro rotations. They did well with the chicken dinner previously, but now it is in their turf. Can they have a big one to try and stand a chance to fight for top 2? Because think about this way, Nongshim RedForce is a veteran and an elite when it comes towards the global championship combat circuit. But for now, they do not have a ticket, so that's going to be a problem. This is their only shot to actually secure it, and they need only top 2.
You know, they left a mark during the EWC. Surely would be looking to play the GC this time around, but for now, Madkings on a collision course against the likes of JPX, who have dwindled down really hard. Crazy, he's all to himself, and there you go, clutch caught. He secures that knock, instant finish, and Madkings, they're going to be happy with the 2 finishes that they have secured. But again, going back to how the circle has formed, it's quite generic, right? MTR having the luxury, and this is where I feel like the South Koreans and Japanese deliver good performances in Miramar. Look at majority of the teams, you'll see them around the center, while the Indian teams still fighting around the edges.
Now, Madkings has not had a great game for the past 2 days, except for one chicken dinner where they snatched it away from Dplus KIA, which gave them a chance to... Actually, they had 2 winner chicken dinners, my apologies for that, but they're still somewhere in the top 10. And for them, the gap between them and Nebula, who's currently sitting for the ticket here, it's about 30 points gap. So for Madkings to make a little bit of bounce back, they need 2 more chicken dinners at least, and that's also provided that Nebula Esports does not scale even further in terms of points.
I think for Madkings, that is exactly what's bothering me, right? You've got 2 chicken dinners and yet you're on the 10th position. So I think big question marks on your consistency. And if you ask me, I think for Madkings, just barring that miraculous play that Shadow and Apollo have pulled off, I think the only player that has been playing to his potential has to be Pro. I think he has been quite impressive. Another rookie inside the circuit. You've got veterans in your team like Clutchcord, like Shadow, Apollo. He's also a veteran assaulter. And amongst these 3 men, coming out, showing your own individual self, not just for your squad, but also for your entire nation, I think speaks volumes of what the future holds for a player like Pro.
Yep. Now, let's take a look towards DRX as well. We saw a lot of very insightful interview coming from them. And I'm curious to see whether or not Hyunbin is going to be stepping up big time as well. Because in terms of circuit as well, Hyunbin has pretty much been starting his competitive career for only 2 years. And he's playing on the world stage. So this is going to be something that I'm curious to see whether or not can they make it there. Because right now, obviously, mathematically, they should be, well, I would say a benchmark to say. They should be in the table toppers. But again, this is BGMI. This is competition. There is anything can happen in this scenarios here. As long as they do not maintain the top spot, they are in trouble. So if they do maintain it, they're going to be fine.
Yeah, that will be, of course. I mean, it's all about holding on. DRX lately have lost a lot of steam. I think they're starting to overthink, but barring that, reject very close to the players of MTR. Just circling around and even reject after that first game. Did not have a great time around, but this time Apollo, the IGL, he strikes, creates that opening and reject. They'll really need to be a little bit more explosive. They need to get a lot of finishes if they are targeting a top finish. But for now, as things stand, Sarah is going to secure that elimination. But for Aibo, things are looking quite dire because even Garnet from CAG OSAKA, he's closing in.
Well, it seems like the fight comes in, making the road. They're going to be under pressure as well. CAG OSAKA going to be going for a flank. Aibo, Saikyo, going to be holding down the flight. Needs some sort of backup, but he's pretty much zoned out with all these Molotovs as well. Sheep is able to find behind on the sides as well. And now iQOO is all down to his last self, and he gets chipped away. That's going to be a clean sweep coming from CAG Osaka, wiping the floor with making the road. Meanwhile, all these gunfights has attracted attention as well. Sarah, the star coming from Reject for today, but the birthday boy in particular, has been popping off all day long here in day number 2. It seems like Reject, they made a little bit of bounce back earlier today, making their way into the top 8. But one massive game from them, they will still have a chance to upgrade their position in the Global Championship.
IGL taking down another IGL, I see. Nongshim RedForce after that glorious victory in the previous game of Wrangle. Benny, he's been taken out of commission, and Mysterious4. Let's not also forget that this is another team, another Indian team perhaps, still in contention. Just 2-point shot from Nebula. If they get a chicken dinner from here on and DRX makes things up, I think even Mysterious4 might be contending for the top spot. But putting all of that aside, DRX, they've been quite unlucky also today. Majority of the times they've dropped down. The circle has really never favored them.
This is actually kind of interesting for me here to see Dplus KIA actually coming down from Partona, because if you watch Best Series match, Nebula was actually in this vicinity. So for them to have a little bit of switch here between Nebula and Dplus KIA seems like we have some sort of plot twist here, and it also makes sense considering the fact that in order for Dplus KIA to qualify, or well, not really qualify, to actually be number 1, they need to stop both DRX and Nebula, who's currently top 1 and top 2. So another massive game coming from them is gonna put them a little bit of a hit here to upgrade their slot into the Gauntlet instead, or in this case, have a second chance to try and qualify for the Grand Finals. But of course, that is gonna be different teams with their different agendas to actually focus on. But for now, let's focus on the game. Circle is going to be shifting somewhere on the outskirts of San Martin. But it seems like it is going to shift away here. And this is going to be a very tricky circle to play with as well. There is a huge divide between Chumacera and also Picado. So if you are going to be playing in Chumacera, we will be expecting a multi-level mountain terrain to work on. But if it's on towards Picado, we might see a potential of long-range open fields poking.
Look at how quickly DRX instantly are now vying for the center. And it's just not them having that same thought, right? Even Orangutan, they're starting to close in. And this is where this was bound to happen. Two big forces are colliding against each other. And OG being on the receiving end of things, actually he knows that DRX, they need to commit into this fight. But that's the thing, right? Are they really showing that intent? Because for now, it seems like they've gone for a standstill, I see. Ideally, you would see teams getting a knock and then pushing, but then again, this is DRX. They're starting to feel the heat, and instead, QXE, he's trying to form a flank. Now, DRX, they really need to start counting their eggs, because from the far away, a lot of these teams are rotating around.
What a shot from Hyunbin here. One tap to the head, instantly, they back off as well. Seems like DRX, they're making the right calls here. They don't really hard commit to the fights, and something that the international teams are very familiar with as well. They do a little bit of efficiency, they will rotate away. Meanwhile, a major fight is about to happen as well. CAG Osaka tried to punish K9's rotation, but it was traded off, and Matun will be knocked. But fortunately for CAG Osaka, they do have somewhat of a high ground unless K9 Esports decides to go in for the push, and Omega is within the vicinity, but it is very difficult to climb up without being punished. So that is ample enough time to actually go in for the reset. And K9, you can see double buggies here. They were opting to go for a vertical climb to try and push Naoto, but it seems like it was just too risky as well.
I think for CAG Osaka, kind of takes you back to the way they started the day off. Again, explosive in Rondo. We know they just wait for moments like that, and now Sheep having that little bit of a high ground advantage will certainly help him. And now Slug, ooh, his position has been compromised. Garnet waiting for him, and Slug just walks into the death trap. As Garnet, he's not even gonna break a sweat, taking him down. And K9, they're just getting outplayed here, I see.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a mistake from Slug as well. He got in, rushing into his compound here, did not check every single corner. And interesting enough as well, because he was pushing it from that entrance, it was a right-angled camera FOV, so he was kind of blinded as well, could not spot that angle where CAG was. So because of that, he was punished by Matun. And K9 immediately backs off to say, you know what, this is just an awkward fight to take with, so it's just not worth it. They will rotate for a different battle. But here is going to be a major fight. Gostrain clutches in towards M4, but Mysterious4 with to M249 just completely shreds them apart. 2 down, and Gostrain felt the brunt of M4.
Mysterious4 surely starting to feel themselves. And I feel like I'm also slowly turning to be a believer in Mysterious4, especially with the solidity they have been showing, and Snowjot right at the helm of it. Delta being dealt with, GDR, they are playing like headless chickens here. Clueless of what's happening around them. Mysterious4 Bunny, he's relayed all that information. Destro, he's trying to tuck his tail and run alongside Neo, just getting rattled. The hammer brutally destroyed, but still not enough to explode that vehicle. Omega, he knows he has their number. Mysterious4 right now setting their eyes maybe on Mysterious4, but GDR, they decide to answer back, trying to thwart them off a little bit, but Mysterious4 no. GDR at this point, they're crippled. Somewhere sooner or later, they're going to initiate that push.
Yeah, but Mysterious4, once again, they still want to hold on towards the high ground. They are going to be playing from the edge for now, but they know for a fact that Godstray is ahead of them, and they don't need to necessarily push this as well, because the circle is still kind of uncertain. You can see a lot of mad scrambles coming into the center as well, and DRX is also going to be colliding against OG as they try to clean them up. Great tag here coming from XQZ. A Tenki gets taken down, and AKOP can't find the refrag, and DRX will secure a compound for themselves, but OG is going to be their nosy neighbors from across.
What was Atanki even thinking there? He had no one providing cover from the backlines, yet decided to go head first against DRX. OG, lot of errors in communication. This is not them in their heads. I think something's gotten wrong. We know, of course, AKOP, but now, whatever's happened, DRX against OG Wiscott, trying to reveal his position, maybe figure a knock. Because DRX, now they have the man advantage, I see, and OG are in no position to pick a bone against them.
Yeah, you can see the due diligence coming from DRX as well. They're checking every single corner, trying to reset for the fight, and even downstairs as well. They're trying to prep their way and protect those vehicles. And despite all that, OG, they were a little bit far across, but they do secure this. They've heard the commotions coming from JRX, but no commitments coming from JRX, and they are going to be safe and sound for now. They find themselves a decent amount of compounds to work with. All they need to do is just wait for 50 seconds and then decide what to do. The circle is about to close in. Meanwhile, CAG OSAKA going to be in smack middle of the circle, and they are going to be the priority target for every single team looking in the middle right now. And from the perspective of Nongshim, coming from the south, it is going to be a big fight here between Nongshim as well as Madkings. But the question here is, will Nongshim actually hard commit to this? Because two of the teammates are not with them right now. As you can see, TZ and Doxy all by themselves in the front lines against Madkings. And on the mini-map as well, XZY is slowly coming in to try and regroup with them, to try and push through. But Madkings, they're staying silent though.
Yeah, I think for Madkings, so one thing for sure, I don't think they have the entire information. Hence that reluctancy in trying to go for the push. Otherwise, they would have done so. But for now, CAG OSAKA right next to the players of iQOO. So we're also having a little bit of a split going over there. And now all eyes pinned at the circle, which takes a shift slightly towards the northeastern side. So TrueRippers. Now this is a team that has been looking quite absent, from being one of the most consistent teams yesterday to now not really having their heads in one place. TrueRippers, this chicken dinner, if they can convert this from here, that is going to instill a lot of confidence in them.
Well, speaking of which as well, the circle once again still hasn't really decided whether it's going to be shifting north or south. But it seems like despite after 3 circles, it finally favors onto his northeast corner as well. So DRX is still in prime position to try and punish teams rotating back across to the north in terms of the road as well. This border on, I would say the road section here is going to be a complete shutdown for any teams trying to cross their way through out in open without any emergency covers, which in this case is not available in the map of Miramar. So they need a lot of smokes and they need those vehicles to actually succeed here. Meanwhile, Nongshim RedForce, XZY, is looking to try and clear out the edges before they push through, and a nice spray down there as they get the confirmation on Adi from Nebula.
We've got fights happening on multiple fronts, especially again the Indian teams, Nebula Esports, they also have to get inside the circle. Even for OG, they're getting pinned down to the players of Dplus KIA, but XZY, even Nongshim RedForce will be eyeing an entry. Kratos holding the doors. No ID, no entry. So shall he say. But for Nongshim RedForce, being the winners in the previous game, confidence at a high. At this point, Doxy, he's avoided Madkings. He's somehow avoided Nebula also. But what really intrigues me is how or from where are Nongshim RedForce really going to enter inside the circle, with TrueRippers still holding the center. Even CAG OSAKA having a nice spot, but iQOO Soul still playing with a mad split and K9. I don't know what they're up to.
Well, but at the same time, K9 Esports, Omega with the save from outside the blue zone was able to save Ninja Boy. But at the same time, he's about to bleed out very, very soon as well as the zone is about to close in. Beast tried some going for the bait and switch, but it was cut out in the open. And God's Train is able to reap the rewards of that points. They are down, but they're not out yet. Meanwhile, Dplus KIA getting crashed by OG and Fabian looking for the challenge as well. WizGod looking to win this fight, but the third party from afar, DRX was the one that saves Dplus KIA, and Orangutan gets eliminated instead.
Yeah, absolutely, just getting sandwiched. Got tunnel vision over there, and DRX. They've always been patient, right? This is what I mentioned when I did tell that they suddenly get invisible on the radar and show up when it matters, get those finishes, and again, stay put. So now DRX has information on even where Dplus KIA is. So they'll also be on high alert. An attack from Dplus KIA could be imminent any given moment. But for now, Nongshim RedForce closing in on Nebula. Or is it the other way around? Kratos, he decides to go in a little bit deep, tries to go for that grenade, but XCY, he gets an opener onto its Phoenix, and now Nebula, they're in a pickle.
Yeah, you can see Nongshim RedForce, they can't really find an entry point as well. Down to the south, there's another team. Down to the north, there is another team. Madkings and Nebula's got this completely locked down, and Nongshim RedForce can't really make their decisions here. And because of all this indecisiveness, they're slowly bleeding out in terms of their resources as well as their vehicles as well. They're pretty much stuck in a rock and a hard place. And they're looking for that one major fight to actually cross through. But so far, no chance at all. Nebula playing it slow, Madkings as well, but with the circle shifting onto us where TrueRippers is. And guess what? The divide is still available. It could be north, it could be south, but TrueRippers looking very happy here. They do have a decent amount of compound, but at the same time, those compounds does not cover every single angles.
That was such a narrow escape for Reject, right? Especially when Nebula Esports were looking parts of entry. What they thought was they figured out where one isolated player was. Instantly pushed in on him, but that was so smart of Divine to escape. But for now, Reject, Apollo, he's been dealt with. Now a fight against JPX, Dplus KIA in troubled waters as Fabian on a one-on-one situation with Sixta, not quite healthy, and backup arrives. It's going to be Nolbu, he secures the final finish, and we know what this man is capable of if you have your memories erased. Let me remind you, the previous time we had an INKR, he was the MVP of the tournament along with being the champion.
Yeah, and so far, the entire start lineup coming from Dplus KIA has almost retained their original roster. It's been,
what, 2 years now?
Yeah, they've only changed one player thus far from Dplus KIA, and things have been looking good for them ever since. A world champion, a global championship title, and a runner-up seat run for the world champion as well. So I would say they are undeniably the perfect team. It took them a while to make a little bit of bounce back, but they are currently on top 4. They're 20 points away to get an extra chance, which is the gauntlet chance.
That's the thing, right? They're not a flashy team. They're not going to create those moments, but they're always solid. They've got that mental fortitude that's required to be at the very top. The moment you win the GC, you know what it takes to play at the highest level, to conquer it all. It feels like a walk in the park right now. But so far, they've been challenged. Still at the 4th position, but now is their strongest suit. Fabian, he's got to deal with 2 players of Madkings, Pro, Apollo, right in front of him. Recheck on the sides, and even Madkings, they also have their own individual troubles.
Yeah, it seems like right now, ammunition conservation is going to be the key here. They need to start spraying down a lot of teams just because of the fact that because they are in between the new divide here, everybody's going to go for a mad dash as soon as one of the circles shifts across. As you can see, Madkings, they are going to be hugging the center. And fortunately for them, they have a decent amount of cover because of this 2-2 split. And Shadow OG and Clutch Guards got Apollo's back on the west side. And all Madkings needs to do is try and farm some finish points. And right now, nobody's making a move. Everybody's got some sort of safety net. Nope, they're hearing a lot of gunshots down to his Dplus KIA. But aside from that, Fabian is trying to sneak up to try and get some sort of intel, but nobody is making a lot of noise at all. Even Reignite, look at this. They're not even peeking as well. They're just waiting for the zone now.
Reignite. At this point, I feel like they're stuck in a sticky situation, but this could be a very interesting fight, I see. DRX, Dplus KIA, both these teams aware of each other's whereabouts.
Oh,
and
boy.
now they make things a lot more interesting, especially The circle having shifted away from them. DRX, Dplus KIA, both of them have to make a move alongside the likes of Mysterious4, whilst TrueRippers, they are running paranoid at this point.
Exactly.
How many angles will they have to defend over here?
Yeah, this is very, very apparent as well. The two teams that has to go full on defense is going to be CAG, OSAKA, and TrueRippers, while the rest of the world is going to be either making a mad dash to push center, or they are going to be going for the third parties. And right now, Reject from the south side is going to be gatekeeping Madkings. We do have REIGNITE going to be gatekeeping Nebula as well as Nongshim RedForce of southwest corner. CAG gatekeeping Seoul and God's Train. So it is all about defense, offense, and opportunities here. Whoever pulls the trigger first is most likely going to get shut down. But as you can see on the finish video as well, Seoul slowly crumbling to Mysterious4, and even Madkings as well was picked apart while they were trying to rotate in. Nongshim RedForce was able to chip them away, and this is what I'm talking about. Whoever goes in first will most likely be capitalized on by the rest of the world. It's all about a game of patience. But Nebula Esports, they've heard the gunshots from Nongshim. XCY gets naded through, but Nebula Esports, they're still deciding if should they commit to this as well. But from afar, TrueRippers is going to make sure that it's not that easy.
It certainly isn't. But Nebula Esports, they've somehow kept their numbers up. And for GDR, yeah, the survival game, that was going so strong. Now down to the last player after Destros getting knocked out. But now Dplus KIA trying to push in, get ever so close. A fight against DRX, that was supposed to happen. And there you go. Dplus KIA starting to take over, but Mysterious4 out of nowhere, they decide to third party. This is the golden window of opportunity that they have capitalized. Hunbin, the current MVP, leaderboard topper, he takes Fabian down. And that will mark the end for Dplus KIA as DRX survived the onslaught. But maybe round number 2 could be in the cards. But Mysterious4, no action from their side.
They just can't. Mysterious4, they needed to rotate away. They found some sort of space, but from the south side, Reject, they were the ones that gatekeep Madkings, and Madkings is able to shut them down as well. South has been cleared, East has been somewhat cleared, but the West as well is done for as well, as Nongshim RedForce also goes down. But the reset from DRX still going on. Mysterious4 doesn't want to hard commit to this because they've got bigger pictures to worry about as well, as TrueRippers is going to be the biggest target. But Bunny Sojot, they need to back off. They are able to find some space from the north as well, as they go in for a wide spread. And DRX, they have only 2 options. Push directly to TrueRippers or shut down Mysterious4 right here, right now.
They've recuperated. DRX, they've gotten back on their feet, and you know what happens next. Mysterious4 did have that slight chance, but of course, I agree that TrueRippers would have been a threat. But again, DRX still breathing, and look at what's happened next. Bunny, he gets dealt with. Snow, even Joker, he's down on his knees. Goblin will be quick for a trade, but for iQOO Seoul, they have the northern area to themselves. CAG OSAKA being their nearest threat. How do they get inside the next zone? That's a big ask. Goblin still trying to find any sort of opening. He fails, but now the circle has shifted away, and now TrueRippers, they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, so they don't really have much options as well. CAG has got this angle completely locked down, and Seoul has only one play. Either rush CAG or just make a mad dash, but the mad dash call would be a little bit unlikely here because there's not a lot of space inside the zone, so it is going to be very, very tricky. And if they rotate away from CAG OSAKA, they will run into us Mysterious4. So they have to make a call here. Seems like they are going to try and group up into his 1 vehicle to go for a mad crash. And it seems like it is going to be away from CAG OSAKA here as they try to back off. But the knock here coming from Goblin, that's the call here. Great punish, but they are going to be out in the open, and Mysterious4 is going to be ones to claim up those points. So they made the call, and the call was a bad one. Mysterious4 claiming up all those points, and now Goblin finally makes an entry, but he goes down to CAG OSAKA. So no way in at all.
But on the brighter side of things, Mysterious4, they've got a lot of finishes already secured, and let's not forget, currently sitting at the 3rd position, a chicken dinner from here. Mysterious4 could close in that gap between them and DRX, but what making it worse would be the fact that DRX, they're still alive, they're still kicking, and now even Madkings find themselves in troubled waters. But TrueRippers, Jelly getting knocked out, that is going to raise a lot of eyebrows there.
Yep. same time here, DRX, they're still getting pummeled here. Mysterious4, they're going for a wide split. And guess what? From the other horizon, CAG OSAKA is going to be tackling their front. Snowjot forced to handle DRX himself. And Hero, 1 versus 4. The nade comes through. Hero is going to be done as well as Mysterious4 gets gobbled up by CAG OSAKA, leaving only Snowjot as the last man standing for Mysterious4 as we enter into the final phases of the Stones. Only 5 teams remain. Snowjot getting scouted out as CAG OSAKA knows exactly where he is. The nades comes in. Snowjot tries to juke his way through, but he's out in the open and he also goes down. And another point in the hands of CAG OSAKA.
Now CAG OSAKA, Sheep down on his knees. Harsh quickly sniping him out there. Now for TrueRippers. They need to come back to their senses. They have been holding on. The central position has really been helping. But now the key to victory has to be patience, right timings, and of course deal with DRX. They will be looking for an entry, and a fight with CAG could be up next on the cards. TrueRippers, will they third party whoever shall win, or are they gonna hold on? But CAG, DRX, they're just fighting after each other. Those grenades being exchanged, but yet to find an opening. There you go.
Oh boy, a massive nade from DRX. That's the sound of the push. Do they go for it is going to be the question as well. Another nade comes in. They're looking for those confirmations, but DRX, they're a little bit afraid to commit to this, just knowing for a fact that TrueRippers may shoot them in the back while they're rotating in. Very disciplined plays coming from DRX. Vehicles pretty much run down. They still have a couple of very healthy ones. They have a lot of time to decide what they want to do. As DRX slowly inching inside the zone is about to push them through. They have to make the call, make the play now. And TrueRippers also knows that DRX is going to be pushing in. A good nade from Hydro, chips them half HP. That's going to be time wasted. DRX not in a healthy position to push out now. The counter nade comes in. Hydro is able to dodge their way through, but DRX, desperation calls for desperate measure. They are going to go for the gung-ho push. Here he comes Hydro, fending off 2 players. A nade comes in to help him out. Does he find Share? Yes, he does. Hydro takes him out, and DRX still going for a couple of trades here. Hyunbin also getting scouted out by Hydro. DRX, they're going for a mad clash with TrueRippers.
They were out of choices, out of options, and then Hydro rises as TrueRippers just ripping DRX apart. Still not out of the woods yet. CAG OSAKA decide to strike in at the very important moment. Jelly needs to come in clutch, needs to come in close to his teammates as Hydro still trying to keep himself afloat and his entire team as Kyolamau back on his feet. Harsh still on his knees as Kyolamau backing off, maybe trying to find some cover, but CAG OSAKA, they are going to stop at nothing at all.
Oh my goodness, TrueRippers. Hydro, you're an absolute madman. They found the last player coming from Madkings. This is going to be a massive fight between TrueRippers and CAG. A 4v3 situation. But at the same time, Harsh was bled out. TrueRippers could not pick him up in time. So it is going to be a 3 versus 3. The divide of warehouses and houses. As TrueRippers looking to try and get some sort of center control. But CAG repositions, trying to fortify their fight with those vehicles, trying to find a cheeky angle. As both teams wants to get a hit against each other. Hydro with the nades. He needs the opener. He's playing like an absolute madman. Naoto was shot by Hydro. They're still getting pinned, but because of this distraction from Hydro, KIA is able to sneak past him and get a flank angle onto a CAG OSAKA now.
This is really promising, but Jelly, what a wrong time to pin a grenade there. And Matone, he's heard him from miles afar, got the knock, the finish secured, but Hydro, he's relentless. He denies and he refuses to bow down. Has spotted out Naoto and Hydro, a little bit of that opening, and he shall capitalize, but Kyolamau, seems like Garnet, he's exercising caution. Naoto in front of him, but Garnet, his position still uncompromised.
2v1 now. KIA, he's got the upper hand. Naoto is making a little bit of noise here. Garnet, it's going to be a little bit of an Achilles heel here, but all Kyolamau needs to do is just be very, very patient. And look at this, KIA doesn't have a lot of ammunition. He's only got 41 bullets as well. He's got to make everything count. But KIA, no! He has to run out in the open. And here comes the car drive as well. KIA, he bobs and weaves, but he doesn't have the angle. He's getting outplayed. But the shotgun shut down! Makes it a 1v1 on the hunt. They're down so low! But no! He was denied. CAG OSAKA clutches it by a HP. And they take the chicken dinner. A close call for TrueRippers. But what a game we have watched.
I mean, man, oh man. Oh no. Oh no, almost had it in the back, down to a 1v1, and as Icy mentioned, just a sliver of HP on that last man from CAG OSAKA to close things out. TrueRippers, so close, yet so far. I want to have a look at what happened towards the end again. I mean, CAG OSAKA, I believe even they were scared for a second that the win just slipped away.
Yeah, this is the moment. I think Hydro take a bow, young
Oh,
lad.
yeah.
The way he handled the entire pressure coming in from his side, and he did not even get knocked down even for once. Clutched it out against DRX. The fans went wild. That's when we started to believe that, yes, TrueRippers have really got this. And then Jelly comes in out of nowhere in the midst of a fight. He decides to pin a grenade. That's where everything just trickles down. Hydro, he gave his best. Kyo Lamau also sneaking through, finding that close angle. He knew he had no nades on him. He had to take that fight, and yeah, valid effort, but it's okay. It's okay.
The reactions were on point, and I have never seen a quicker shoulder-to-shoulder flick than that.
Dude, think about this, right? Kyo Lamau, he was very, very surprised. Think about it, like there was a very solid pump on the first guy, instant takedown. The second one looks really solid, but it was just 1 HP. So imagine the scenario where if his crosshair was just a pixel off to the left, maybe even down a little bit more, that would have been a confirmed knock for Kyo Lamau. So it was just heartbreaking to see because both of them were 1 HP.
Yeah.
Any random hit, even a fist, could have just taken each other out. It's just very, very unfortunate for him.
I mean, at this point, he might be thinking, might as well, could have actually switched over to just the fist, a pan, just to finish him off over there. But it's okay, they still got a decent amount of points. But we still have to talk about the teams at the top, because turns out, Miramar wasn't really that great of an outing for them.
Well, I think DRX still had a great time in this one because given the fact that Mysterious4 got eliminated pretty early on and Nebula did not have a good game, so they're going to build up on that lead.
I mean, they will have to. It's just one more map remaining before the day comes to an end, and it is going to be an intense one. The last Miramar of the day is all that remains, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to have the breakdown of this game as well and more right after this very short break, so don't go anywhere.
everyone, and welcome back to BMIC 2025 day number 2 here. We are down towards the one final game here in day number 2, and things are getting a little bit dicey here. DRX was able to do really well, but the chicken dinner in that final moments between TrueRippers and CAG Osaka was a little bit of an emotional roller coaster between Japan as well as India. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Johnny as well as Necro when we talk about the English commentary here today. And whoo, boy, now we have to talk about this. With this performance coming from CAG Osaka and TrueRippers, do you think this is their moment in shine?
Look, to be honest, I was just sitting in the back and looking at that game, and the moment KIA whiffed his final shot, I was so sad. For a moment, I thought it's done. It is TrueRippers' game. No one's going to be able to steal that away, especially when KIA connected that one shot. It took down the guy to barely any sort of HP, but in the end moment, the way he spinned around and he surprised KIA, I'm pretty sure that's not what KIA expected.
It was a chaos of emotions in those last few moments. A 1v2 situation, man has no utility, no ammunition, and he still takes down. When the man in the buggy went down, I think that is the moment where all of us all of a sudden just turned into believers, like, yeah, TrueRippers, they have this in the bag, and then the last shot.
I agree, and even for CAG Osaka, the winning moments as well, it wasn't a celebration, that was just them sweating as well, because that wasn't an easy chicken dinner at all. But we have to talk about the MVP of that match, because Hydro was the man that completely shut down DRX in those final moments and just completely denied them any more points to pull the lead in the leaderboard. But joining him in the top 5 as well, we have Apollo, we have Garden from CAG, we have Hero from Mysterious4, and also Clutch God and Madkings pulling a very big game this game themselves as well.
To be honest, Madkings are just putting on so many flashy plays. You love to watch them every single time. When you see them on the screen, you will see something insane happening.
I mean, for sure. And this is a team that we kind of missed because of how epic that endgame clutch was. Because Madkings in a very critical position today has been a brilliant day for them. And I think that is going to be visible on the overall leaderboard, because Madkings, they made their way into the top 8.
Yeah, and as of yet, their comeback today is amazing. But my question here is, are we still in the gear where we're looking for top 8, or are we in the gear where I need to be in the top 2 right now? Because as of yet, Mysterious4 with that performance snatches it away from Nebula with
Johnny,
4 points ahead.
Before this tournament started, did any of us even think that Mysterious4 at the end of day 2 will be on the second spot?
Nah, everyone was... I think if you talk to anyone and spoke about top contenders, people like OG, K9, Soul, TrueRippers, and yeah, maybe Nebula Esports, but Mysterious4, my goodness, never. As Necro said, no one plays them, not even in the top 4, the top 5 for that matter, and they're sitting second on the leaderboard.
You know, interesting enough as well, in the history of BGMI, even for this past few years, Mysterious4 has been in and out between grand finals of LAN events here and there.
Pretty much, yeah.
Never once a dominating performance. And so far, their best performance came from BMSD, and now here as well. So, am I surprised? Yes, absolutely here, because the grind continues, the grind never ends, and now it's starting to somewhat pay off.
Yeah.
But again, I don't want to jinx it yet for Mysterious4, because anything can happen. Nebula looked good, you know, no one expected Nebula to qualify into its BMIC, and here they are, being a top contender. What happened to the top teams?
I mean, I have no idea, man. They're just falling apart.
Yeah, that's a big question, right? Especially when we think that K9 Esports could have made a comeback. Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks. I personally had a lot of hopes. I thought that K9 Esports will easily mount that comeback. But no, still struggles are there. God's Reign at the bottom of the pack. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with God's Reign, but it feels like they're just fighting their own demons.
Fair enough. But speaking of comebacks as well, I like that we are all siding on the Indian team so far here. But let's talk about potential comebacks that actually kind of happen as well. REIGNITE made a little bit of comeback. Dplus KIA making a little bit of a step up as well to try and dethrone as well. Because think about it, day 1, Dplus KIA was somewhere almost at the bottom. No, I mean like at the start of the tournament, they were like very much in the second half, and then by the end of day 1, they managed to push themselves into the top 6, and now they're slowly climbing in top 4. Do you think that Dplus KIA might snatch it away?
It's not even a question. I think they've got one of the biggest chances.
Yeah, possibility is always going to be there, especially considering, as Necro was talking about it, I think best roster, one of the best rosters you could have on that stage right now. So the potential is always going to be there. But the question is, they are struggling amidst the chaos. While DRX does manage to hold on to their composure, keep a step back, Dplus KIA, I think they're just playing like the Indian teams. If you see a chaotic situation, you're going to try and find a way to capitalize on it. Does not work out every single time, but for the amount of times they have been able to convert all of those moments, it has put them in the top 5.
Now, let's talk a little bit more on towards the MVP of that tournament as well here. With that performance coming from Hydro, from TrueRippers in that game, yes, they may not have gotten the chicken dinner, but Hydro was the one that stopped DRX. Really done. And he himself has pushed himself into the top 4 for the MVP of the tournament. And of course, let's not take the credit away from Hyunbin. Very consistent stuff. But today, he has switched up his playstyle by just going for mini 14s all the way through. And I'm really surprised he's gotten a lot of massive damage throughout the entire day itself.
True. I mean, DRX is literally on top. Beat the MVP list, beat the best IGL, beat the overall standings. Yeah. Everywhere DRX is currently top of the charts. And guys, let's not forget one thing. I feel like we're celebrating a bit too early. There's still one more game to go.
Exactly.
And imagine what if DRX ends things off on a chicken dinner.
I mean, see, that's what you said, but imagine if Mysterious4 end things on a chicken dinner. There's just 20 points shy.
That would be a date with destiny for the boys.
Yeah.
So I have a very interesting stat that Ocean Sharma actually provided me as well here. In the past history of every single games where DRX has got played so far, if they get a lead, they never lose it. So I don't know if it's going to happen though, think about it. But all things considered here, I want to see what TrueRippers think about their performance, because we're going to be jumping in towards an interview with TrueRippers to see what went wrong and how they're feeling after that game. Right now, on the stage with Rohit.
इस समय मेरे साथ है TrueRippers and what a game, especially जो final 1v2 था, जिसका पूरा श्रेय जाता है कियो को, कि उस टाइम वो जो 1v2 चल रहा था, क्या चल रहा था दिमाग में एंड व्हाट वाज द प्रेशर, थोड़ा सा उसके बारे में बताइए, जो आखिरी जो 1-2 मिनट था ऑफ द गेम।
वैसे तो मैं इतना बोलना चाहूँगा कि वो उस 1v2 तक गेम को लेके जाने के लिए मैं हाइड्रो को श्रेय देना चाहूँगा। उसने बहुत अच्छे से वेयरहाउस होल्ड किया था, DRX का पुश बहुत अच्छा किया उसने, और मतलब बाद में भी उसने उस टीम को बहुत अच्छे से होल्ड किया। और इवेंचुअली जब मेरे पे 1v2 आया था, मेरे को पता था मैं निकाल लूँगा, बस थोड़ा सा अनफॉर्चुनेट हो गया कि आखिरी बंदा 1 HP बच गया और लाइक उसने पहले मार दिया, मेरा शॉट बाद में रजिस्टर हुआ। बट ठीक है, गेम में इवेंचुअली सब होता रहता है और हम अभी आगे वाले गेम्स पे कॉन्सेंट्रेट करेंगे और अच्छा खेलने का ट्राई करेंगे।
एंड इस समय देखिए TrueRippers एक ऐसी टीम है जो इस समय लीडर बोर्ड की अगर बात करें तो वो 5th पोजीशन पर है विदाउट अ सिंगल चिकन डिनर। तो हम उम्मीद कर रहे हैं जिस तरह से आपने ये वाला मैप खेला, अगला भी सेम ही मैप है, तो चिकन डिनर की उम्मीद है।
हाँ, अगर हम लोग यहाँ से चिकन डिनर लेके जाते हैं तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा खुश होकर घर जाएंगे और कल उसी मोमेंटम को कैरी फॉरवर्ड करने की ट्राई करेंगे। बाकी आज के मैचेस भी ऐसा नहीं है कि बहुत बुरा खेले हम लोग, बस वही थे शायद कुछ जगहों पे थोड़े अनफॉर्चुनेट रह गए, लेकिन कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हर एक चीज़ से फाइट करने के लिए रेडी हूँ, उसी के लिए इधर आके बैठा हूँ, तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं, जितना मर्जी मुश्किल होगा लेकिन मैं इंडिया को फर्स्ट पे लेके ही मानूंगा।
एंड ये जेली आपने कुछ टाइम पहले कहा भी था कि आपकी टीम के पास एक सॉलिड चांस है ये टूर्नामेंट जीतने का, तो ये 5th पोजीशन पर 2nd पोजीशन या 1st पोजीशन जाने का ये जो सफर है, क्योंकि ओनली 2 टीम्स विल बी गेटिंग दैट ग्लोबल स्लॉट का जो गोल्डन टिकट है, तो ये कैसे आप कवर अप करने की कोशिश करेंगे, क्या प्लान है? क्योंकि अभी देखिए दूसरा दिन तो खत्म है लेकिन तीसरा पूरा दिन बचता है, तो क्या प्लान है, क्या स्ट्रैटेजी है?
जितना मैं इतने टाइम से खेलता आ रहा हूँ तो मेरे को यही समझा है कि जो टीम सेकंड डे पे 1st, 2nd, 3rd पे रहती है उन पे ज़्यादा प्रेशर होता है, जो टीम्स नीचे होती है उनके लिए क्लाइम करना बहुत ज़्यादा ईजी होता है क्योंकि वो बिना प्रेशर के खेल रहे होते हैं। तो मेरे अकॉर्डिंग यही है कि शायद ऊपर वाली टीम्स के लिए टफ हो, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि हम लोग बहुत ईजिली कर लेंगे, मुश्किल तो होगा लेकिन बिना मुश्किलों की जीतने का मज़ा ही क्या है, तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, देख लेंगे।
बिना मुश्किलों के जीतने में मजा ही क्या है? वेल, मजा तो हमें तब आएगा जब इंडिया ये स्लॉट को अपने नाम करेगी एंड वी आर होपिंग फॉर दैट। लेकिन कास्टर्स इस समय क्या कहना चाहते हैं अबाउट दिस होल सिचुएशन? Day 2 is about to end, so let's head over to the casting desk and let's see what happens in the remaining games.
Well, rough performances here coming from TrueRippers. A lot of near chicken dinners thus far. And I like what Rohit mentioned as well. Being part of the top 5 with no chicken dinners, they have been somewhat consistent, but they haven't been able to close games. Now that I think about it here, it's not just about DRX, it's not just about Dplus KIA. There's so many teams to talk about. But if you were to narrow things down, there were 2 moments today itself that TrueRippers almost, and I mean almost, could have secured a chicken dinner for themselves.
Yeah, but the good thing is that at least they're in a really good spot in the overall standings, right? Even in those 2 games that they messed up, they still had a lot of elimination points and a decent bit of placement points. And Johnny, what's going on with you?
I'm just Kio Lamau right now.
Oh.
Not Lamauing at all. I mean, I understand why he looked upset during that interview, man. Because as you mentioned, 2 chicken dinners given away, and hopefully they are able to close out that match.
I mean, especially that first wrangle that we saw today, it felt like TrueRippers was just taking a nap, and OG walked in and easily just dismantled them.
Yeah, that was very, very unfortunate as well. They were hoping that Mysterious4 was going to help them out, but nope, overthinking, maybe not was caught slacking a little bit here, was one of the little bit mistakes here. But of course, mistakes will be made. Can you rectify it in time for the bigger picture? And that bigger picture is going to be lifting the trophy here in BMIC 2025 and will be the representatives of their region to go in towards the global championships. But now on screen here, we have to give a little bit of love here to the Japanese casters as well. They are also here in New Delhi to give coverage for the Japanese audience.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, all the commentators, extremely lovely people. In the morning, we had a little bit of a showdown in terms of who could punch the hardest, because there is a lot of entertainment going on in the arena. So if you are in Delhi, tomorrow's the grand finals.
Wait, so who was able to punch the hardest?
Okay.
So apparently Salty won.
So Salty is the one at the top score. You want to know who's at the bottom?
Who?
The one that is being very quiet right now.
Why am I not surprised?
Well,
hey man, I'm a lover, not a fighter, okay?
But you have to be a fighter to be a lover. What kind of love?
Remember,
if you don't fight for it.
The one where I don't have to be in the middle of this argument. Or not an argument, exactly.
But hey, anyways, I mean, just look at the players. Absolutely locked in and loaded. They know there's still one game that separates the entire team's fate. Looking at the top 5, it's still pretty stacked up. For Nebula Esports, things have been a little bit wobbly recently.
Well, it is very, very wobbly here, but now the fates of every single team to fight for that crown, fight for the trophy, fight for the lifelines to represent their region here. It all comes down to this final game here in day number 2. The benchmark, the foundation for the final push tomorrow. It all comes down to this one final match here in day number 2. We're going to be jumping into the game of Miramar right now.
The play-in is in the skies for the one last time of the day 2 of the International Cup, as this time the plane flop pad's going to be starting all the way from La Cabrera towards Partona. Now this plane flop pad tilted towards the left side. If the teams do want to head on towards Impala, Puerto Paraiso, or even Campo Militar, now that's going to be an extremely tough stretch.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see whether the teams that do like to go towards the eastern half of the map do end up colliding early, because we've seen a lot of those switch-ups happen throughout the day, not just today, but even yesterday, to try and avoid getting taken out when the first few moments of the game beginning. But we do have Seoul in a very interesting situation right off the bat. Necro, are we going to see a Seoul God's Reign drop clash in Miramar?
Yeah, I mean, just look at La Cabrera. It feels like there's so many teams around that vicinity.
Yeah.
God's Reign, Madkings as well in that nearby turf, but it feels like God's Reign is just gliding around the territory of Torre Muda. Maybe that's where they want to go. But are God's Reign really going to get their hands on the vehicles, or will it be Seoul just dismantling them off the rip? For God's Reign, this performance that they've been showcasing so far, it's been absolutely disappointing.
It has been, man. I mean, as we were talking about it on the desk as well, who would have thought that God's Reign was going to be at the last position in the overall leaderboard? I mean, we heard that they've been practicing a lot, they want to be more aggressive, but turns out this BMIC wasn't the right time to bring those things in play. But look at that circle. My oh my, this game is going to be a fun one for sure.
Yeah, but Johnny, speaking about God's Reign practicing aggression, it feels like God's Reign have played passive for such a long time that they're just not able to play aggressive anymore. They're too used to playing a defensive and passive.
I guess, I mean, that can actually be the case, that they might have thought that their skills, their strategies are on par and ready for the competition. But hey, they get reality checks right now, and it's going to be Seoul kicking things off. Legit finding the first knock in this fight. The trade comes through, though, as a third party is going to be there. Madkings also present nearby.
Already an aggressive start to the game. What? Even Madkings third partying from the back. But Seoul, luckily enough, they will get the recovery. Fallen Comrade, once again back towards safety. Seoul's going to get their hands on a few more vehicles and then probably move on to the safety way. Joker's in the garage. Yep, gets his hands on the coupe. And the entirety is Seoul. They're now on the run. They probably just want to get the revival on the Fallen Comrade, and then things will be good and dandy. But for God's Reign, yeah, they could not do anything in that situation. They did not even have the weaponries to try and fight back.
The finish is going to be secured by the players of Seoul. Nebula, they have spotted out MT. It's so cute. He's getting chased. The knock. They are desperate and they do find it. The players from the side of Nebula. First finish, first point in the bag, but they have to be cautious in this position. It's not just MTR that's present nearby. Even the players of Reject are not too far away from the players of Nebula Esports. But again, Necro, Nebula Esports, what could have prompted them to just take that early exit from the side of El Pozo? They didn't even commit to going to the city entirely. Now they are heading there.
True. I mean, for Nebula Esports, I guess, the main motivation has always been the aggression and the elimination points they can gather. And once again, they've got that one elimination point, so things looking extremely good.
Oh, look at Impala though. I mean, there's going to be two teams colliding in that particular city. Madkings, after that early initiation against the players of Seoul, they back off. But they are going to run into a cluster soon, or they just, well, there is a possibility of that happening. Nongshim RedForce, K9 Esports, they got to be cautious, Madkings.
It's so evident that Nebula is literally hunting down MTR every single time. Every time. Be it the map of Rondo, be it the map of Wrangle, or be it the map of Miramar. I mean, Nebula will always hunt down MTR.
Yeah, but should we complain about it?
No, absolutely not. They're putting on the show, and that's why I'm loving to see them.
Yeah, I mean, and it's quite nice to see the switch up from Adi, because you remember back in the insane days, it was all about pace control, it was all about protecting numbers. Out of nowhere, this man one day just woke up and decided, yeah, enough peace, time for war.
Yeah, true. But Johnny, look at the overall standings, right? Seoul on the 8th spot. Remember, this was one of those teams that started in the top 3, and now they've been pushed all the way down to the 8th spot.
Yeah.
For Seoul, this is going to be a big stinger.
Yeah, today hasn't been the best of days for them.
Yeah, they've been just sleeping throughout the entire day.
On the other end of the spectrum, though, Madkings have stepped up nicely. I'm happy to see them perform.
Yeah, Madkings, they have been putting on an absolute show. It's quite entertaining to watch Madkings play, I'm not going to lie. Every single time you see this team taking a fight, you know something crazy will happen, and we'll just lose our minds.
JP, look at them. DRX in the nearby vicinity. Saishe has been dropped a little too low, and now I think the ball is in the court of Jecheon PhalanX, where they want to commit for that fight, go after DRX or just back up. Now, this was the Impala fight that I was talking about. JP already present in the city. REIGNITE tried to move in, but JP was able to push them away.
What?
In the wild, DRX just knocked their way inside. Where are they nading? They have no info. They're just pre-checking everything, I guess.
Yeah, I guess they've got no clue that the man's already left.
Yeah.
But they did take a few fadeaway shots, if I'm not wrong, so still I'm a bit confused. And once again, having a look at the replay on how exactly MTR was chased down to death. You gotta feel bad for MTR, right? Nebula are just absolute mad lads. Who would expect in a pro circuit, in a pro game, there will be a team sitting inside a vehicle just chasing you down to death?
And Nebula did not even have any backup options in case MTR's other lads were
Psychopaths.
present in the nearby vicinity. As you said, I mean, you said it, I guess. But anyways, a very peculiar development just south of Impala towards Porto Palacio. I was expecting DRX and Dplus KIA to fight it out. Both of the teams present in the city, well, kind of. Dplus KIA, just Osal is there. DRX, all three players apart from Saishe are present. But the conflict has been avoided. CAG OSAKA, though, not the same story for them as they get spotted out by Madkings. And Pro is going to be the man finding the first knock.
CAG OSAKA. Madkings spotted in the far fray. Sheep was knocked out, and CAG for them to get the revival towards Sheep. That's going to be a bit of a problem. Still, the man is completely trapped behind that vehicle, and it seems like CAG just can't really do a lot. They're running out of options, and Madkings, they do not really want to fall back. Instead, they want to press up even more. And CAG, they're just going to let go of the man. Wow.
Somehow, CAG, they have, I would like to say they've kind of avoided any unnecessary casualty over there. Had they committed into the fight, it could have gotten worse. There's a cluster forming in this open space towards Minas Generalis, and it is going to be brutal. It's an open field position.
One finish point acquired. A bit of a slow start to the game in general, but that's how Miramars usually begin.
Yeah. I mean, not exactly a slow start. We got some action at the very beginning, and now there's going to be a little bit of a slowdown.
That's just 3 players individually eliminated. I would not exactly call that an action.
Hey, man, there have been moments where we were waiting 15 minutes for the first finish of the game. At least we have 3.
True. And then you just made me remember the old zone meta days. Oh my god. That was an absolute camp fest.
Ooh, now, do we
That
get
was
him
kinda
style
cool.
points for that? Yeah, it was kind of cool.
I mean, for OG, do they really have anything to win or lose? Maybe, yeah, the money, but still, do they really care about the money? That's the question. I guess OG, they've already got what they wanted, and they're just over here to have fun and maybe sharpen a few skills.
I think one thing people present in this arena, players on the stage, has in common is they care about money. They are going to try and capitalize on as much of the cash as they can.
Maybe we can put it in this way. The driving force for OG isn't that much as compared to the other teams.
Yeah.
They're too desperate.
Yeah, that is very true. I think that would have been the perfect way to put it. And also, I think OG dealing with a few internal issues as well right now, considering iQOO isn't really feeling the best version of himself. He just wants to take a little bit of a breather. No, that's actually what's happening right now.
Yeah, I know.
They're
I had
just
a
taking it
conversation.
chill.
I had a conversation
Yeah.
with iQOO, and the man said, yeah, just as usual. I'm not really feeling too good, but I'm used to it. That's what he said.
On the days the man feels 100%, you do not want to face him.
Yep. He's someone who's an absolute demon. But hey, even without iQOO not performing, you know Wiz will be the one to pull off those flashy plays.
Yeah, that is also true. I mean, OG has a lot of options available. But hey, MTR against Reject. Now, this is going to be an interesting one.
And as of now for MTR, since they've only got 3 men standing, yeah, the game plan, it's still unclear. MTR's on the 15th spot. And since it's the last game of the day, I believe a comeback is not possible all the way on the first spot. But maybe for the second, it's still possible, but it has to be Cinderella run. And then only you can do it. DRX taking a fight against Dplus. And already the first man is down. Dplus KIA, they might just be in a world of trouble. How are they fumbling up the ball like this? And DRX able to win the duels. That's even better.
Yeah, Dplus KIA not really in a position where they want to be. And DRX, they waited and waited in Porto Palacio, but just south of Impala is where this fight finally breaks out. Also, few more names present in the nearby vicinity. There's TrueRippers, there is JP still having made Impala their safe haven, holding strong. But it's going to be the zone that's going to start playing mind games with these teams in the next shift itself. Massive cluster in the circle right now. Late breaches do not have a lot of options to break in. And one of those names, one of the late breachers, is going to be Nebula Esports, present all the way towards north. But TrueRippers, they make a push for Impala, and it is going to be a big mistake. The big man, Hydro, is out of the way. He's been eliminated from the game.
Yeah. JP. I mean, not too much of a good start, but it is at least something they can look forward to. Aggression is not really this team's best suit. They like to play passive, defensive, and strategic. That's how their game plan has always been. That's what it revolves around. Nebula Esports, even they're pulling off a big rotation. Still all the way back in the blue, a bit too much late to the party, but that does not mean Nebula Esports can be counted out.
I mean, yeah. But what are they doing, man? I mean, that's going to be a long rotation. It's going to put them right into the arms of God's Reign, rotating along that eastern highway. There's absolutely no way God's Reign as well easily make it through inside of the circle. They are going to face their own struggles, but Nebula Esports still on the move. The safe zone a little far away. 500 meters to be a little bit more precise, 590 meters. Oh, it's 400 now.
I'm not sure what the game plan's going to look like for God's Reign. There's Mysterious4 on top of that hill. Shots are taken, but God's Reign, they still fade away. So it's all good in the hood. No casualty yet. Justin, oh my god, these shots, they're devastating. Justin barely survives.
So lucky.
That one headshot. That could have been the trendsetter. As of now for JP, they've already found themselves on the advantage side of the spectrum. Hollywood, the man's all by himself, isolated and trapped. Not a lot of possible ways or places the man can go, but he's now placed himself in a really awkward spot. But luckily enough, the cavalry is already there.
Oh, look at this though. He needs to be cautious. TrueRippers on the flank. Do they have a line of fire? They're looking in this direction where the players of JP and God's Reign are fighting amongst themselves, but DRX, QXG from the top of the hill. The spray connects. Crazy is going to hit the floor.
JP, they really do want to get the rescue operation. But how can you when you've got DRX just watching you? DRX has such a good spot. The high ground, it's immaculate.
Yeah.
They've got the line of sight on every single thing that's currently happening over here. It's like they've got the best seats. They've got the drone view. Hollywood, though, still able to squeeze in that revival towards Crazy. So as of now, it seems like things are good and dandy. JPX will be able to get that revival without even a lot of problems. Sporta, I'm not sure what the man's trying to achieve here, but for JPX, they came in to try and shut down the players of God's Reign, but now they've found themselves in a big pickle.
I mean, talk about pickles. Look at the finish feed as well. Mysterious4, they chime in into this fight somehow. One knock against the players of God's Reign in the hands of Mysterious4. And Destro, oh, he's getting chipped away. God's Reign, they're struggling, but JP, Necro, this is going to be risky. They try to get out of here. Sporta, look at him as he tries to fall back. He's been dropped extremely low by the players of TrueRippers. And now Crazy, along with Hollywood, they're both on their way, but it's not going to be easy rotation.
All good. Everyone survives. But did you notice one thing? One man from the JP is all the way on the high ground.
Yeah.
So it's a big split they're playing with, but even he's now getting contested. Yamak from REIGNITE. He wants to overtake this high ground. He wants to take it over in his own hands. And he wants to stop JP. At the moment this man gets taken out, this entire split, the entire game plan, it's going to be down the drain.
I don't like this split. It's too much distance between the players. Now look at this. This man, he's going to be caught all alone, all off guard, no support. And if REIGNITE actually want to finish him off, they can. They can commit to this hill. But of course, the downside would be that literally coming down from that hill is going to be a big challenge. But Yamak chooses to fall back. REIGNITE, they want to take a breather away. They want to play this game at their own pace.
Yamak gives it away. He knows it's too risky. And if Yamak wanted to make that push, he would have been too exposed to all the other teams around him. So there's not a lot of playing room available. But K9 Esports, how did this happen? Dropping down to 2 players now. Trades happening back and forth. Blows being drawn and traded as well at the same time. Slug squeezing in that first aid, so that's going to give him some rejuice once again. But now Slug is not done with the fight yet. He needs to connect one more bullet, and he will! K9 Esports, the sinking ship, saved by Slug.
Houston, we have a problem. It's a polo down. Madkings eliminated early into this game, but K9 Esports, no time to celebrate as Omega shows up. So do the players from MTR, and unfortunately it wasn't a big enough reset. Ninja Boy gets knocked out. The IGL for K9, the last survivor, trying his level best. One more knock secured. The finish conversion comes through. At this point, this is desperation just to get any points from this game before getting taken out.
K9 Esports is not in a bad spot, but oh no, just 5 points out of this game. K9 Esports eliminated on the 10th spot. And keep this thing in mind, ladies and gentlemen. If K9 Esports wants to get that slot, they need to be in the top 2. They're so far away from the top 2. It means tomorrow in the span of 6 games, K9 needs a lot of points, Johnny, and also hope that DRX or either Nebula Esports or Mysterious4, they do not run away with that lead.
Oh, but out of nowhere, Necro, MTR has started to step things up, or maybe not. Rex Last Survivor spots the man Sarah through the window, and even though the crosshair was right on his head, the shot fails to connect. It is going to be Reject that end up eliminating MTR.
Rejecting MTR's defense. Great stuff. Third parties after third parties. Reject as well, just stopping MTR in tracks. But as I mentioned, you got to feel bad for teams like MTR, K9 Esports that have already been eliminated. And they were not able to get a lot done. For MTR, I don't think there's any possible way tomorrow they can pull off a comeback directly in the top 2. For K9 Esports, still there's a glimmer of hope, but yeah, it has to be flawless day.
I mean, we have seen K9 drop big numbers within a span of 6 matches.
Yeah, but looking at the momentum they've got right now on the day 2, that's never been seen before.
Yeah, true. It's very, very dire situation for them. But Mysterious4, that early conflict against the players of Nebula has resulted in 2 players getting finished off. Now only 2 remain. And they find themselves right on the foothills of the hills under the control of the JP player. There's one more man present. It is also... Oh, both of them are stuck. Dplus KIA, Osal, I don't think he has anywhere left to go. He's the last man surviving for his team as well.
Still looking around, gathering intel. Omega's down for Mysterious4. Bunny's in the back, and Revival needs to be squeezed in. Smoke grenades out. Bunny's got that ridge. And there we go. Mysterious4 now pushed a little bit on the back end. Or maybe on the defensive front, you can't say. DRX, a bit of a spoiler being played by OG, fourth him. Oh boy, 2 players already down. Saishe, now he needs to get the Revival towards So Easy.
Oh!
Nade! It's gonna crawl right next to Saishe, but still, things good. There was a ridge. And
This
that's
one.
why Saishe's safe. Another nade tossed out. It's a nade parade from OG. This man is trying his best to reposition himself over and over again. But the nades from OG, they're starting to fall short a bit. There's another man from DRX all the way in the back lines, but now they've only got 2 men standing. Saishe's got so much pressure, so much burden on his shoulders. Does he have the vehicle in reach?
OG, what is their move going to look like? It's a 3v2 situation. Oh, QXZ spotted out by WizGod. The spray, it does not really make enough contact. QXZ still on the run. And somehow, the IGL from DRX does manage to survive, but WizGod, he's not going to let him go that easy. More damage, almost securing the knock, but DRX still in this fight. You know what has me worried more? That DRX, it's TrueRippers sitting on that flank, man. They can get involved in this action at any time.
Oh, QXZ's down. That's some brilliant stuff from WizGod. OG's already dismantled DRX. The flow DRX had in this game, it felt like DRX could have actually made a promising lead. I mean, they already do have a decent bit of lead in the overall standings. But as of now, DRX is definitely being stopped. And it's OG that's playing the spoiler. Now just driving around the foes, and I'm pretty sure for DRX, even they're in 2 minds what exactly to do, since they've only got 1 man standing. God's Reign, I'm not even sure what's going to help them. They have managed to find a few knocks and the confirmations. Yeah, these elimination points not really going to help them a lot, since they've only got 1 man standing who's healthy. The other man's knocked out.
All the teams on the edge. Well, literally and inside of the game, also literally. Because it's just one team that's holding the center, that's REIGNITE. Brilliant position for them. All these edge teams, they have to move out into the open in the next minute. And that is when the real trouble will begin. Before that, Justin, he's just trying to wrap things up against the players of JP Sporter. He has been an incredible athlete throughout his entire career. But now it is time for them to take on the gods. Justin Sport out. Good support coming in from the back lines.
Nebula. Oh boy, look at Adi. Even he's constantly hammering down CAG. They've made it up close and personal at Phoenix. He's not really a man he will see lose out in the duels, but he knew exactly the nade was not good for too long. And Phoenix waited it out, but still it's not going to make a lot of difference. Kratos is knocked out as well, but now Nebula, they need a recovery. They cannot afford to lose out on Kratos. They need to save the day, but Adi falls down as well. Running out in the open, Nebula Esports. It's a domino effect. Mistakes after mistakes made.
Hey man, this is what's going to happen to everyone that's going to try and approach this open position. REIGNITE, they have good control of the central compound. The only teams that can avoid getting taken out by REIGNITE, it's going to be Soul, Knuckle, because he's in the foothills of the hill. That angle does not really work for anyone. Then there's JP, Lost Man on the hill. He's going to be there for a long time. Osal and Omega, all 3 of them are going to stick together. But Yamak, he moves for that exact mountain. The question is, what is the next course of action? Are you going to try and challenge for a fight, or are you going to just back off, rejoin your team for the safety?
Yeah, but Johnny, if you look at Nebula's performance, they've already got the average points. That's going to be 7 points in this game as well.
Not enough,
I know
Necro.
it's not enough, but I think it might just be enough to keep them pinned in the 2nd spot. That's a really good spot, since tomorrow they will have 6 more games to prove themselves.
Hey, go for the win. Don't settle for second. Right now, I think the goal should be for Nebula Esports to just, well, now it's just 1 man remaining, so can't really do much. But this game, they could have cut down the difference. The difference is still 18 points between Nebula and DRX.
Yeah, I know, but knowing Nebula and knowing their shenanigans, all it takes is 1 frag every game, and instantly they will be back in the race as well. They might just be on the 1st spot. So yeah, as of now, I feel like Nebula has done the best out of the situation they were given. 7 points in total. Whatever they get on top of it, it's going to be bonus. Reject. Reggie, the man is softened up extremely low. Sarah is going to try to rotate a bit closer to the players of REIGNITE. This is going to be one of the most interesting fights.
Oh, this is definitely going to be interesting and intense. As Taki, he moved out into the open miss. He's waiting for the players of Reject to be in his line of fire. And Taki is going to be that off-angle player that can make big things happen. But before that, Nagon takes a lot of damage. The trade damage was good, but Sarah still somehow managed to find the knock. Nade goes out. It's going to be off, and Sarah survives, hiding in that little corner between the containers.
Another util tossed. Is that going to be the difference maker? That's my question. Reject. Sarah has only got one nade left in his hands, and this one needs to be on the mark. Reject still is desperate to find anything they can. While Reignite, they've got a man down, and they just want to find a way to get the fallen player back up on his feet.
3 finishes for the players of Reject today. Not in today, this game, and it is the birthday boy celebrating. Sarah, we got to see an impressive clutch from him as well against TrueRippers just a few moments ago. And now, even in this game, just playing to his heart's fullest. But this is going to be heartbreaking. Nebula Esports, Nomi stuck in the blue zone, and bye-bye. There he goes. Mysterious4, last man surviving. They are still in this match as well, just 4 points shy of where Nebula is right now. But TrueRippers, they just make a slam to the foothills of the mountain. They know there's threat from above. These nades are very risky. One could fall right on your head. You have to be careful.
Mysterious4, there's still one man Omega alive. And if you look at his position, it's not bad. If he managed to survive till the top 3, maybe a few points can be garnered.
Maybe.
But he's got 0 elimination points, and that's the concerning part. Mysterious4 will still struggle for points in this game, no matter what. And that fate cannot be changed. TrueRippers, a man was knocked out right on the foothills, but is that really going to be the difference maker? The zone just popping right on top of Reignite. They're desperate for a game. Reject as well, right behind the players of Reignite. And if Reject wants a chance to win this game, they need to shut down Reignite right here.
Well, that's going to be their mission, but it's not going to be an easy one for sure. 7 teams, 16 players still alive. Reignite in this Max Center. Yesterday was a decent day for Reignite. They started off on a good note, but today this is the first game where they're actually doing extremely well for themselves, and even the setup by the circle is for them to be able to secure this chicken dinner. They're the only team with concrete cover available. Even the players on top of that mountain are going to be forced down in the next shift.
True. Reignite. And Reject. Still just tying each other out. And it's like Reject is trying to find that breaching point. They just want to find that one single piece.
Yeah.
At the moment that's found, Reject will directly make the pounce. But they're just not able to find that one loose straggler, that one loose string. Reignite is really keeping it tight.
I'm just surprised that Taki has a lot of information, but utility still hasn't been committed from the side of Reignite on against Reject.
There we go, slowly and steadily, inching in closer. Knuckles' position spotted, the man's out in the open, but still, shots whiffed by Jelly. How is Knuckle even alive? Somehow the man's given a second shot. But this nade, it's got to be the deal sealer. Knuckles squeezing in that first aid. Jelly, before the man could even toss that nade, he gets shot in the back, but still, the confirmation secured by TrueRippers. Jelly, where's he even gonna go? JP from the top, we're taking those shots, and now Jelly's done for, eliminated from the game. Reggie as well from Reject falls apart as he tried to take a fight against Reignite. This is gonna be a tough one. Reignite is completely playing it passive and defensive. Waiting for the players of Reject to peek out, make those mistakes, be aggressive. And the moment that happens, the defensive angles they're holding, they will give them a lot of advantage. That's the simple game plan Reignite's working with. And now one man in the outskirts could have been compromised. But Sarah, he whiffs those shots. And that gives another chance for Reignite to try and punish Reject. Utilities are being tossed from Divine, but I highly doubt this man can do a lot.
Oh, this is a tough spot for the players of Reject. Divine, he's going to need Divine intervention to come out on top. Spot out the spray through the smoke. He's lying on the floor right there and gets caught off guard. There's the elimination miss, picks it up. Reignite, 5 eliminations secured, all 4 players still standing strong. The only ones that can stop them are going to be OG with a little bit of help from TrueRippers, because now exiting this factory has become a big sign of concern for them. In the meanwhile, Necro, we were hoping for a top 3, top 4 finish from Mysterious4. Well, there they are. Omega is still alive and kicking.
OG 3 in the back. Reignite 4 on the right towards the warehouse. Blues on the move, slowly and steadily shrinking. And there's Omega from Mysterious4 still standing, squeezing in those points. And there we go. TrueRippers' position is compromised. It's Reignite that's firing on all cylinders. And finally, that man from JP, he makes a big mistake. Jumped down to his own death. And TrueRippers, they get the best of him. Hirsch's position is spotted. That pixel was visible. And Hirsch is barely surviving on a pixel. OG, they've got the best shot at stopping Reignite from taking this game.
Oh boy. And OG, they have had a pretty incredible day today. Better than how they were doing yesterday. They spot out Harsh, few more shots, and there it is. 7 eliminations on the board for OG. Now it's all about how do you deal with the man disadvantage. 3 versus 4 against Reignite. Mysterious4, the one variable in this mix, spotted out. Omega gets finished off, and now the top 2 teams, OG versus Reignite. The information exchange has happened. Both the teams aware of where the other players are. It's time for the final fight.
That's 5 placement points for Mysterious4 in the top 3. If you ask me, that's not a lot, but considering it is Mysterious4 and the way they've been playing, I'm going to let it slide.
They're going to be second in the overall leaderboard now.
You think? Oh, yeah, maybe. There's definitely a big chance. Or maybe tied up with Nebula, I think. But Reignite, still OG in the front. Reignite could have had the man advantage if they did not lose that man against RC. But even OG, they know. Reignite, they need to move out in the open. They need to let go of that comfort zone. And OG's already won a game in the same situation, in the same scenario. So OG knows what they need to do. Wait for Reignite to be impatient and then strike.
Oh, the util goes out, but not really catching anyone. Place of Reignite, they've been caught. Repositioning. And now Wizgod, he knows. He saw them run. The nade still not making contact, but now information exchange has happened. There goes out one more. This is going to kick things off. AK with the opener. The 2 knocks are secured, all thanks to Wiz with a little bit of support. Taki, last man left alive, and OG, they did not hold back for this one. Just run in and finish things off. A clean execution for the end game. 21 points secured for this match.
Literally a flawless game from OG. And guys, just to let you guys know, this team is a team that's not even playing this tournament serious.
Yeah.
Oh boy, OG, what a phenomenal run here. The champion of BMSD clutching out the chicken dinner for the one final game here in day number 2, spicing things up for the tournament itself here. But eventually, they are back. They are here for a reason. They are not just any champion. They are the champions of India.
I know, right? They are also the Team India that will be heading on towards the Global Championship, but that's for later.
Yeah.
Looking at the final blows in this game as well. I mean, OG, just the way they were positioned, the way they were taking the control as well, it felt supreme. It felt phenomenal. And then the utility utilization, keeping a few utilities for the final few moments, that was something that only OG can do.
Yeah, this was a good read as well, coming from Wizgod as well. As soon as he saw where Reignite was last seen in that direction as they were caught rotating here, instantly the ping comes through, instantly the tandem needs to try and shut them down. First knock comes through, the second one pretty much seals the deal for OG to secure that chicken dinner. So very, very good stuffs here coming from Orangutan. But we also have to come into its consideration here. Who are the 2 teams that potentially can make it in towards the Global Championships? And currently DRX is sitting at the tippity top. Nebula was holding the number 2 spot for the longest time.
Yeah.
At the start of the day, it was held by Seoul for number 3. But guess what? We have a new contender now in the mix, and that's going to be TrueRippers as well.
Oh, yeah.
I have a feeling it's again going to be a 16-point difference between Mysterious4 and DRX for the first and the second. That 16 points has been there for the last 4 games, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, for DRX, the funny part is that even though today's day wasn't too good, they still have a decent bit of lead in the overall standings, and I guess all thanks to the performance they had on the day 1. And now, since we've only got 6 games to go tomorrow, I see there's so many concerning names, man. K9 Esports, expectations were so much. They do not even have a slot. And if K9 Esports is not able to get a lot done, I'm pretty sure the players will be broken.
Now, let's give a little bit of stats here coming from BMSD. One single day, 55 points has been achieved before. 60 points has been achieved before in a single day itself. So that's 10 points per match. For K9, in order for them to actually take the #1 spot here, they need to replicate that tomorrow. And that's also provided that DRX stays exactly where they are.
True. I mean, you've got a solid point, right? And looking at the performance, even from the side of Nebula, right? It feels like sometimes it's dwindling away. Sometimes Nebula is getting just enough amount of points to keep themselves pinned down in that spot. I really do believe Adi and the boys, they're just searching for that one massive game where they get double-digit finishes and they will instantly topple over DRX.
The game and the players of MTR, apparently.
Well, for all things considered here as well, 6 more matches to go, and that's going to be happening tomorrow. And those 6 matches is going to be the most important matches for each and every single team here. Because now, after this performance, we have a rough idea that who has a shot for the top 2 position and who is going to be lifting the crown after the end of tomorrow. And so far, I'm counting about 9 teams. Approximately here, alongside DRX. Or am I wrong? Do you guys think there's more? Or maybe it's lesser, maybe 4 teams?
I still believe even K9 Esports has got a chance. That's what I personally think.
Really?
If K9 Esports gets one massive game, imagine a 15 elimination point at a chicken dinner. K9's instantly going to propel themselves in the top 5.
But that needs to happen in the very first game of tomorrow.
Yep.
Every single time you bomb a match, starting off with that first map of Rondo, basically it just completely shuts down your momentum. For K9 Esports, I agree. If they manage to drop a 20 bomber in the first game, then yes, hope comes alive once again. We are going to be starting to cheer for K9 Esports. But if the Rondo slips out of the hand, I think I just give up instantly. I don't care about Erangel and Miramar. K9 is not going to make it through. Then it comes down to Mysterious4, TrueRippers, and everyone else.
So basically, we have a clearer picture after the map of Rondo. Is that what you're saying here?
Yeah.
All right, very, very nice. But let's talk about the MVP of that match here. Orangutan finally showing some signs of life here. And the MVP for that match here is none other than Atenki with a total of 6 finishes. Joining him in the top 5 here, we have Sixta coming from JPX, we have AKOP from OG, we have Sarah coming from Reject, and Slug from K9. Wow.
Yeah, even Slug getting 3 finishes actually. And yeah, to be honest, for JP, I feel like situations could have been played much better, especially that fight against God's Reign. If all the 4 players would have united and actually fought against God's Reign, they would not have taken any casualty. But instead, they were just constantly sticking to that split. We saw one of the players were actually getting contested by REIGNITE as well.
Yep. And speaking of contention as well, REIGNITE is on the 2nd position here with a total of 11 points. JPX with 11. Nebula getting themselves 9 points. TrueRippers with 6 points. But as we go down here, let's focus on DRX because they've only gotten 2 points. And today itself, their performances was so shaky to the point that in total, they've gotten themselves about 20 points thus far. So is that a good game here for DRX here in day 2?
I mean, hey man, sure. Keep playing like this tomorrow as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, after Rondo, DRX's performance has been in shambles, to be honest. Rondo was the only map where we saw DRX do extremely good, and after Rondo, DRX, yeah, they were just fading away slowly and steadily, but at least they've still got that lead. Look at OG, after that one chicken dinner directly in the top 5. That's how fragile the overall standings still are.
Fair enough, but let's take a look at the scores as well. 93 points coming from Mysterious4 and Nebula Esports. And the only reason why Mysterious4 is on the 2nd place here is because they have one chicken dinner over ahead of them as well. So that's going to be the tiebreaker, who's going to be deciding who is going to be part of the top 2 to hit into the global championships. But, of course, we have to talk about the MVP of the tournament. Hyunbin is new young blood coming into the play here. He's been playing for 2 years, and his mini 14s has been very, very scary throughout these past 2 days in BMIC. And do you think that this will affect the overall meta on how all the other players going to be playing?
I mean, for sure, man. This man is a monster because look at that. Over 100% knock-to-finish conversion for Hyunbin. Has been on point throughout the day. And, of course, if you add to the mix that he's performing like this when he's going into an uncharted territory against one of the best players in the world right now. Nolbu was there on the 3rd. This has to be a confidence booster, not just for him, but for the entirety of DRX.
Well, fair enough. And of course, taking them through those journeys is going to be the best IGL on screen right now. We have Jelly, Bunny, and Adi part of the picture alongside Garnet coming from CAG. So it's a little bit of mix here from all 3 regions, but a majority coming from Team India. And who would have thought that Jelly and Bunny is able to sneak up and snatch that spot here?
Because that's what I was about to say. Can we give some props to freaking Bunny?
I agree.
This guy is an absolute mastermind. Who would have thought Mysterious4, we were talking about how God's Reign is grinding for this tournament.
Yeah.
We were talking about how K9 Esports is preparing. We're talking about how TrueRippers are prepared. No one talked about Mysterious4. Bunny was preparing in the shadow with the boys, and now look at the results.
I mean, the entire team, man, because even Hero was
Yeah.
there in terms of the MVP list, sitting on the second position and not too far away from Hyunbin. In fact, outperforming Nolbu right now. So, Mysterious4, I think, if there was a point to be proved by Mysterious4, not just on the international circuit, but to the teams against to the team they play against on a more frequent basis, because Mysterious4 usually gets sidelined at every single tournament they play. I think they made a point, man. This team was built for bigger things.
If there was like a money worth graph for Mysterious4,
Stonks.
just imagine, right? Yeah, stonks, right? Before they were worth this much, but now after this tournament, man, it's gonna go high up.
Yeah,
Their
man,
rates.
just make them eat.
I think as of now, Mysterious4 has pretty much made history thus far here in India history, in the sense where they have been under the radar, and now they've officially been, I would say, underrated based on their performances, especially coming from BMSD, coming in towards BMIC as well.
Also, by the way, the BMSD MVP is in their roster, and
Yeah,
that man is
Snowjot.
not even playing his best right now. Snowjot is just taking a back seat.
That is true. Snowjot's taking a back seat, and yeah, move the conversation on towards Seoul. Joker's taking a back seat as well, guys.
Oh,
What's happening to my
whoa,
brother?
whoa.
Joker, it's time to wake up, bro. Come on.
You gotta go and talk to him, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I gotta give him the belly bump, and maybe the energy will be transmitted.
Okay, that's a little bit of interesting brotherly love coming in from Necro, but at the same time as well, Seoul not looking too good here, but DRX still remains the top spot here after the end of day number 2 here. We do see a little bit of comebacks coming from Dplus KIA, and we saw a little bit of mix-ups here coming from the Japanese team as well. Yesterday, it was REIGNITE that stood a chance to make the pass into the top 5, but now CAG OSAKA is going to be in the mix as well to try and catch up. But now, when we talk about the gaps here, potentially in terms of percentages of which region is going to be taking the 2 tickets into the global championship here, the Japanese percentage is not looking too well.
Yeah.
I would say like 20-30% chance,
Yeah.
whereas India has like about 45% chance, and then Korea is also about 35-38% chance.
I would say I would put South Korea a little bit higher, because
DRX
is there, up
yeah.
there. DRX is up there. Reject is doing well. Nongshim RedForce tends to do well. They're very aggressive, playing very
so my
well.
percentage is based on the top 8 currently
Yeah.
in the standings here. We have like 5 teams from India, we have 1 team from Japan, and then 2 teams from Korea.
Yeah, it's mainly because, once again, Indian teams are quite a bit compared to them, right? We've got 8 teams, South Korea's only 4, Japan's only 4.
Exactly.
So automatically our teams are going to be a lot more present in the top 8 than them. But I still do believe, since their ratio is not that good, they've still got 3 teams around the top 8, which is extremely impressive.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's like a 50% out of
Yeah.
4 teams they've sent. All right, makes a lot of sense as well. South Korea looking at very, very strong.
75%,
So, well, actually 3 teams? Yeah,
Yeah.
75%. Wow, okay. That's a really, really insane here. But now I have to talk about a couple of things here.
Yeah.
Because at the start of day number 1 of BMIC, Orangutan was the team that, we know for a fact they're coming VIC. There's not really much of pressure here. Lifting the trophy or not, doesn't matter. They are going to be the champions of India. They're going to be starting off from the gauntlet here. The stakes are not really that high, OG is, right? Before BMIC, there were a couple of announcements saying that, oh, what if OG wins this? You know, the slot will be given the 2nd place, the 3rd place, and etc. But that's the thing, right? We know for a fact that they can take a back seat. But what happened here day number 2? Because out of nowhere, OG is starting to play like a top contender.
OG, I think they just casually made a comeback. I don't think they had intention of making a comeback.
I
But
agree.
they just casually made it. That's how good they are. That's what I believe.
Yeah, I agree with what Necro is saying, because it's not like OG is doing anything different from what they are doing, what they were doing yesterday. I think it's just the fact that yesterday the players were a little too relaxed. Today they were just like normal level relaxed. They're like, all right,
Okay.
at least we're gonna give it some try,
least
some
we're gonna
effort.
try.
put
So,
in, yeah.
so there were a lot of rumors speculating as well, especially before coming to BMIC, that Aru is going to be targeting Dplus KIA. And day number 1, we saw for a fact that there were a lot of engagements between them and Dplus KIA. And today, when I saw Aru in the bathroom, I asked him, okay, who's it going to be today, DRX or Dplus KIA? You know what his answer was? No, we're going to play our best.
Why are you asking questions in the bathroom?
I don't know, I just happened to see him in the bathroom.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, you know what, buddy? Yeah.
This is the time. It's a pressure situation. Let's have a conversation now.
Obviously, because there was no one in the bathroom, right?
Nature called us together. But anyways.
So for all things considered, Orangutan is in a position where they are actually training. A lot of teams are saying like they're going to try and practice as well. They are preparing themselves for the global championships here. Day 1 looks a little bit sloppy, but day 2 we can see that, hey, they've got a little bit of signs of life. But now I want to pivot the question a little bit here. They're brothers. This is going to be TrueRippers as well. Were you expecting them to be in top 4 right now.
Without a doubt, I think
Yeah.
TrueRippers have been one of the best Indian performing teams. Even in Showdown, they showcased what sort of a caliber they possess. And I guess TrueRippers is really known for the consistency they possess. And once again, the consistency is right over here. I'm not surprised that TrueRippers is right there.
But one thing has changed about TrueRippers. While in the past few tournaments we've seen them be very consistent in close-out matches, that's the one thing about them, their gameplay where they are struggling here in the BMIC. Chicken dinners.
Oh, now that you mention it as well here, because and we talk about a potential smash through in the near future, that's something that is going to be very, very important as well. But I have to also talk about Dplus KIA. This is a team that is also was kind of ignored here for this segment here.
Yeah.
But I'm curious to see what Dplus KIA thinks about Orangutan as well, because we are going to be having a little bit of a rivalry interview. Haha. I spoke about this. This is going to be a very, very interesting interview because we're going to be jumping into an interview with them on the stage here with both Orangutan and also Dplus KIA. Take it away, Rohit.
Namaskar, and इस समय मेरे साथ हैं आरू from Orangutan and we have Fabian from Dplus KIA and इस समय बहुत सारी चीजें बात तो करनी है, बहुत सारे IGLs भी हैं, लेकिन ये जो दो IGLs हैं इनसे स्पेशली बात करना इसलिए इम्पोर्टेंट है क्योंकि यहाँ पर एक तरफ है Orangutan जो है 5th पोजीशन पर with 80 points and 1 chicken dinner. सेम आंकड़ों के साथ Dplus KIA भी है इस समय 6th पोजीशन पर with 80 points and 1 chicken dinner. तो मैं फाबियान से सबसे पहले ये जानना चाहूँगा कि अब जब आपको पता है कि 6 और गेम्स बचे हैं एंड आप टाइड हैं इस समय एक और टीम के साथ, लेकिन ये जो सफ़र है टॉप 2 पर ये थोड़ा सा लंबा जाने वाला है, तो क्या बदलने वाले हैं आप अगले 6 गेम्स के लिए?
네, 지금 OG 팀은 80포인트로 치킨 하나로 5위에 있는데 여기 TK 팀은 80포인트로 6위에 있고 그 앞으로 전략 바뀐 계획이 있습니까?
전략을 딱히 바꿀 생각은 없습니다.
I don't think we have to change our strategy.
All right. अब आरू मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि ये जब ऐसे आंकड़े सामने आते हैं when you're tied with one of the finest teams from South Korea, तब क्या होता है दिमाग में, क्या चलता है, स्ट्रैटेजी कुछ चेंज करने का मन करता है? What is going in your head?
आई थिंक ये जो टाई की पोजीशन है उसको हम लोग उतना ज़्यादा मतलब फोकस नहीं कर रहे हैं क्योंकि अभी भी 6 मैचेस बचे हैं एंड वो भी अच्छी टीम है एंड उनके अलावा भी काफ़ी अच्छी टीम्स है लॉबी में जो टॉप ऑफ द टेबल भी हैं एंड जो टीम्स उतना अच्छा नहीं भी कर पा रही हैं. इट्स नॉट दैट दे आर नॉट एज गुड ऑफ अ टीम. तो ओवरऑल कंपटीशन बहुत ज़्यादा मज़ेदार है एंड हम लोग भी कुछ ऐसा चेंज नहीं करने वाले हैं एंड आई डोंट थिंक चेंज करने की ज़रूरत भी है. हम लोग बस अपना नेचुरल गेम खेलेंगे एंड जो मिस्टेक्स हम लोग कर रहे हैं वो ट्राई करेंगे कि उनको रिफाइन करके सुधार सकें.
एंड इस समय अगर कम्युनिकेशन की बात करें, इंटरनल जो आपकी टीम के बीच में कॉम्स हो रही हैं वो क्या चल रही हैं? क्योंकि हम जानते हैं कि जब भी ओजी एक बहुत ही क्लोज क्लैश की तरफ पहुंचती है, यहाँ पर ऑडियंस हु चांट करने लग जाती है, तो वो आपस में टीम के बीच में क्या कम्युनिकेशन में आप चेंज करने वाले हैं या क्या कम्युनिकेशन हो रही है इस समय इन दिस सिचुएशन?
कम्युनिकेशन से ज़्यादा मिसकम्युनिकेशन हो रही है, तो ट्राई करेंगे कि वही चीज़ें फिगर आउट कर सकें एंड जो मिसकम्युनिकेशन हो रही हैं उनको हम जैसे नॉर्मली मैचेस खेलते हैं वैसा कम्युनिकेशन हम लोग रख सकें आगे आने वाले मैचेस में, ताकि जो सिचुएशंस हमारे सामने हैं, जो फाइट्स हम लोग लेते हैं वो एकदम अच्छे से एग्जीक्यूट हम लोग कर पाएँ क्योंकि प्लानिंग वगैरह सब कुछ सही होती है, प्लेयर्स भी स्ट्रॉन्ग है, सारी चीज़ें हैं, बट वो ये थोड़ा सा मिसकम्युनिकेशन हो जा रहा है. तो वो हम लोग अगले दिन में जो नेक्स्ट डे है कल उसमें ट्राई करेंगे कि वो सारी चीज़ें ना हो.
एंड मैं फाबियान से भी यही जानना चाहूँगा कि आपस में इस समय Dplus KIA में क्या कम्युनिकेशन में चेंजेस हो रही हैं जब आपको पता है कि आप एक दूसरी टीम के साथ टाइड हैं, तो इसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए.
지금 팀 내 소통 방식에서 어떤 변화해야 할 계획입니까?
방금 전에 말했듯이 딱히 변화할 건 없고 좀 더 집중을 좀 해야 될 것 같습니다.
जैसा कि इन्होंने पहले आंसर में भी बोला था, हम कुछ चेंज करने पे नहीं फोकस कर रहे हैं, हमें बस अपने चीज़ों पे जो हमें सही करने चाहिए उस पे हम फोकस करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं.
ऑल राइट. एंड इस समय अब आरू मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहूँगा कि ये जो आखिरी 6 गेम्स बचते हैं, ऑफ कोर्स एक गोल्डन टिकट आपके हाथ लग चुकी है, लेकिन ये जो 6 और गेम्स बचते हैं डे 3 ऑफ BMIC 2025, ये कितना इंपॉर्टेंट होने वाला है फॉर योर टीम एंड फॉर योर फैंस?
मेरे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होने वाला है क्योंकि ये जो पिछले 12 मैचेस हम लोगों ने खेले हैं BMIC के स्टेज पे, इतना मज़ा मुझे लाइफ टाइम में कभी भी नहीं आया ये गेम खेल के, ऑनेस्टली बोलूँ तो अगले जो 6 मैचेस है वो हमारा लास्ट मौका है ऐसी लॉबी के साथ में वापस से खेलने के लिए, फिर कब मौका मिले. तो मैं तो फुल एंजॉय करके खेलने वाला हूँ एंड जो एक्सपीरियंस मैं यहाँ ये 6 मैचेस से लेके जाने वाला हूँ तो वो मुझे काफ़ी ज़्यादा हेल्प करने वाला है आगे वाले टूर्नामेंट जो हम खेलने वाले हैं, तो इसलिए मैं बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ.
अब 12 मैचेस हो चुके हैं एंड 6 और गेम्स बचती हैं, तो फावियान से मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि ये जो अगले 6 मैचेस हैं ये कितना क्रूशल रहने वाला है फॉर Dplus KIA.
앞으로 남아있는 6개 경기가 디아 팀에게 얼마나 중요하냐고 물어보고 있습니다.
1등 했을 때 걸려있는 그런 부분들 때문에 진짜 정말 중요하다고 생각을 하고 오늘 들어가서 잘 준비해야 될 것 같습니다.
ये बोल रहे हैं कि क्योंकि हमें फर्स्ट आना है तो उसके लिए जो बाकी मैचेस बचे हैं उसमें हमें काफ़ी फोकस करना पड़ेगा और अपनी मेहनत से हमें फर्स्ट पोजीशन पे आना पड़ेगा.
All right. Thank you so much, Fabian, and wish you all the best for the remaining games and wish you all the best, Aru. Orangutan ने already हमारा सीना काफ़ी चौड़ा कर दिया है, लेकिन we are hoping for the best on day 3. Wish you all the best. Thank you so much, Aru. Thank you so much, Fabian. Wish you all the best. Tabish, thank you so much for that interpretation. And that's it from day 2 of BMIC 2025. मेरा नाम है रोहित वर्गीस and the stage and the foundation is all set for day 3. याद दिला दूं कि 16 टीम्स यहाँ मंच तक तो पहुंच चुकी हैं, लेकिन only 2 of these teams will get that golden ticket for that global stage. Who's it gonna be? I don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. But we are gonna find that out tomorrow. So join us for BMIC 2025, the finals. That is day 3 tomorrow. And this is goodbye and see you soon from my end.
got no glow.